The person who had assaulted him was none other than his future brother-in-law, Luo Shenqing. Before he went to the Zhang clan, he had helped Luo Shenqing deal with his lightning tribulation, and as a show of trust in him, the latter had also confided in him his plans to assassinate him and tried to entrust the task to him. They had been as close as real brothers then. Why would Luo Shenqing suddenly turn against him now? If not for his recent breakthrough, which allowed him to dodge swiftly, he might have sustained heavy injuries by now. Die! Luo Shenqing bellowed. Boom! With a deafening roar, Luo Shenqing flitted forward like a streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, his punch was already right before Xianxia. He had already reinforced his dimension-sundering realm cultivation completely, allowing him to call forth far greater strength than before. For one, the sheer might of his strength had compressed the space so much that Xianxia felt as if someone had lifted a metal sheet and was hurling it at him. Are you out of your mind? Xianxia did not expect the other party to make a move on him without any hesitation, using such a vicious technique toward him. His hair immediately stood on end. At this moment, he had not fully fused his primordial spirit and physical body together, and if not for his tenacity pushing him on, he would have already fainted. While he had recovered sufficiently to move about, he could only summon a fifth of his original strength in his current state. Thus, he had no choice but to evade Luo Shenqing's attack. Kacha! Barely after he had dodged, a resounding explosion echoed, and another spatial rift was torn open where he had been standing at previously. Luo Shenqing's Saint 8 Dan cultivation, paired together with the innate comprehension of space due to his Luo clan bloodline, granted him tremendous fighting prowess. Even ordinary Saint 8 Dan pinnacle experts would not stand a chance against him. Sila! Despite his strike missing, Luo Shenqing continued rushing at Xianxia, launching attack after attack frenziedly. His silhouette seemed to be weaving through the very fabric of space, shockingly moving at a speed faster than even the Heaven's Path movement art. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing right before Xianxia once more, not giving the latter any chance to take a breather. I went to the Zhang clan because I had something up. I really didn't have time to kill your target for you. Thinking that Luo Shenqing was angry at him for not helping him assassinate himself, Xianxia anxiously tried to explain himself as he dodged from side to side. Unfortunately, the explanation only seemed to have provoked Luo Shenqing further. After seducing my younger sister, how dare you act as if nothing is wrong at all? You shameless cad! You bastard! Luo Shenqing roared angrily as he thrust both of his palms toward Xianxia. Puha! In that instant, Xianxia felt the surrounding space collapsing on him, rendering him immobile. If not for his current condition, he definitely would have been able to break Luo Shenqing's spatial seal even with his phantasmal space realm pinnacle cultivation. However, the giddiness plaguing his head was already making it an arduous task for him to remain in the sky. He was in no position to protect himself. Pong! A punch sunk into Xianxia's chest, causing his face to turn pale. He was rammed right into the ground, creating a huge pit beneath him. Please, I'm begging you all, don't fight here, all right? We have just fixed this place. Elder Su cried desperately as he watched the battle between the two. The Formation Master Guild would be destroyed each time the King of Destruction descended upon them. It was one thing if the two of them had gone there to take an examination, but why the heck did they have to choose to fight there? Just how in the world did our Formation Master Guild offended the two of you for you to do this to us? Paying no heed to Elder Su's cries, after punching Xianxia into the ground, Luo Shenqing pushed himself against thin air and whizzed right toward him once more. Pong 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 pong. It was as if Luo Shenqing's arms had multiplied into 8. Countless punches just kept raining down upon Xianxia. Xianxia was completely incapable of dodging the punches at all. Under the furious barrage of attacks, blood spurted from his lips. Stop it, are you insane? Xianxia hurriedly drove his Jinqi to heal his wounds as he bellowed angrily. Just how had he hit Luo Shenqing's nerves this time around? They had parted on a good note, so why would the other party suddenly assault him as if a madman without saying a single word at all? Insane? If I'm insane, You are the one who has driven me so. With reddened eyes, Luo Xianqing charged forward and sent a kick toward Zhang Xian. You, knowing that he would sustain severe injuries if he was hit, Zhang Xian suppressed his giddiness and waved his hand. Boom! The space before him collapsed slightly, warping Luo Xuanqing's kick away from him. While he might only be at phantasmal space realm pinnacle, as one who had cultivated the heavens path divine art and the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he was already able to go toe-to-toe with ordinary dimension sundering realm pinnacle experts. As powerful as Luo Xianqing was, if he used his eye of insight and library of heaven's path, the other party would not stand a chance at all. Pada! Luo Xuanqing's kick ended up striking the ground, sending a massive tremor through the earth as a huge crater was formed on the spot. After missing his strike, Luo Xianqing huddled his body together and rammed it right toward Zhang Xian. Pong! Zhang Xian wanted to dodge, but another sudden bout of dizziness caused his reaction to be delayed, resulting in him being struck squarely in his chest. Hong long long. As if a steel plow, he rolled several rounds on the ground, tearing a gorge several dozen meters long. A sweet sensation welled up at the back of his throat, and yet another mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. After spurting the blood, Zhang Xian suddenly froze on the spot, seemingly realizing something. There was no doubt that Luo Xuanqing's attacks were very powerful, and the words that he had said were also filled with anger toward him. But Zhang Xian found that the other party's attacks were, in fact, superficial. The impact of his blows did not sink deep into his body to puncture his organs and ruin his physiological functions. In other words, he would only sustain external injuries from the assault, and this was far from sufficient to claim his life. Furthermore, his attacks also seemed to be hastening the fusion between my body and my primordial spirit. On top of that, Zhang Xian also realized that Luo Xuanqing's attacks were highly beneficial to him. The two heavy blows that he had sustained had alleviated the giddiness in his head significantly, and his body did not feel as heavy and hard to maneuver as before. It looks like he isn't really trying to kill me. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he no longer tried his best to dodge Luo Xuanqing's attacks. At the same time, he could not help but become even more bewildered as to what Luo Xianqing was up to. Pong 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 pong. As Zhang Xian was not dodging anymore, all of Luo Xuanqing's attacks fell squarely on his body. While the powerful might striking his body caused him excruciating pain, his overpowered primordial spirit was also slowly fusing together with his physical body once more, alleviating the discomfort and heaviness he felt. Every single move that Luo Xianqing has executed harnesses the energy of space, and it's precisely this energy that is resolving the incompatibility between my body and my primordial spirit. Zhang Xian was able to swiftly make sense of the situation. It might not have been an intentional action on Luo Xuanqing's part, but perhaps due to his Luo clan bloodline, every single strike of his caused some spatial energy to seep into his body, which aided in pushing for the fusion. He had been deliberating over this problem for a very long time, not knowing how to resolve it, but who could have thought that suffering a beating from Luo Xianqing would actually be the key to it? All along, he had been the one to pummel others in order to treat them of their ailments. What goes around does come around after all. Pong pong pong. Soon, upon seeing that Zhang Xian had been completely disfigured from his pummeling, the heavily panting Luo Xianqing finally came to a halt. It had to be said that Zhang Xian was really resilient to beating. He had expended all of his strength punching that fellow, but even at the end of it, that fellow was still standing as if nothing had happened at all. From the looks of it, that fellow's defenses were at least on par with Yuan Zhao's. Stretching his fatigued body, he lay down on the rubble not too far away from where Zhang Xian was. You must make sure to treat my younger sister well. If I ever learn that you have let her down, I'll make sure to kill you with my own hands. Why you? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. It was just a moment ago when he had still been wondering which screw was loose in Luo Xuanqing's head to suddenly pummel him relentlessly like that. But those words had cleared all doubts in his mind. It was not that Luo Xuanqing's violent streak was acting up once more, but that he had found out about the relationship between Luo Ruoxin and him. He had thought of telling Luo Xianqing about this matter in the past, but every single time, he would stop at the final moment because he had no idea how he should broach the subject. Yet, to think that the other party would actually find out about it himself. In that moment, he was so shocked that it felt as if his mind would blow up. Just as he was about to ask how Luo Xianqing found out about that matter, it suddenly dawned on him that Luo Xianqing had already stumbled onto the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy lead. It would not be too hard to trace him down from there, especially since he was the principal. Xianqing, abruptly placed in such a situation, Zhang Xian had no idea what he should say. It was true that he had gotten close with Luo Xianqing in order to get to Luo Ruoxin, so it was understandable that he would be unhappy to learn of his ulterior motive. The other party had thought of him as a true friend, but it turned out that he was only getting close to him in order to flirt with his younger sister. Who would be happy about that? My younger sister's talents are both a gift and a cursing. Throughout her life, she has never met anyone whom she could truly call a friend. While the entire Luo clan treats her well and respects her, it's that attitude of theirs that created an invisible boundary between her and the others, effectively isolating her. Every night, I would see her sitting alone on the roof, watching her gaze at the starry night sky. You can't even begin to imagine how forlorn her profile looked. Despite being her elder brother, I was unable to assuage the loneliness she felt, so I could only use all of my strength to protect her and offer her the best. I have always thought that her loneliness would dissipate once she found someone whom she loves, and I have always envisioned the person whom she would fancy to be someone stronger than her, possessing astounding capabilities unmatched by anyone else in the world. But who would have thought that she would end up choosing you? Paying no heed to Zhang Xian's shock, Luo Xianqing gazed deeply at the starry sky above and muttered to himself, Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, when he first got together with Luo Ruoxin, the latter's cultivation had been far above his, such that it would be no exaggeration to say that they were from two entirely different worlds. To this day, he still could not say that he was worthy of her. But one's feelings simply did not obey rational logic. The fondness that he felt for Luo Ruoxin would not vanish just because of the gap in their standing. In fact, from the moment that he first set eyes on her, he had felt an inexplicable feeling of intimacy to her, as if they were meant to be. It took only an instant to realize that she was the missing piece that he had been looking for his entire life, and he would never feel whole without her. I have been thinking about this matter over the past few days. My younger sister really likes you, and the notion of you getting together with her doesn't seem as revolting as I thought it would be. At the very least, I'm familiar with you. While you do get into trouble often, you tend to be unreliable at times. Your words sound like a pile of dog shit, and you are doltish at times. On the whole, I'm still quite satisfied with your capabilities. Luo Xianqing continued. Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. Big bro, are you praising or berating me? Get into trouble often? To think that I would hear such words from the likes of your mouth. Unreliable? How am I unreliable? You are the one who is unreliable. Also, my words sound like a pile of dog shit, and I am doltish at times? You are the one who is doltish. It's a known fact that my younger sister has successfully assimilated the Dimension Silencer and is the #1 genius of the Luo clan. Even compared to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, he's lacking in comparison. Not only so, her looks are also top-notch, almost as if she was the favored one of the heavens. But I know that she isn't happy. A heavy responsibility weighs down her shoulders, and no matter how she struggles, she's unable to free herself of the constraints fate has shackled on her. Luo Xianqing said with a heavy voice. If she's unable to struggle free out of the shackles of fate, then at the very least, I hope that she will be granted the joys of a passionate love. I want her to be with someone she loves and not someone she's engaged to. Hearing the thoughts of his future brother-in-law, Zhang Xian said, I understand. Don't worry about the engagement. I'll deal with it. As long as the young prodigy did not appear, the Zhang clan would be dispatching Zhang Juxiao for the engagement. Given the fact that Zhang Juxiao was his student, it would be for him to decide whether the engagement went ahead or not. So there would not be much of a problem regarding that. Unless the shameless young prodigy appeared at that moment. You'll deal with it? How do you intend to deal with it? Luo Xianqing scoffed. If the engagement could be resolved that easily, given my younger sister's strength, she would have broken free of it by herself. Would she be placed in such a quandary over it? I don't understand. If your younger sister doesn't will for it, she could always choose not to marry. Why is this such an issue? Zhang Xian asked. He could understand that it was political marriage with much on the line, but if both the groom and the bride refused to marry, surely the marriage would be called off. What was so difficult about this matter? It seems like you are really unaware of it. This marriage isn't just a simple political marriage between both clans. More important than that. At this point, Luo Xianqing suddenly paused. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I once promised the elders in my clan that I would kill the man whom my younger sister loves. But you are simply too strong. So, it's not that I didn't try to kill you, but that I'm unable to do it. Thus, I have not ignored the order from my clan." Zhang Xian was dazed. In the end, the reason the other party seemed so desperate to kill him was because of the orders from his clan. It would be best if he could accomplish his mission, but if he could not do it, there was nothing that could be done. However, since I was able to uncover your identity, it shouldn't be too difficult for the elders in the clan to find out about it as well. I do not hope to see the person my younger sister likes to die so young. Luo Xianqing stood up and placed his hands behind his back. She told me to take care of you and not allow you to come to harm. Your strength is currently not beneath mine, so it's already beyond my capability to take care of you. However, you have to know that powerful clans possess many means to deal with a person. Be careful. Thank you for your reminder. Zhang Xian clasped his hand. Were it anyone else, he would have long let out the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. There was no way that he would have allowed the other party to beat him up like that. With these two saint beasts on his side, even the experts of the Luo clan would have difficulty killing him. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would still be able to escape. Don't die, Luo Xianqing muttered before dashing ahead, disappearing into the night sky. Geez. Zhang Xian shook his head as he used his jinqi to swiftly heal his injuries before slowly standing up. He knew just how much Luo Xianqing doted on his younger sister. So upon hearing that a person whom he had trusted so deeply turned out to be his younger sister's lover, it was no wonder he was so furious. For someone as hot-tempered as Luo Xianqing, it must have taken a lot of self-restraint for him to hold himself back so much. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly and muttered, "Don't worry. I'll definitely treat Ruoxin well. I won't let the slightest harm come to her, no matter how much effort he would have to put in. As long as he could be together with Luo Ruoxin in the end, he would not utter a single word of complaint." This was his promise to Luo Xianqing, as well as his promise to Luo Ruoxin and himself. "You are good brother," Zhang Xian said. Between his responsibilities to the clan and his younger sister, he eventually chose to side with her younger sister. Such an action could be considered a betrayal to the Luo clan, and as someone who had grown up as the young master of the Luo clan, this was definitely not an easy decision to make. All right, I should get to looking for Xianxia now. After resting for a moment, Zhang Xian finally recovered fully from his injuries. Without any hesitation, he flew straight for the Sanctum Head Hall. In the Sanctum Head Hall, Xianxia was pacing around with a tight frown on his forehead. "Elder Go, how do you view this matter?" In the main hall, an elder was seated in one of the chairs, holding a communication jade token in his hands with an unreadable expression on his face. The head of the Hall of Integrity, Elder Gu. Zhang Wuheng has led the Zhang clan for many years, and he's very particular about the Zhang clan's reputation on the Master Teacher continent. Since he passed a decree in his capacity as the first elder, Zhang Xian must have really done something unforgivable to the Zhang clan, Elder Gu said severely. They had some formal ties with the first elder of the Zhang clan, and they knew the latter to be a rational and dignified individual. For him to fly into such a rage and send a message to them overnight, even requesting for their help to apprehend Zhang Xian, it seemed like that fellow had raised quite a storm in the Zhang clan this time around. "I am of the same view as you, but no matter what, he's still Yangxi's student," Xianxia said with a frown. So what if he's Xianxia's student? All are equal in the eyes of the law. Back then, when Kong Shi's direct disciple made a grave mistake, he was also punished before the crowd. As talented as Zhang Xian may be, I think his arrogance is clear for us all to see. Just look at what he has done in his time here. I'm not in the least surprised that he would wreak havoc in the Zhang clan. Since Elder Wu Heng has already made this request of us, why don't we help him apprehend Zhang Xian? This way, not only will we be able to win the Zhang clan's favor, it'll also show the impartiality of our Sanctum of Sages in not blindly siding with our students. Elder Gu said, what you have said does make some sense. While I'm still not too sure what Zhang Xian has done in the Zhang clan, we can't just one-sidedly cover up for him. For the time being, you should dispatch some men to investigate what happened at the Zhang clan, as well as whether Zhang Xian has really utilized some means of teleportation that allowed him to secretly return to the Sanctum of Sages. Also, if you catch sight of Zhang Xian, apprehend him right away. No matter what, we have to offer an explanation to the Zhang clan, so we can't let him slip away at this point in time, Xianxia instructed. Previously, he had thought that Zhang Xian might be a potential candidate to becoming the Sanctum head, but the investigation over the past month had left him more and more convinced that it would be Feng Zi instead. Given so, there was no point offending the powerful Zhang clan over a mere Zhang Xian, especially given the weakened state that the Sanctum of Sages was in. All right, I'll have it done. Elder Gu nodded as he got to his feet, preparing to head out. However, at this moment, knocking suddenly sounded on the door. Is Xianxia inside? I am Zhang Xian, and I have something that I need your help with. Zhang Xian? He actually came knocking of his own accord. The two elders glanced at one another in astonishment. That fellow was way too gutsy. It was just a moment ago that they had been discussing how they should go about apprehending that lad when he suddenly came rushing over in the next moment. Given how he was able to escape from right beneath Elder Wu Heng's nose, he must possess some kind of extraordinary technique. Later on, I'll try to sound him out to see if things are really as Elder Wu Heng made them out to be. If it's proven true, I want you to quickly control the formation in this room so as to prevent him from getting away. All right? Xianxia sent a telepathic message to Elder Gu. Elder Gu quickly nodded in response. After swiftly sorting out their plans, Xianxia spoke up with a slightly louder voice. Please enter. Jia. The door opened and Zhang Xian walked in. Xianxia, Elder Gu. Zhang Xian was slightly surprised to see that Elder Gu was around as well, but he did not neglect to greet the latter. After trading some pleasantries, Xianxia looked at Zhang Xian intently and asked, May I know the reason behind your late-night visit? I am currently studying 9-star formations, and I am having some trouble procuring grade 9 formation flags to test out a formation. I heard that Xianxia is adept in formations, so I came over hoping to get some from you. If it's required, I don't mind paying any price to purchase them, Zhang Xian said. Grade 9 formations flags? I do have some with me, and if Xianxia really needs them, it's not a problem for me to give them to you either. Just that. Xianxia directed a doubtful look toward Zhang Xian before continuing. Grade 9 formations require some degree of spatial manipulation in order to set up, so they are exceptionally difficult to construct. Considering Xianxia's current cultivation realm, you should still be unable to utilize them, right? Grade 9 formations exploited the secrets of space, allowing the formation master to create spaces that were entirely isolated from the environment, thus granting a larger variety of effects. In order to be able to set up even the simplest grade 9 formation, one's cultivation had to be at St. 9 Dan at the very minimum. Xianxia had studied grade 9 formations for over 100 years now, but even so, it was highly difficult for him to set up the most basic of grade 9 formations. Considering how the young man before him had only recently cleared his 8-star formation master examination, as well as the fact that his cultivation was still far from reaching St. 9 Dan, it seemed a little too early for him to start trying to set up grade 9 formations. I just want to try out some of my theories that I thought of in a moment of inspiration. I'm not expecting immediate success, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. While he did learn Heaven's Path teleportation formation art, due to the limitations of his cultivation and a complete lack of experience in the field of teleportation formations, He was not so naive as to think that he would be able to succeed on the first attempt. At the very least, he felt that it would take 2 or 3 tries before he succeeded. It's always good to explore new things. Thinking that Xianxia was serious about learning and researching, Xianxia nodded in approval as he picked up his teacup and sipped on it. There are roughly 100 basic grade 9 formations. May I know which one Xianxia is studying at the moment? As you know, the effects of formation flags can differ greatly due to their properties, and it would be a disaster if the formation flags rebounded on you while you were constructing the formation. Due to the immense power that grade 9 formations wielded, it was important to pay careful attention while treading around it. The slightest mistake could lead to the massive power it harnessed running amok, so at the very least, the preparatory work should be as perfect as it could get so as to avoid a disaster. Regarding that, I intend to set up a teleportation formation, Xianxia said. Teleportation formation? Taken aback, Xianxia nearly spurted tea out of his mouth. Looking at Xianxia as if he was looking at a monster, he exclaimed in shock. Teleportation formations are difficult to learn, even by the standards of grade 9 formations. Are you sure that you're going to start with that? Teleportation formations could be further divided into various other levels, such as the transmission of information, long-distance projection of images, teleportation of non-living beings, and last but not least, the teleportation of living beings. Transmission of information was at the most basic level. Those 3-star to 4-star formation masters who specialized in this field would be able to construct them. As for projection of images, that would require a 6-star or 7-star formation master at the minimum. The teleportation of non-living beings was slightly harder, but 8-star formation masters who specialized in that field should be able to pull it off with sufficient effort. And as for the teleportation of living beings, there were simply too many factors that one had to pay attention to, especially since the teleportation conditions had to be carefully controlled so that the person teleporting would not be injured. Even 9-star formation masters would have trouble coping with the many issues that could arise from the construction of a teleportation formation, let alone a phantasmal space realm 8-star formation master like the young man before him. It was just like a person who had not even learned to walk yet was attempting to spread his wings and soar into the sky. Noticing the incredulous look on Xianxia's face, Xianxia swiftly explained, I actually possess exceptional sensitivity toward spatial laws, and I have spent quite some time studying the topic. It's because I've met a bottleneck in my studies that I would like to try setting it up so as to verify some of my hypotheses. He could not reveal the existence of the Heaven's Path formation art, so he could only use such vague terms to pass it off. Exceptional sensitivity towards spatial laws? Xianxia and Elder Gu traded glances before nodding inconspicuously. They had still been harboring some doubts toward the message that they had received from Zhang Wuheng earlier, but considering the conversation about teleportation formations, it might just be true that the young man had teleported back into the Sanctum of Sages to flee from the Zhang clan. This was especially so given Zhang Xian's abrupt arrival. Based on what they knew, the young man should have been in the Zhang clan at that moment, and that was at least a month's journey away from the Sanctum of Sages. Thus, Xianxia paused for a brief moment before asking, Right, didn't you head to the Zhang clan a while back? Did Jian Qinsheng not return with you? I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I came back in advance. Elder Jian should be coming back very soon, Xianxia replied. Urgent matters? Is this relating to the Zhang clan? Xianxia asked with a frown. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to conceal the conflict with the Zhang clan, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before admitting, I did get into a conflict with the Zhang clan, but I'll resolve it once I manage to clear the urgent matters I have at hand. It's good that you intend to resolve the conflict with the Zhang clan. Seeing that the matter had been verified, Xianxia did not hesitate to take action. But my apologies, Xianxia. I'll need you to remain here for the time being. As he said those words, he waved his hand and swiftly sealed the space in the room. Xianxia found his body being locked in place, unable to move in the slightest. What do you mean by this? Feeling his entire body being bound in place, as if shackled with heavy chains, Xianxia's face darkened. He would have understood it if Xianxia had refused to lend him any grade 9 formation flags. But what did the latter mean by making a move on him? The first elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Wuheng, has sent a message over, requesting for the Sanctum of Sages to hand you over for wreaking havoc in their territory. I thought that there might be some misunderstandings, but since you have admitted to it, I'm afraid that it's our responsibility to hand you over to the Zhang clan to face the consequences for your actions, Xianxia said. Rest assured though, since you are a student of the Sanctum of Sages, we'll definitely try our best to protect you. It's also with you in mind that we chose such a course of action. The Zhang clan is a behemoth on the master-teacher continent, and the longer you drag this matter on, the more unlikely it'll be for you to reconcile with them. You should take this opportunity to resolve the conflict with them once and for all. Elder Gu and I will be helping you by the sidelines. The first elder of the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian frowned. Pardon me, but I still have some matters that I need to attend to, so I don't have time to wait for them to come over. Xiaoya's life was at stake, so there was no time to be lost. Otherwise, he would not have teleported back using the Sanctum Head token. All in all, he had already wasted more than 10 minutes there. A second wasted meant a second longer Xiaoya would be danger. If he did not rush, he would regret it for life if something were to really happen to Xiaoya. Besides, the conflict between him and the Zhang clan was not something that could be resolved with just a couple of words. Xianxia might have been the deputy head of the Sanctum of Sages, but even his words would not be strong enough to resolve the situation. Hearing Zhang Xian's obstinate words, Elder Gu harumphed. That isn't up to you. Whether you like it or not, you will be waiting here obediently till the Zhang clan arrives. As he spoke, he flicked out his wrist and whipped out a rope, which tied Zhang Xian up real tight. I assure you too that I won't implicate the Sanctum of Sages in the conflict between the Zhang clan and me, and I'll pay a visit to the Zhang clan in the near future to resolve the conflict. For the time being, I really have urgent matters to attend to, so I ask of you two to let me off, Zhang Xian said anxiously. No matter what kind of urgent matters you have at hand, you won't be going anywhere till the problem with the Zhang clan is resolved, Xianxia replied sternly. Elder Gu, take him down for the moment. I'll inform Elder Wuheng right now to send his men over. Yes, Elder Gu nodded. With a pull, the rope tied around Zhang Xian immediately tightened, sinking into his flesh. Since you aren't going to let me off, I'll have to beg your pardon for what I'm about to do. Seeing that the other party had their minds set on sending him over to the Zhang clan, not leaving any room for discussion at all, Zhang Xian knew that it was meaningless for him to say anything else. Shaking his head, he said, Inferno Qilin, I'll be leaving them to you. Hong Long. The next moment, an Inferno Qilin appeared before everyone's eyes. The moment that it appeared, a powerful burst of flames gushed outward, leaving the room feeling as if it was a furnace. With just a light flick of its hoof, the rope binding Zhang Xian fell to the floor. Hula! After cutting the rope, the Inferno Qilin's powerful hoof thrust forward once more. Pong! Pong! Before Xianxia and Elder Gu could even react to the situation, they were smashed right into the wall, plastered to it as if a lizard. A powerful impact reverberated through their bodies as fresh blood trickled down their lips. The Inferno Qilin was a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle beast possessing the ancient Qilin bloodline, and it possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. While it had sustained considerable damage in its fight with the first elder earlier, even in its wounded state, it was still an adversary far beyond the means of Xianxia and Elder Gu to deal with. Not expecting the young man to bring out such a powerful tamed beast, Xianxia's face immediately turned livid. He swiftly tapped on the space ahead of him as he bellowed, Activate! Wang! The formation in the room swiftly whirled into action. A powerful pressure crushed down from the surroundings, suppressing the Inferno Qilin tightly. They had planned to use this formation to trap Zhang Xian, but it seemed like they would have to deal with this massive fellow before deciding anything. If they allowed the beast to run rampage, it would not be long before the Sanctum of Sages was reduced to dust. Roar! Trapped in the formation, the Inferno Qilin released a furious bellow. It swept its tail forth with formidable force, but its tail was swiftly impeded with spatial ripples in the air. The formation in the Sanctum Head Hall was something left behind by their ancestors, and its might was not to be underestimated. As powerful as the Inferno Qilin was, it was still unable to struggle free of its restraints in the short term. Capture Xianxia first. Once we subdue him, his tamed beast won't dare to do anything, Xianxia bellowed furiously. Knowing that they would not stand a chance once the Inferno Qilin struggled free from the formation, he immediately rushed forward to grab Xianxia and hold him hostage. As the saying went, to take down a den of bandits, subdue the chief first. No matter how powerful the Inferno Qilin was, it was still nothing more than a tamed beast. Once its master was taken hostage, there would be nothing that it could do. Humph! It was already enough for him to come under attack from the elders of the Zhang clan. But to think that even the elders of the Sanctum of Sages would be so eager to apprehend him, with an ireful wave of his hand, he commanded coldly, "Take down those two fellows." Who? The next moment, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast materialized and grabbed forward. Pong! Pong! Xianxia and Elder Gu were swiftly sent flying once more. Saint 9 Dan? Wasn't it at Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle just a month ago? Elder Gu widened his eyes in horror. He had experienced the frightening strength of the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast once before, but back then, it had only been at Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle. How did it manage to make a breakthrough in just a single month? There was a nearly unbridgeable rift between Saint 8 Dan and Saint 9 Dan. This final step was one that was exceptionally difficult to make, but once a cultivator managed to pass the threshold, their fighting prowess would be at a whole new level. Elder Gu was not the only one shocked. Xianxia also felt as if his head was exploding, as if he was going mad. It was already a shocker to see that Xianxia had a Saint 9 Dan beast with him, but to bring out two at once. Just how in the world did he tame those beasts? It was no wonder he could wreak havoc in the Zhang clan and still manage to get away scot-free. With just these two saint beasts, it would be difficult for the ordinary guards of the Zhang clan to stop him. Hold it right there. However, knowing that this was not the time to be shocked, Xianxia flicked his wrist and wielded his sword. With just a simple slash, a barrage of sword chi had already burst forth, sealing the movements of the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. It was initially planning on charging forth to continue the pummeling, but under the onslaught of sword chi heading its way, it could only stop and defend against it for the time being. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast had only reached Saint 9 Dan recently, whereas Xianxia had already been in this realm for many years. Not to mention, he even wielded his sword and used a battle technique, so the fight ended in a stalemate for the time being. Don't bother too much with them. Help the Inferno Qilin break free of the formation first. Strike there. Knowing that the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast was at a disadvantage strength-wise, Xianxia quickly issued an instruction while pointing to a certain location in the room. Knowing the severity of the situation, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast also hurriedly rammed its way toward the area that Xianxia had pointed out, and with a powerful whip of its tail, it struck the spot with absolute precision. Kacha! A crisp echo sounded in the air, followed by intense tremors. The trapped Inferno Qilin swiftly tore free of the formation, and at the same time, the Sanctum Head Hall succumbed to the pressure and began collapsing. As soon as it was free from its restraints, the Inferno Qilin immediately launched a vicious counterattack, as if to cleanse itself of the humiliation that it had just suffered. With a ferocious roar, it rammed right through Xianxia's defensive swordsmanship, and raising its hoof, it thrust it down forcefully on the two elders. Pada! Pada! Xianxia and Elder Gu hurriedly raised their arms to cushion the blow, but the colossal strength behind the hoof was too much for them to bear. Their backs gradually bent under the astounding might as the creaking of bones sounded in the air, ready to snap at any moment. Saint beasts had always possessed an advantage in terms of strength over cultivators of the same tier. This included even the powerful combat masters, let alone them. Sensing that he was swiftly reaching his limit, Elder Gu bellowed, "Xianxia, do you know what you are doing? This is the Sanctum of Sages, the root of countless powerful experts. Do you understand the consequences of laying your hands on a deputy sanctum head and an elder? Don't let your own recklessness compel you to make a decision that you'll regret for life." Hearing that Elder Gu wanted to pin such a heinous crime on him, Xianxia could not help but scoff on the inside. Nevertheless, he still waved his hand and ordered, Inferno Qilin, stop. As awful as Elder G's words sounded, they also made sense. The Sanctum of Sages was the highest academy on the Master-Teacher continent. Even though its standing was not on par with the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and its strength had declined over time, its prestige and rallying power were still not to be underestimated. In the first place, making a move on the incumbent deputy sanctum head and an elder could already be considered an extremely contemptible action. If it were to be known that he had severely wounded or even killed them, he could be making himself an enemy of the entire upper echelon of the Master-Teacher continent. Roar! Upon hearing the command, as infuriated as the Inferno Qilin was, it did not dare go against Xianxia's order. Thus, it reluctantly retracted its hoof and backed off. Xianxia and Elder Gu heaved a deep sigh of relief. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized that their robes were completely soaked in sweat. Had the Inferno Qilin continued its attack, even if they walked out of there alive, they could have ended up being crippled for life. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia suppressed his emotions before stepping forward and clasping his fist. It's not my intention to make a move on the two of you. However, I really do have urgent matters to attend to, and I can't afford to waste any time. I beg your pardon for this. He was deeply displeased by Xianxia and Elder G's actions, but this was not the time for him to fall out completely with them. The Zhang clan was already on his back. He did not need to add the Sanctum of Sages into his list of pursuers. Xianxia shot a slightly apprehensive glance at the Inferno Qilin before harumphing coldly. Humph! He felt infuriated inside, but there was no way he could vent his rage. All along, he had viewed Xianxia as someone who was within his control, but who would have thought that in a month of absence, the other party had already become a dragon soaring in the sky, far beyond his reach? Allow me to reassure you that I'll personally resolve the unhappiness with the Zhang clan in the near future, so there's no need to worry about that. The reason I'm here today is to borrow the 9-star formation flags, and I hope that Xianxia can grant my request, Xianxia said. Xianxia looked at Xianxia deeply for a long moment before sighing deeply and saying, "Very well then, I'll take your word for it. I hope that you won't let me down." Following which, he flicked his wrist and took out over 100 formation flags. Every single one of them was made of a particularly resilient material. It was clear that they were all high-tier. Grade 9 formation flags. With the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast watching from the side, Xianxia felt that Xianxia would order his tamed beast to snatch the formation flags from him by force if he refused. Rather than suffer for nothing, he thought that it would be wiser to hand them over first. "Thank you, Xianxia." Xianxia took the formation flags and examined them closely. After verifying that these formation flags were indeed suited for the construction of teleportation formations, he heaved a sigh of relief before turning his head toward the collapsed doorway. "Come in." It was only upon hearing Xianxia's words that Xianxia and Elder Gu realized that there was someone standing by the doorway. She was the genius from the Glacier Plain Court who had just enrolled earlier in the year, Chen Liao. At that moment, the young lady was staring at the rubble lying around the place with widened eyes. When she caught sight of the trail of blood trickling down from Xianxia and Elder G's lips, she could not help but clasp her agape mouth in shock. They were only there to borrow formation flags, not to raid the place. Was it really necessary to go so far? How were they supposed to resolve the situation peacefully now that such a situation had happened? However, she also knew that it was meaningless to think too much about it now. What was done was done. Thus, she quickly walked over to Xianxia. Paying no heed to Chen Liao's shock, Xianxia hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. "Tell me the exact location of the Glacier Plain Court." Without any hesitation, Chen Liao quickly informed Xianxia of the exact location of the Glacier Plain Court telepathically. "It's located in the extreme north." "Got it." After hearing the location from Chen Liao, a map swiftly surfaced in Xianxia's mind as he quickly gauged the distance and direction of the destination from the Sanctum of Sages. When setting up a teleportation formation, especially for ones with intended destinations as far as the one that Xianxia was going to set up, there could be no mistake in the direction at all. Otherwise, Even the slightest degree of deviation in the calibration could possibly result in the result being off by countless li. After calculating for roughly 5 minutes, Xianxia exhaled deeply in relief before flicking his fingers. Who? The formation flags that he was holding with his other hand immediately flew all over the place. Wang. As soon as they took their places, energy ripples began diffusing into the surroundings, forging a rather stable folded space. However, before it could fully take shape, it abruptly exploded. First attempt. Fail. My strength is still insufficient. Sensing that single attempt had taken away half of his total jinqi, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. There was no mistake in his setting up of the formation flags and manipulation of energy earlier. In fact, the reason behind his failure was not because he had made any mistake but because he was not able to supply sufficient energy for the creation of the formation. With his phantasmal space realm pinnacle cultivation, heaven's path jinqi, and deep comprehension of space, his fighting prowess was at least on par with dimension-sundering realm pinnacle experts. However, it was still insufficient for him to construct a teleportation formation. Now, while Xianxia was still deliberating over what alternatives he could use in order to resolve the lack of energy, he suddenly heard a bellow from behind him. The next moment, Xianxia and Elder Go charged forward simultaneously. The cold shimmer of a sword flashed across the room, freeing the two of them of the Inferno Chilan's control, following which the two of them swiftly fled into the air. The Inferno Chilan and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had been so focused on their master that they were caught off guard by the duo's abrupt movements. They had to block their attacks in a fluster, so they failed to keep them from getting away. In the sky, Xianxia flicked his wrist and whipped out a token, following which, with a resounding voice that echoed clearly to the corners of the Sanctum of Sages, he declared, "All elders of the Sanctum of Sages, hear my words. Xianxia and his tamed beasts have audaciously made a move against me and Elder Gu. So I hereby declare him to be an enemy of the Sanctum of Sages. All of you are to immediately move out and apprehend him, and should he try to retaliate, you are permitted to take extreme actions, even at the cost of his life. As the Deputy Sanctum Head, he could be considered the face of the Sanctum of Sages. Even if his pride could take it lying, he could not allow the long history of the Sanctum of Sages to be besmirched in his hands." Hong Long. As soon as the decree was passed, a huge commotion broke out within the Sanctum of Sages. Countless figures emerged in the air, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. Earlier, during the battle with the Inferno Chilan, Xianxia had known that things could turn out bad if people started gathering there, so he had discreetly set up an isolation formation in the room in order to prevent any sound from getting out. As a result of that, despite the entire room collapsing, it had not caught anyone's attention. However, the decree that had just been passed had reached the ears of every single elder and student in the Sanctum of Sages, so they swiftly flew up in order to see what was happening. "This is bad. Inferno Chilan, hurry up and knock him down." Not expecting Xianxia to suddenly act in such a way, Xianxia's face darkened. He hurriedly ordered the Inferno Chilan to make a move. Roar! With a furious roar, the Inferno Chilan dashed into the sky and raised its hoof, preparing to knock Xianxia down back onto the ground. Guardian formation. Grasping the Deputy Sanctum Head token in his hands tightly, Xianxia swiftly activated the power in it, and a blinding burst of light suddenly flashed into the surroundings, seemingly communicating with a dormant ancient power in the Sanctum of Sages. The surrounding space suddenly seemed to have been frozen solid, such that even the Inferno Chilan ended up freezing in place, unable to move in the slightest. Guardian formation? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The Sanctum of Sages had declined considerably over the years. The lack of a legitimate Sanctum Head had resulted in its inability to draw in and retain talents, resulting in an endless spiral of weakness. As a result, even the strongest expert within its ranks at the moment was only at St. Nindan primary stage. However, this had not always been the case. There was a period of time when the Sanctum of Sages had stood at the very peak of the Master-Teacher continent, second only to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. After all, every single true Sanctum Head had possessed the Eye of Insight and was an expert that had exceeded St. Nindan. reaching a realm unthinkable to most. Even the first elder would amount to nothing much before their eyes. The guardian formation that they had left behind was the ultimate trump card of the Sanctum of Sages. Even if the Zhang clan dispatched all of its forces over, it was questionable whether they would be able to breach it or not, let alone a mere Inferno Qilin. It was also for this reason that the Sanctum of Sages had been able to remain standing even after all these years, retaining its prestige. Otherwise, given the weakness of the current deputy sanctum head, they would have been destroyed by the otherworldly demonic tribe long ago. Sensing the despairing power of the formation, the Inferno Qilin anxiously sent a telepathic message over to Xianxia. Master, I'm unable to breach this formation. At this rate, we might all lose our lives here. Tzzzzzzzzzz. While the formation was trapping the Inferno Qilin, the other elders of the Sanctum of Sages also made their way over, and they swiftly took their positions behind Zhang Shi. Zhang Xian, surrender now or die? Zhang Shi said impassively as he gazed down upon the young man below him with utterly cold eyes. Ever since the founding of the Sanctum of Sages many millenniums ago, this was the very first time that a student had laid their hands on the deputy sanctum head, as well as the first time that someone had utterly destroyed the sanctum head hall. If something like that could be pardoned easily, how would the deputy sanctum head and the elders keep students in line in the future? Zhang Shi, what do we do now? Seeing the huge array of elders and students floating above them and the guardian formation sealing the space around them, Chen Liao's face paled in fright as she trembled uncontrollably. Even though she had been through many battles as a genius of the Glacier Plain Court, this was her first time facing something as huge as this. To stand single-handedly against the entire Sanctum of Sages. This was unprecedented in history. What else can we do? Once we are caught, it will be impossible for us to save Xiaoya. Zhang Xian shook his head. The situation with Xiaoya was far more urgent, so he could not afford to waste any time there. Not to mention, just by looking at the faces of Zhang Shi and the others, it was apparent that he would be done in for good if he was captured. Thus, he could not surrender. Otherwise, there would be no second chance for him. Until he had met all three conditions, he could not show the Sanctum Head token to the others, or else it would be considered forfeiting his right to succession. This was the rule that Sage Kuei had imposed to ensure that each generation of Sanctum Head truly possessed the capability to lead the Sanctum of Sages to greater heights. As such, it seemed like he had no choice but to fight it out. Understanding this, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the already activated guardian formation and uttered softly, "Flaws," following which a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Tapping on it lightly, the knowledge within it swiftly flowed into his mind. Heaven-weaving formation, grade 9 pinnacle formation, truly formidable. The guardian formation of the Sanctum of Sages had been left behind by Sage Kuei, and it had been enhanced by many Sanctum Heads over the years. Every single generation of true Sanctum Head possessed the Eye of Insight, which allowed them to easily pick out flaws and resolve them. After many millenniums of improvement, the formation could already be considered as the crystallization of the wisdom of the top experts of the Master-Teacher continent. Of course, it still could not be considered flawless in the eyes of the Absolute Library of Heaven's Path yet, but it was very close to that. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Only 7 flaws. This must be the fewest flaws I've seen among higher-grade formations. But no matter how few flaws were in the Guardian formation, that did not make the slightest difference to what Zhang Xian was about to do. Inferno Qilin and Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. I'll be counting on the two of you to defend against the lot of them and break this formation. I need to continue studying the teleportation formation. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian sent the information regarding the flaws of the heaven-weaving formation over to the two Saint Beasts via their telepathic link. Roar! Upon receiving the message, the two Saint Beasts roared furiously. They had already known that their master possessed extraordinary eyes at seeing things despite his young age. But who would have thought that he would actually be able to find so many flaws in a formation that was completely unfathomable to them? Alone, these flaws might not amount to much, but when put together, they were confident that they would be able to shake its foundations. On the other hand, seeing that Zhang Xian was still busy examining the formation flags despite the warning that he had issued, Xianxia narrowed his eyes threateningly. Xianxian, I acknowledge the strength of your tamed beasts, but before the guardian formation, they are nothing at all. I advise you take a good look at your current circumstances before making a decision. Roar! But before he could finish his words, the Inferno Qilin abruptly broke free of its restraints, and with a deafening bellow, it thrust its massive hoof in a certain direction. At the same time, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast glided along the ground as it dashed right into a certain building not too far away. The core reason behind the strength of the Guardian formation lay in the fortuitous aura that the Sanctum of Sages had accumulated over the many years, as well as the spiritual energy that had gathered in the area through the earth veins below. The Inferno Qilin struck at one of the center points of the formation, whereas the Netherworld Azure Dagon beast crashed right into a spot where the spiritual energy drawn in through the earth veins accumulated, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate into the surroundings immediately. With two critical strikes on its vitals, the incredibly powerful heaven-weaving formation swiftly deflated as if a balloon leaking air, losing the imposing might that it had commanded just a moment ago. Hong Long, the energy that had frozen the surroundings earlier spurted out, falling right upon Xianxia and the others. This is impossible, Xianxia uttered with his eyes widened in disbelief. In the past several millenniums, the otherworldly demonic tribe had attempted to attack the Sanctum of Sages 13 times, but each and every single time, they had ended up fleeing without achieving anything. While it would be too much of an exaggeration to say that the heaven-weaving formation was unbreachable, still, there were few experts in the world who were capable of overcoming it. And yet, those two saint beasts actually deciphered it so easily. How in the world did they manage to do it? Stop them! Knowing that there was no use getting nervous, the person in the air flicked his wrist and thrust his palm downward. Saint Pinnacle Battle Technique, River Flipping Palm. This was a move created by the fourth Sanctum head. It was a strike that descended from the heavens, wielding strength far beyond one's imagination. Augmented by the fortuitous energy that was billowing out from the ground, this technique could strike down even a Saint 9 Dan intermediate stage cultivator in a single blow. Unfortunately, his opponent was no Saint 9 Dan intermediate stage cultivator but the Inferno Qilin. Paying completely no heed to the palm, the Inferno Qilin simply charged right into it, as if it was no threat at all. Hong Long. The palm fell on the Inferno Qilin's head, but as if striking a Saint Pinnacle artifact, it simply jolted Xianxia's palm numb. The next moment, its head crashed right into Xianxia's chest, forcefully pushing him away. So, Xianxia's figure was sent flying, surging into the distance as if a shooting star. Xianxia, not expecting the Inferno Qilin to be so powerful, Elder Gu and the others hurriedly put their might together and charged forward to suppress it. In response to their aggression, the Inferno Qilin roared furiously, and in the blink of an eye, its figure had already expanded to roughly 40 meters tall. With this towering physique, it rammed right toward the group of elders. Walla! Tzzzzzzzz. Elder Gu and the other elders were simultaneously knocked flying, and their brows and hair were charred black. What was truly fearsome about the Inferno Qilin was not its hooves or tail but its body. Tempered day and night by the Qilin flames, its body had grown to become as strong as a Saint Pinnacle artifact. Its ram would render even a Saint 9 Dan cultivator powerless, let alone those elders. Is that really Xianxia's tamed beast? How could it be so powerful? To outright defy and even utilize violence against the Deputy Sanctum Head and the elders, does Xianxia intend to betray the Master-Teacher Pavilion? The students that had gathered around to spectate the sight were all flabbergasted by what they were seeing. In their eyes, the Deputy Sanctum Head, Elder Gu, and the others were figures far out of their league, perhaps invincible even. Seeing these figures standing completely helpless before a Saint Beast was something that they never could have dreamed of, and it seemed to shatter all of their previous notions of greatness of these elders. But more important than that, to make a move against the elders of the Sanctum of Sages could already be considered an act of defiance against the authority of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. No matter what, the Sanctum of Sages was still a subsidiary of the Master-Teacher Pavilion and was protected by it. Did Xianxian no longer want to remain as a Master Teacher? Damn it, Damn it! While spurting large mouthfuls of blood, Xianxia flew back to the Sanctum of Sages from the distance, and before reaching the area, he bellowed furiously, "Elders of the Sanctum of Sages, heed my command! Form the formations of the sages and subdue the Inferno Chilan together." Seeing how the Guardian formation had been destroyed and the elders were falling from the sky one after another, Xianxia could not take it any longer. If he did not punish Zhang Xian, the entire Sanctum of Sages would become a joke. As the deputy sanctum head, he could not allow the legacy of the organization to be destroyed under his leadership. "Yes," the elders replied resoundingly, following which they swiftly scattered around to get into their positions. Putting their strength together, they formed something that resembled a fish net in the air. "It's the formation of the sages." Chun Liao's face paled in fright as she hurriedly turned to the young man before her, who was still busy trying to figure out how to make the teleportation formation work. "Xianxia, this isn't good. Run." Other than the Guardian formation, the next strongest trump card of the Sanctum of Sages was the formation of the sages formed by the elders. This formation allowed all of the elders to channel their powers together to launch a devastating attack, thus making it a highly fearsome weapon. Putting aside Zhang Xian, even the Saint Nindan beast might not necessarily be a match against the formation of the sages. Voila! Before Chun Liao could finish her words, the net in the sky had already finished forming, sealing the entire area. Roar! Sensing danger from the newly formed net, the Inferno Chilan roared ferociously and charged right for it, intending to ram it down before it stabilized. Voila! The net that extended across the entire sky formed a massive network of Jinqi. It gathered together under Xianxia's manipulation, instantaneously forming a pulse of energy that raced right for the charging Inferno Chilan. Boom! As if a forlorn boat drifting in the stormy oceans, the Inferno Chilan swiftly found itself overwhelmed by the tremendous might in the pulse. The pulse shoved it right into the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust above it. Roar! The Inferno Chilan bellowed angrily as it struggled desperately against the raging pulse battering on it, but it was unable to break free of it at all. While most of the elders hadn't reached Saint Nindan, their combined prowess, which was further augmented by the unique energy seeping out of the Sanctum of Sages, still formed a force which even the Saint Nindan Pinnacle Inferno Chilan was unable to match. It was only after a massive pit had been blasted in the ground did the pulse finally slow to a halt. The Inferno Chilan spurted a mouthful of golden blood as it attempted to return to its feet, only to find itself too wounded to stand. Humph! Seeing that they had finally managed to down the Inferno Chilan, Xianxia swiftly turned his gaze coldly toward another direction as he prepared the formation for another attack. Voila! Another white pulse of energy burst forth, headed in the direction where Zhang Xian was standing. In terms of might, it was far stronger than the one which had struck the Inferno Chilan earlier. If it were to really strike Zhang Xian, he would die without any doubt. "Master!" The alarmed Netherworld Azure Dragon beast immediately dashed back, but it was still a step too late. Before it could reach its master, the white pulse of energy had already swallowed the young man whole. Zhang Xian. Not too far away, Chun Liao watched the sight in utter shock. A sudden feeling of weakness consumed her legs as she fell onto the ground, paralyzed. From where she stood, she could clearly feel the energy pulsating from the attack. It was a force which even her teacher, a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle expert, wouldn't be able to withstand. Would the young man really die like that? He actually didn't dodge? Up in the sky, Xianxia couldn't help but freeze in astonishment as well. While the attacks launched by the formation of the sages were incredibly powerful, they needed considerable time to charge up. He had expected Zhang Xian to flee before the attack fell, and he was banking on the shockwaves of the pulse to incapacitate that fellow instead. But who could have thought that that fellow would remain rooted to the spot, allowing the pulse to strike directly on him? Humph! He deserves it, given the heinous deeds he has committed, destroying the Guardian formation and tearing down the Sanctum Head Hall. Not even Xianxia would be able to speak on his behalf. Elder Gu harumphed as he discreetly shot a glance toward Xianxia. He knew that the latter was still harboring some reservations toward this matter. After all, Xianxia was Yangxian's direct disciple, and it was hard to tell what that legendary man would do once he heard of this matter. However, they couldn't be blamed for this matter either. There are many students here who could testify that the actions that they had made were out of self-defense. To actually dare to run rampant just because he had tamed a strong beast, that fellow deserved to meet with such an outcome. I'm not worried about that. It's just that it's saddening to see someone as talented as him passing away just like that. Xianxia shook his head. As high as Xianxia's standing was on the master-teacher continent, he was still a person who respected the rules. Considering the actions that Xianxia had done, there was no way Xianxia could still side with his direct disciple. But that young man was truly extraordinarily talented. It was a huge loss for mankind to lose such a talent. Given that fellow's character, his talents would only eventually become a huge scourge to humanity. Elder Gu harumphed. What was the use of being talented? If he were to devote his capabilities to doing evil, his talent would only turn out to be a bane for mankind. In the history of the master-teacher continent, there was no lack of talented geniuses who ended up straying from the right path due to their difficult temperament. I guess you're right. Xianxia shook his head, deciding not to think too much into it anymore. Clear up the place. We have to report this matter to the master-teacher pavilion headquarters as soon as possible. Yes, Elder Gu replied. He lowered his head to look at the rubble below when he suddenly caught sight of something that made his eyes narrow in shock. He nearly lost control of himself and plummeted to the ground. What's wrong? Xianxia frowned. Xianxia, look! Not knowing how he should explain the matter, Elder Gu anxiously exclaimed as he pointed to the ground. In a huge pit in the ground where the energy pulse had struck previously, Xianxia stood completely unharmed. There were dozens of formation flags planted in front of him, and light was shimmering off their surface. The space around the pit was rippling a little, emanating warm energy. That's teleportation formation? He managed to construct it. There was no mistaking it. The formation constructed by those formation flags was definitely a teleportation formation. Not only so, the space around the formation was considerably stable, which meant that there wasn't the slightest mistake in the construction. It was one thing for a mere phantasmal space realm cultivator to emerge completely unharmed under the attack of the formation of the sages, but to successfully construct a teleportation formation in the meantime as well. Was this for real? Inferno Qilin, Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, and Chun Liao, come over. We're leaving. The young man in the pit chuckled softly before turning his gaze to the sky. Xianxia and fellow elders of the Sanctum of Sages, I really have to thank you all for your energy. Otherwise, God knows how long it would take for me to finish this formation. All right, I still have things to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Let's meet again in the future. After saying those words, Xianxia waved his hand and kept his two saint beasts into the myriad ant-hive nest. At the same time, he quickly grabbed Qin Liao and wrapped her in his Jinqi before activating the teleportation formation. A brilliant light shrouded the both of them, and they immediately vanished from the spot. Don't let him get away. Dumbfounded by the sight before him, it took some time before Xianxia could think once more. He shouted angrily as he dashed right for the teleportation formation, intending to head into it as well so as to chase Xianxia. However, just as he was getting close, he suddenly noticed a surge of energy swiftly swelling up in the formation, reminiscent of a full dam that was on the verge of collapsing. Following which, boom! In the next moment, the formation abruptly collapsed. Dozens of formation flags were rooted off the ground and swept into the surroundings, causing the teleportation formation to vanish altogether. Everything happened so swiftly that it was almost as if the formation hadn't appeared in the first place at all. The teleportation formation he created has a self-destruction sequence too? Xianxia felt as if his sanity was on the verge of crumbling. Naturally, he was a skilled formation master himself, or else he wouldn't have grade 9 formation flags in his possession. For the young man to be able to create a teleportation formation under their attack and even embed a self-destruction sequence with it, wasn't he able to do a little too much within too short a period of time? With the destruction of the teleportation formation, there was no way they would be able to figure out where he had been teleported to and chase after him anymore. They had lost their only lead to the young man. Glancing at the rubble all around him, Xianxia's eyes turned wintry. That fellow's escape will eventually culminate into a catastrophe for mankind. Elders and students of the Sanctum of Sages, hear my command. From this day onward, if anyone were to catch sight of Xianxia, report upward without any delay. If there's a chance to strike, kill him without any hesitation. Hula! Amid intense wobbling, Xianxia crashed down onto the floor and spurted a mouthful of blood. Just like the previous time around, he felt his entire body aching as if it had been ripped apart many times over. Multiple lacerations could be seen all over his body. In truth, with his current strength, it should have been impossible for him to construct a teleportation formation. However, knowing that the matter with Xiaoya could not be delayed, he could only take a gamble and face Xianxia and the other elders attack face-on, hoping to successfully redirect the force into the formation to activate it. Fortunately, things did work out as planned. The combined might of the elders of the Sanctum of Sages formed a surge of energy that even the Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle Inferno Qilin was unable to withstand. With such immense power being infused into the formation immediately received sufficient energy to be activated. It was with this that Xianxia managed to flee from that dire situation. But while the activation of the teleportation formation was a success, he also sustained unprecedentedly severe injuries in the midst of carrying out his plan. Putting aside the severe vertigo caused by the long-distance teleportation, just the redirection of the Elder's attack was more than sufficient to make his innards churn around, inflicting grievous internal injuries on him. Furthermore, while he did redirect the attack away from him, lingering shockwaves from it still managed to slip into his body, gnawing at him from within. Even with the Heaven's Path Xianxia, it would be hard for him to recover quickly. Pong! Xianxia tried to struggle to his feet when he heard another dull thud beside him. Turning his head over, he saw that Chun Liao had fallen beside him. Her injuries were astonishingly more severe than his. Her body was covered with cuts, and her breathing was very weak. It seemed as if she might stop breathing at any moment. No matter what, she was only at the leaving aperture realm. While the teleportation formation that Xianxia had created was far more stable than that of other teleportation formation, it still was not something that she was able to endure. In view of this, Xianxia had tried his best to cover her with a thick layer of his Jinqi so as to protect her during the teleportation, but it seemed like he had still underestimated the strain of the teleportation. He quickly looked at Chun Liao's condition, and after confirming that her injuries were treatable and would not leave behind any permanent issues, he heaved a sigh of relief. What a relief! He slowly stood up, but as soon as he began moving, his injuries relapsed, causing him to spurt 2 mouthfuls of blood. This was probably the worst injury that he had sustained ever since he started cultivating. He struggled his way up to Chen Liao, and with a few flicks of his fingers, he sent several surges of Jinqi into her meridians, mending her wounds. Watching as her complexion gradually improved and her wounds closed up, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before quickly treating himself. He spent 10 minutes driving his Jinqi 3 circulations around his body before the excruciating strain that he felt in his body finally alleviated considerably. While he had not fully recovered yet, he could already move around without much problem. I should stop taking such risks in the future, or else I really might lose my life like that one day, Xianxia thought. Just thinking of what he had gone through was enough to leave his heart beating in trepidation. Everything turned out well in the end, but had he made the slightest mistake, he could have lost it all then. It was reassuring to see that Lady Luck was still shining down on him. He turned his gaze to look at Chun Liao once more and saw that the latter was still unconscious. Nevertheless, her breathing had steadied considerably, and those glaring wounds from before had already vanished. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a pack of silver needles, and after infusing his Jinqi into them, he inserted them all over her body. Having read all of the 8-star physician manuals in the Sanctum of Sages, even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he possessed abilities on par with a 9-star physician. Chun Liao had only fainted due to the trauma from the jolt in the spatial disturbance. With her injuries out of the way, it was not too difficult to rouse her consciousness. As expected, the moment that the silver needles were inserted, Chun Liao's eyebrows fluttered for a moment before she slowly opened her eyes. She was dazed for a moment before she slowly sat up and gazed at her surroundings with a wondrous look on her face, muttering, "I'm still alive." The severe pressure that had pressed down on her during the teleportation had left her feeling as if death was swiftly encroaching on her, and she had never thought that she would survive the ordeal. Hearing Chun Liao's response, Xianxia chuckled softly. "I'm around. How could I possibly allow you to depart to the other world under my watch?" Then, his tone turned slightly more serious before continuing. "All right. I need you to help me see where we currently are and how far we are from the Glacier Plain Court." Chun Liao nodded as she got to her feet. With a leap, she headed into the sky and scanned her surroundings. A look of disbelief crept onto her face as she exclaimed, "This is the suburbs of the city of Glacier? We managed to get here so quickly." The first experience at teleportation would often leave one with a feeling of spatial and temporal disorientation. Even Xianxia was no exception to this rule, let alone her. City of Glacier? Hearing that this foreign term, Xianxia frowned. How far is that from the Glacier Plain Court headquarters? He had strictly followed the directions given by Chun Liao during the construction of the teleportation formation. Could something have gone wrong? Noticing the frown between Xianxia's brows, Chun Liao quickly clarified, "The Glacier Plain Court headquarters is right within the city of Glacier. There's a sect formation that prevents any outsiders from teleporting right into the city, so the coordinates that I gave you were the suburbs instead. I really didn't think that you would be able to teleport here so accurately. As one of the top powers on the Master-Teacher continent, there was no way it would allow unidentified personnel to teleport straight into their sect. If they had really attempted that, they might have lost their lives before they could even get to the young court chief. However, teleportation formations were known to be highly unstable. Often, the destination tended to diverge from the location set by quite a bit, especially for long-distance teleportation formations. Yet, in the first try, the young man was actually able to calibrate the teleportation formation to the exact spot that she had given. That was something that even 9-star pinnacle formation masters would find it hard to achieve. In fact, 9-star formation masters would usually leave a portal artifact at the destination of their teleportation formation in advance so that they would be able to lock onto the destination with greater certainty. To be able to achieve such precision with nothing but coordinates and mental calculation, that young man's capability was truly inconceivable. Did he really know nothing about teleportation formations before this and spent just a couple of minutes learning it? Hearing that they were in the vicinity of the Glacier Plain Court headquarters, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. "All right, since we're here, let's quickly enter the city. We need to find a way to figure out what's happened to Xiaoya." Just by how the young man was willing to turn against the entire sanctum of sages to save his student. His determination to rescue his student was clear to see. Without wasting any time, Chun Liao immediately flew over to a city wall not too far away. Due to the city of Glacier being occupied by the powerful Glacier Plain Court, despite its eternal frost, it was still one of the largest cities in the Master-Teacher continent. There were towering walls surrounding the massive city, and perhaps because the night setting in, the city gates were tightly shut, turning away all visitors. However, with her token as one of the inner disciples of the Glacier Plain Court, Chun Liao was still able to gain entry with ease. Snowflakes drifted quietly into the city, adding on to the knee-high piles of snow shoved to the sides of the street. Despite the piercing cold, the streets were still vibrant and lively. Huge crowds milled about the area, and from time to time, there would be a carriage passing by. Chun Liao glanced at Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, shall we head straight into the Glacier Plain Court?" Xianxia shook his head in response. "Why not?" Chun Liao asked in incomprehension. Was the reason they had gone through so much trouble rushing there not to get to the young court chief as quickly as possible? Why was the other party suddenly backing out after reaching their destination? The important matter at hand is not to enter the Glacier Plain Court, but to find out what has happened so as to make preparations in advance. Otherwise, if we slip in carelessly and something goes wrong, not only will we be unable to save her, we might even lose our lives, Xianxia said with a deep frown on his forehead. What could go wrong in the Glacier Plain Court? Or could it be? Xianxia, do you mean to say that? Chun Liao was stunned for a moment as realization fell on her like a bucket of ice-cold water. Something bad has happened within the Glacier Plain Court? She had asked close sisters of hers within the Glacier Plain Court about the young court chief, but the replies that she had received all said that nothing had happened. But thinking about it, that did not make sense at all. How could something possibly happen to the young court chief, a person whose standing was only beneath that of the first elder, without anyone noticing? There were only two possibilities to explain this peculiar situation. 1. The young court chief was lying. 2. The crisis happened from within the sect, and someone was intentionally suppressing the news. Thinking about it now, the young court chief should have informed the elders and the experts within the Glacier Plain Court directly in order to deal with the crisis, instead struggling to send a message to trouble her relatively much weaker teacher. After all, that would have been the most rational thing to do. Clearly, it appeared that there was no one she could trust within the Glacier Plain Court. This realization made goosebumps rise all over Chun Liao's body as she shook her head in disbelief. She had only known that the young court chief was facing some kind of danger, but she had not really thought that deeply into the matter before. This also explained why Xianxia was against having her recklessly contact the Glacier Plain Court. I understand that you are a member of the Glacier Plain Court. If this matter puts you in a spot, I can deal with it myself. However, I still have to ask of you not to reveal my whereabouts to anyone. Xianxia turned to Chun Liao and clasped his fist. If something had really happened within the Glacier Plain Court, it would indeed be too much to ask of her to choose between him and the Glacier Plain Court. Instead of putting her in a spot, it might be better for her to stay out of this matter altogether. That way, she could at least feign ignorance and steer clear of trouble. Chun Liao was stumped. Her previous realization had also led her to a certain deduction. If it was true that the Glacier Plain Court had turned hostile toward the young court chief, there was only one person who wielded the ability to pull it off, the First Elder. For as long as she could remember, the First Elder had been responsible for managing everything in the Glacier Plain Court. Be it internal or external affairs, everything was decided upon her words. For this reason, even though she was not the court chief, her position was as good as that. If her previous guesses were correct and someone inside had indeed tried to make a move on the young court chief, the culprit was most likely the First Elder herself. No one had the ability to conceal anything happening within the Glacier Plain Court from the First Elder, and if the matter truly had nothing to do with the First Elder, she definitely would have stepped in and saved the young court chief by now. But if the First Elder was truly the culprit, as a disciple of the Glacier Plain Court, could she really disobey her commands? Don't worry, I understand. Farewell. Not wanting to put Chun Liao in a spot, Xianxia turned around and walked away. However, barely after he took a couple of steps, Chun Liao suddenly rushed over from behind and stopped him. With a resolute look on her face, she said, "Wait a moment. The young court chief is an amiable person, and I am also indebted to Xianxia. I wish to lend you my aid in rescuing the young court chief, even if this means going against the First Elder." Xianxia looked at Chun Liao deeply and asked, "Have you thought it through it? This matter could have severe implications. You do understand that there's no turning back from this, right?" Chun Liao sighed before nodding grimly. I understand. She had grown up in the Glacier Plain Court, and naturally, she was greatly attached to it. However, the young man before her was the person who had modified the Glacier Plain Court's cultivation technique and saved many of her sisters from meeting a premature death, and the young court chief seemed to be a kind person as well. More than that, she was also deeply in awe at how the young man was willing to stand against the sanctum of sages for the sake of his student. She earnestly hoped to lend him her strength. Very well. Allow me to thank you on Zhao Yu's behalf then. Seeing that the other party had made up her mind, Xianxia nodded. Is there anyone in the Glacier Plain court whom you are closer with that has a high standing? I think we should start tackling the matter from there. Perhaps we might be able to find some clues. First and foremost, he would have to uncover what had happened to Xiaoya before he could start designing some countermeasures. But to hear about matters in the Glacier Plain court, it went without saying that they would need someone on the inside. Chun Liao pondered for a long while before saying, "Those who are closer to me are of the younger generation, so I doubt that they will know much about the plight of the young court chief. However, there's a certain elder whom I happen to be closer with. She has always been very caring to me, so I think I could try asking her." "Elder? What's her cultivation realm?" Xianxia asked. "Saint 8 Dan Advanced Stage. She isn't too strong among the elders, but she's in charge of managing the basic necessities in the Glacier Plain court. If something has happened to the young court chief, I think she would know," Chun Liao said. "I see. Very well. Bring me to meet her." Zhang Xian nodded. Even though the elder whom Chun Liao spoke of did not have too high a position, being in charge of the basic necessities, she should have a good grasp over the happenings in there. If something had happened to Xiaoya, she definitely would have heard of it. Considering how night has set in, I think she should be resting in her accommodation at the moment. However, her accommodation is located in the depths of the Glacier Plain court, so it might not be easy to slip in at the moment, Chun Liao said with a deep frown. Judging from the time, the Glacier Plain court would have already closed its gates. As such, it would not be easy for them to get in. "Can you invite her out for a meeting?" Zhang Xian asked. Chun Liao shook her head and replied, "It won't be easy. The rules of the Glacier Plain court are enforced quite strictly. Even though she's an elder, she still won't leave the Glacier Plain court easily. However, she will head out at dawn to procure fruits, vegetables, and the sort, so we should be able to get to her then." "Dawn?" Zhang Xian frowned. "There's still 6 more hours before dawn. Too many things can happen within 6 hours. I can't wait that long. Is there any other way to get to her?" Time was of the utmost importance. Until they finally uncovered what had happened to Xiaoya, they could not waste a single second. Chun Liao fell silent. She had always been one of the more obedient ones in the Glacier Plain court, so she had no experience of sneaking out at night before. As a result, she found herself completely stumped by Zhang Xian's question. "The elder you spoke of should have a certain supplier whom she works with in order to procure rations for the Glacier Plain court, right? As one of the top powers on the master-teacher continent, the Glacier Plain court only takes in high-quality rations that are cultivated by professionals and contain minimal impurities," Chun Liao said. "To be honest, I'm not too sure whom the supplier is, but from what I know, the only supplier in the city of Glacier that has the ability to meet the Glacier Plain court's needs is the Han clan. They are also the largest clan here. The larger a power was, the more stringent their demand on rations would be. In order to cultivate their younger generation, it was important to pay careful attention to their diet, so they would not simply purchase any food from roadside vendors. Besides, this was also a security issue. Otherwise, if someone laced their vegetables with poison, would the entire organization not be done in? As such, it was certain that they would have a specific supplier. "The Han clan? Do you know where they live?" Zhang Xian asked. Understanding Zhang Xian's intention, Chun Liao nodded. "Yes, I know where they are. It might be difficult for her to invite the elder out, but if the supplier was the one to do the inviting instead, it should be much easier." "Lead the way." Zhang Xian nodded. The two of them swiftly strode through several streets, and roughly 10 minutes later, a resplendent manor appeared before their eyes. "Zhang Shi, this is the Han clan," Chun Liao introduced. "Zhang Xian nodded as he examined the massive manor before him. To be qualified to supply rations to one of the top powers of the master-teacher continent, the Han clan was certainly quite a powerful clan. "Send in a name scroll." Zhang Xian waved his hand. It was clearly not viable to barge into the clan. Besides, if he caused a huge commotion, it could cause more trouble than it would be worth. For the time being, it would be best to get the person in charge to meet him willingly. "Name scroll? Do I put down my name?" Chun Liao was taken aback. While she was indeed one of the more talented disciples in the Glacier Plain court, the other party was a figure who was able to talk on equal terms with an elder of the Glacier Plain court. Considering the ungodly hour that they had come knocking, it was not too likely that they would be able to meet the master of the manor. "Use my name instead," Xianxia said. "Yours?" Chun Liao widened her eyes in astonishment. While Xianxia was the young court chief's teacher, this was something that was only known by very few members of the Glacier Plain court, so he did not have much fame. And more importantly, he had just gotten into a conflict with the Sanctum of Sages, so was it not too dangerous to use that name? "Pardon me for saying this, Xianxia, but I don't think your name will work either." However, before she could finish her words, Xianxia suddenly turned around, and a foreign face came into her sight. The other party had morphed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man with yellowish skin tone. With a perfectly nonchalant expression, he said, "From now on, my name is Xianxia. Xianxia." It took a moment before Chun Liao processed what Xianxia was saying, and she was nearly scared out of her wits. "Why you are going to use Xiaxia's name?" Xianxia. There was no way she could not have heard of this name before. The #1 Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters that carried the reputation of being the #1 expert of the Master Teacher continent. He was a figure that most could only look up to. But Xianxia was going to use his name? Even if he's your teacher, you can't just borrow his name like that, right? "This is the only way we can get the head of the Han clan to meet us," Xianxia said. "Given that Zhao Ye is his grand student, he should be fine with it, I guess." Chun Liao was still a little uncertain about this matter. The young man before her was simply too daring. It was one thing to make a move on the elders of the Sanctum of Sages, but to act as his own teacher as well. It would still be fine if he did not get exposed, but if others found out about it, this was a matter that would bring even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters into the picture. All of a sudden, Chun Liao found herself regretting having agreed to help him. At this rate, there was no telling what kind of mess this brazen man would stir up. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Seeing Chun Liao's expression, Xianxia could tell what she was worried about, so he waved his hands reassuringly. He was already accustomed to impersonating Xianxia, and he was confident that he would be able to deal with whatever the other party threw his way. Given the current circumstances, his name would not be of much use. However, if he brought the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters Xianxia into the picture, he would be able to swiftly get people to do his bidding, and that should allow him to quickly uncover Zhao Ye's whereabouts. In any case, the real Xianxia should still be in seclusion in the Zhang clan. Considering how the other party still had not emerged when he left, it was unlikely that the other party would be out anytime soon. Given so, there was nothing for him to worry about. Very well then. Knowing that she was already on board this darn ship and was unable to back down anymore, Chun Liao resignedly took out a scroll and began writing on it. There's no need to write Master Teacher Pavilion. Just the 2 words, "Xianxia will do," Xianxia instructed. Very well. Chun Liao was not sure why Xianxia would make such a request, but she felt that the other party would have his own motive for making such a request. So she took out a new scroll and began writing on it once more. After she was done, she walked up to the door and knocked on it. "Jia." A guard opened the door and shot Chun Liao a questioning gaze. "Our old master wishes to pay a visit to your master. I ask of you to pass this name scroll to him," Chun Liao said as she passed the scroll over. "Look at the time. Our old master is already resting in his room, so if you have any business, please return tomorrow." The guard shook his head, refusing to take the name scroll. At the guard's rejection, Chun Liao flicked her wrist and flashed a token to the guard. "I advise you take the name scroll and have your master take a look at it. Should there be any delay in this matter, a mere guard like you won't be able to take responsibility. You are an inner disciple of the Glacier Plain court?" The guard might not know who Xianxia was, but he could at least recognize the token. Alarmed, he hurriedly accepted the name scroll and said, "Please wait here in our main hall for a moment. I'll relay your name scroll to the master." A person whom even an inner disciple of the Glacier Plain court had to address as Old Master must at least be the equivalent of an elder at the very least. A guard like him could not afford to offend such a figure. Chun Liao put away her token before walking back to Xianxia and taking her position behind him. Under the lead of the guard, the two of them slowly made their way into the courtyard and took a seat in the main hall. After preparing some tea for the two guests, the guard quickly rushed over to the clan head's room. Despite the late hour, the clan head had yet to turn in for the night, still busy discussing something with the clan elders. The guard quickly walked into the room and clasped his fist. "Master, someone requests your presence. At this hour? Who is it?" The head of the Han clan, Han Shuelu, asked with a frown. "This is his name scroll." Not daring to say too much, the guard quickly passed the name scroll over. Han Shuelu took the name scroll and opened it slowly. There were only 2 words written on it: Xianxia. Xianxia. Han Shuelu was bewildered to see such an uninformative name scroll. What kind of background does that person have? The purpose of a name scroll was to express one's identity to the other party. So he had never seen such a name scroll consisting of just a single name before. The guard pondered for a moment. He's a middle-aged man dressed in a master-teacher robe. He doesn't have an emblem on, so I'm not too sure what his master-teacher rank is. A master-teacher without an emblem? Han Shuelu was even more perplexed. Master-teachers would usually pin their emblem on their chest to allow others to recognize them. To hand over a name scroll consisting of just a name and not pin his emblem on his chest, and more importantly, to come knocking at such an ungodly hour. Just who could that fellow be? He's probably some arrogant brat who came to try his luck. Unable to make sense of the situation, Han Shuelu placed the name scroll on the table and instructed, "Tell him to come again tomorrow morning and send him away." "But master, that Xianxia subordinate is an inner member of the Glacier Plain Court," the guard quickly said. "His subordinate is an inner member of the Glacier Plain Court?" Han Shuelio's expression froze in place. A master teacher, Xianxia. Could it be? Could it be? As he muttered beneath his breath, his face gradually warped into one of utter shock. "Him? Clan head, who are you talking about?" one of the elders asked. The other elders who had been conferencing with Han Shuelu earlier also shot doubtful gazes over. Han Shuelu turned to the elders and said, "If I recall correctly, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters has a legendary Grand Elder whom few have ever met, and his name happens to be Xianxia. Could that person be him? Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? That's a figure who lives in the clouds. There's no way he would pay a visit to mere mortals like us." The elder shook his head. While their Han clan was of considerable standing in the city of Glacier and wielded considerable influence in the Glacier Plain Court, still, in comparison to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, it was not even worth mentioning. There was no way a Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would pay them a visit, let alone hand over a name scroll. The very notion of this was simply too ridiculous to be true. I also don't think that it's likely, but that person is a master teacher and is named Xianxia. I can't think of another person who fits. Han Shuelu shook his head. "I think you should all come out to greet him with me. It's one thing if he isn't that man, but if he really is and we fail to welcome him properly, our Han clan would be in jeopardy." It was relatively common to see 2 people with the same name on the Master Teacher continent, but Xianxia was a rather rare name, and he did not know of another Master Teacher who went by that name. While he felt that the matter was very unlikely, he did not want to take chances. As a small clan, it was best for them to tread carefully. The other elders nodded as they swiftly followed Han Shuelu out of the room. Soon, they arrived in the main hall and saw a middle-aged man with slightly yellowish skin sitting by the side, nonchalantly sipping on his tea. As soon as he entered the room, Han Lushui immediately clasped his fist and asked, "May I know if you are Xianxia?" His cultivation had already reached St. Eight-Dan Pinnacle, but to his astonishment, he was unable to gauge the depths of the other party's cultivation. His aura felt ordinary, but hidden amid the ordinary was a certain vibe that sent shudders running through his heart. It was hard to describe that feeling, but it was like facing a dormant volcano. One might not even pay it a second glance usually, but once it began erupting, it would definitely end with a catastrophe. Even with the combined might of the entire Han clan, Han Shuilu was not sure if he would be able to stand against him. I happened to pass by this area, and there were some things that I would like to inquire about. Pardon me for imposing on you at this hour, Xianxia said as he slowly rose to his feet. It was the same gesture that Han Lushui had done, clasping a fist, but there was a natural air of loftiness in his actions. It was not an intentional action, but it seemed to emanate the air of a lonesome expert. Expert. He must definitely be an expert. Han Lushui narrowed his eyes in shock. While the other party had not revealed his exact strength so far, much could be said just by the natural majesty that he commanded. It was clear that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and braved through countless storms. Even if the other party was not the legendary Xianxia, it was likely that he was of considerable standing, someone a small clan like them could not offend. Understanding this, Han Shuilu immediately humbled himself and said, Xianxia, there's no need to stand on ceremony. It's the honor of our Han clan to have you here. May I know what you need to ask of us? As long as it's within the means of our Han clan, we will definitely try our utmost to accomplish it. It's nothing much. I happened to be passing by the area when a saint beast attempted to attack me, so I swiftly subdued it. But in light of the fact that it wasn't an intentional act on its part and that it expressed willingness to submit to me, I decided to treat its injuries. However, I never bring medicine on me during my travels, and I happen to hear that the Han clan has an inventory of medicinal herbs, so I came over hoping to request some, Xianxia said with a slight smile. Medicinal herbs? Han Shuilu nodded. May I know what saint beast it is, and what kind of medicinal herbs does it require? As each saint beast had its own constitution, the medicinal herbs they required to treat the same injury could be different. For one, fire attribute medicinal herbs would be more effective for the Inferno Chilan, whereas the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would do better with cold attribute medicinal herbs. Only by learning what kind of saint beast they were dealing with would they be able to retrieve the medicinal herb that it required. It's them? Xianxia said as he flicked his wrist, and two saint beasts immediately appeared right in the middle of the main hall. As soon as they appeared, a fearsome aura immediately filled the room, leaving one feeling as if the entire main hall would be flipped upside down. Saint Nine Dan Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle Inferno Chilan? He was actually able to injure those two saint beasts without sustaining any injuries? Seeing the two massive fellows appearing all of a sudden, the room suddenly plunged into silence. The elders of the Han clan began shivering involuntarily out of fear. It was just a moment ago that some of them had felt that the clan head was making a big fuss by coming over to greet the guest personally. But after seeing the two gigantic saint beasts, such thoughts were utterly vanquished from their minds. To be able to wound Saint Nine Dan Beast so easily, not to mention the utter nonchalance he had when speaking of the matter, as if it was nothing at all. Just how powerful was he? Just imagining it was enough to make their guts churn in horror. I'll require a ruby sun grass, amity fire flower, green-leafed violet stem, pristine vine. That should be all. After stating roughly a dozen medicinal herbs, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Their injuries are truly regrettable. I failed to control my strength well and accidentally exerted a tenth more, resulting in this unfortunate outcome. It seems like I really should pay careful attention to this in the future. Just by exerting a tenth more strength, he was able to cause this much damage to the two Saint Nine Dan beasts. Han Shuilu gulped unconsciously. He swiftly went through the herbs that the other party had stated, and a moment later, his complexion suddenly turned a little awful. With a slightly hesitant voice, he clasped his fist and said, Xianxia, regarding those medicinal herbs, rest assured, since I'm asking for them, I'll compensate you according to the market rate. Xianxia replied with a smile. That's not what I mean, Han Shuilu quickly clarified. Of the medicinal herbs that you have listed, I'm afraid that we can only procure 7 of them. It might be beyond our means to procure the other 8. You can only procure 7 of them? A frown slowly etched its way onto Xianxia's brows. It was a subtle gesture, but it fully displayed his displeasure. In an instant, the surrounding air turned viscous, stifling the breath of everyone in the room. A powerful aura that seemed as if it would tear even the world apart abruptly burst forth from the middle-aged man. Jai. Jai. Under this suffocating aura, Han Shuilu and other elders could not stop trembling. It was as if a mountain was sitting on their shoulders, pushing them down onto the ground. Pardon me, my thoughts wandered. Just as they were about to reach their limits, the frown on the middle-aged man suddenly cleared, turning back into a slight smile. And just like that, the tempest that they were in vanished altogether, as if the pressure they had felt earlier was just a figment of their imagination. It's fine. As the pressure vanished, Han Shuilu and the other elders swiftly noticed that their robes were firmly clinging onto their sweat-soaked backs, and they could hardly suppress their shock. I didn't mean to alarm you. I was just thinking of how inconvenient it would be for these two pitiful fellows to recover without the required medicinal herb that I lost control of myself for a moment. Zhang Xian shook his head apologetically. As the saying goes, worry provokes mayhem. After experiencing the fearsome might of the middle-aged man, how could Han Shuilu dare to say no anymore? Gritting his teeth, he said, Actually, Yang Shi, there might be a way to procure those herbs. Our Han clan might not have them, but the Glacier Plain Court might have them. If you really need them, Yang Shi, I'm willing to inquire on your behalf. Given our Han clan's relationship with the Glacier Plain Court, this shouldn't be too difficult. Is that so? Zhang Xian shot a glance at Han Shuilu. Yes, Yang Shi. Han Shuilu nodded. Our Han clan has always been responsible for procuring the rations of the Glacier Plain Court, so we have a close working relationship with Elder Bai. Given our ties, it shouldn't be too difficult to engage her help for this matter. I'll be counting on you, Clan Head Han. I don't mean to urge you, but I require the medicinal herbs as soon as possible. Is it possible for you to contact Elder Bai and have her send the medicinal herbs over right now? While the injuries sustained by these two saint beasts might not be too severe, it might leave behind some trauma if their treatment is delayed for too long, Zhang Xian said. Of course. That won't be a problem at all. Yang Shi, please give me a moment as I contact Elder Bai right now to have her deliver the medicinal herbs. Han Shuilu swiftly nodded. Also, I don't like to cause a huge fuss over nothing, so I understand. I'll make sure to keep your identity a secret, Han Shuilu replied before swiftly taking his leave. At the same time, the other elders swiftly got into action as well. They arranged for the other party to take a seat in the most resplendent room in the Han clan and readied their finest tea. How impressive! Watching as everything unfold before her eyes, Chun Liao was shocked beyond words. Her red lips remained agape for a very long time. What incredible slyness this was! Through showcasing the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, not only was he able to fully convince the Han clan of his standing, he was also able to make use of this to utilize the Han clan's connections to gather the medicinal herbs required for their recovery, and more importantly, he even managed to use it as an excuse that was not too abrupt to have them invite Elder Bai over. 3 birds with 1 stone. In comparison, her initial thought of Zhang Xian requesting the Han clan to help them contact Elder Bai was truly crude and possibly infeasible. After all, for an unfathomably powerful master teacher to name an elder of the Glacier Plain Court and request to meet her, such an action would surely draw suspicion. And once the news reached the ears of the Glacier Plain Court, it would surely alarm them. By using his tamed beasts as an excuse, he was able to conceal his true intention and achieve his goal without drawing any suspicion. This was truly cunning. Had she not seen Zhang Xian altering his appearance, she would have thought that Yang Shi had come in person. While sipping leisurely on the fine tea prepared, roughly 10 minutes later, Han Shuilu suddenly walked in with a middle-aged lady wearing a hat. Yang Shi, Elder Bai is here. Han Shuilu swiftly walked forward and clasped his fist. Zhang Xian nodded, but just as he was about to speak, the middle-aged lady suddenly frowned as she caught sight of the young lady standing beside him and asked, Liao, what are you doing here? Chun Liao had gone to the Sanctum of Sages. This was something that the entire Glacier Plain Court knew. Why would she suddenly appear here when barely 3 months had passed since then? Elder Bai, I have followed Xianxia here in order to deal with some matters. Chun Liao swiftly got up and greeted Elder Bai. This was the elder whom she was closest with in the Glacier Plain court. She didn't wish to lie to her. Xianxia. At this moment, Elder Bai finally turned her gaze toward Zhang Xian. The middle-aged man before her didn't seem to be too old, but his cultivation was like an abyss. She found that she was unable to gauge the depth of his strength. I have heard of many Xianxias. May I know who you are? Elder Bai frowned in hostility. Chun Liao was one of the disciples which the Glacier Plain court had devoted its resources to grooming, and yet, instead of cultivating diligently in the sanctum of sages, this fellow actually brought her back here. This had made her a little displeased. I am Yang Xian. Zhang Xian replied calmly. Yang Xian? Which Yang Xian? Elder Bai replied instinctively when a moment later, her eyebrows shot up as she uttered in astonishment. Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters Yang Xian? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian didn't respond to Elder Bai's question, choosing to chuckle softly instead. He stood up and said, Elder Bai, you have a glowing complexion, but it seems like you have an energy clot in your too high acupoint, resulting in a clash in the searing and cold energies in your body. If I'm not mistaken, the hair beneath your hat has already on the color of snow. Am I right? You? Elder Bai widened her eyes in shock. She had always appeared before others with a hat on her head in order to conceal her snowy hair, and even the disciple whom she favored the most, Chun Liao, was unaware of this matter. Yet, the middle-aged man before her was able to see through it with a simple glance. There's no need to get nervous. Execute a punching routine. Paying no heed to Elder Bai's shock, Zhang Xian took 2 steps forward as he spoke with a calming voice. Upon hearing those words, Elder Bai's expression suddenly turned dazed for a moment, and before she realized it, she had already executed a punch. Upon realization of what had just happened, her face turned livid in anger and embarrassment, but just as she was about to berate the other party had already begun speaking once more. You have practiced your Arctic arcane art since young, and as you have never come into contact with the opposite gender, guarding the purity of your yin through such, you were able to bring out the full prowess of the cultivation technique. However, have you noticed that you are unable to advance your cultivation by even the slightest bit anymore? No matter how many pills you consume or how many master teachers you consult, you just aren't able to make the breakthrough to macrocosm ascendancy realm. How did you know? Horrified by having her secrets exposed by a stranger, Elder Bai couldn't help but take a step back. It had been a long while since she had reached St. Eight-Dan Pinnacle, but for some reason, she was simply unable to make a breakthrough to the next realm. She had tried many methods, but all of them turned out to be futile in the end. By now, she had already completely given up hope. Just that, she had only mentioned this matter to the elders whom she was closest with in the Glacier Plain court, and yet, for a stranger to know of all this as well, did he really analyze all of this from her punch? Surely there would be no one in the world with such penetrating eyes. Macrocosm in macrocosm ascendancy realm refers to the spatial world we perceive that is formed by the 3 dimensions. In order to grasp the concept of the macrocosm, one must possess a deep understanding of the spatial laws. While the Arctic arcane art is indeed a fairly powerful cultivation technique, it would require one to use frost as a catalyst to induce an impetus for a breakthrough to the macrocosm ascendancy realm, but such a method of breakthrough happens to be incompatible with your disposition. As a result, it caused an uneven distribution of the hot and cold energies in your body, and the strain your body is under has resulted in the premature whitening of your hair. At this point, Zhang Xian raised his eyelids and asked, Do you experience feelings of irritation when you cultivate at night, resulting in your inability to calm down? Does your body experience inner heat seizures from time to time? Yes, that's true. Elder Bai was intending to refute his words, but after a slight moment of hesitation, she eventually nodded in admittance. With a doubtful look, she asked, Xianxia, may I know what you mean by disposition? I have practiced the Arctic arcane art for more than a century now, but nothing has happened in the past. Why would the issue of incompatibility suddenly crop up at this moment? Since the other party was able to see through the root of her problem, She felt that this could be a good opportunity to resolve this long-term ailment that had put her through great suffering. Thus, she decided not to conceal it anymore. Just that, what the other party had said left her feeling slightly perplexed. She had cultivated the Arctic arcane art for many years now, and never had she faced any problem with it. Why would there be an incompatibility all of a sudden? And also, what did the other party mean by the word disposition? By disposition, I'm referring to the force field that you generate around you. It's something that's affected by the cultivation technique you practice, your personal habits, and even your surroundings, Xianxia explained. Your constitution harnesses the yin attribute, so it's indeed suited to cultivate the Arctic arcane art. Then, Elder Bai frowned in confusion. Even Chun Liao had no idea what Xianxia was driving at too. It was just a moment ago that he said that her disposition wasn't compatible with the cultivation technique, so why would he say that her constitution was compatible now? Calm down and allow me to explain. There's indeed no problem with your constitution. The problem lays in the change in your disposition, Xianxia said. Change in my disposition? Indeed. If I'm not mistaken, after your cultivation reached Saint 8 Dan, did you start cultivating a earth vein lotus in your own residence? Xianxia asked. Yes, that's right. Elder Bai nodded. The seeds of the earth vein lotus does have the effect of eternalizing one's youthful appearance, so it's a popular plant to cultivate amongst the ladies. I can understand why you would want to cultivate one as well, but do you know that the earth vein lotus doesn't just survive by taking in the energy from the earth veins? More than that, it requires the nourishment of earth flames in order to mature. While it only takes in a small flicker, that's already more than sufficient to change the environment you live in, causing the surrounding force field to take on a fire attribute. A day or two wouldn't cause too much harm, but with your Arctic arcane art and cold attribute constitution, a huge problem would arise when you are exposed to such an environment in the long run. The fire attribute will slowly accumulate within your body. If you are married, you might still be able to expel it out, but the act of guarding the purity of your yin has also caused the fire poison to be trapped in your body as well. As a result, when you cultivate the Arctic arcane art, your cold energy would collide with the fire poison accumulated in your body, resulting in your hair taking on a snowy color. At the same time, the clots resulted from the clash causes your Xianxia to be trapped as well. As a result, no matter how you cultivate, you aren't able to achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. This, Elder Bai's eyes widened in shock as she staggered weakly backward. She couldn't say for sure whether the other party was right or not, but it was indeed true that there was an earth vein lotus planted in her courtyard, and there were also several clots in her meridians that impeded her flow of Xianxia. Thinking back, her condition also seemed to have started after she began cultivating the lotus. Could the other party be right? What should I do then? Xianxia, please enlighten me. At this point, Elder Bai already harbored no doubts about the capabilities of the middle-aged man before her. Previously, she still thought that it was impossible for that legendary man to come to a place like this, but the very feat that the middle-aged man standing before her had achieved, discerning the root of her ailment with absolute ease, showed that his eye of discernment far surpassed that of common 9-star master teachers. She couldn't fathom anyone else other than that legendary man who would possess such incredible capabilities. Simple. Destroy the earth vein lotus you have planted in your courtyard, and soak yourself in the glacier lake for a whole month. Not only will your afflictions be resolved, you'll also have no trouble reaching macrocosm ascendancy realm afterward. At this point, Xianxia chuckled softly before continuing on. Alternatively, if you aren't able to endure a month in the glacier lake, you can also find a man to reconcile your yin and yang. You should be able to resolve the problem within 3 days. This, Elder Bai's face reddened upon hearing those words, and she hurriedly shook her head. I'll endure a month in the glacier lake. Having lived a life of purity up to this day, she wouldn't break something she had insisted on just because of her affliction, especially when there was an alternative solution. There was a brief moment of silence before Elder Bai spoke up once more. Xianxia, given your standing and strength, even if your saint beasts are injured, you should be more than capable of treating them without medicinal herbs, right? Besides, even if you require medicinal herbs, you also don't need me to deliver it personally either, right? May I know the reason why you have invited me over in such a roundabout manner? While everything seemed to fit rationally, as an elder of one of the powerful Glacier Plain court, Elder Bai was highly experienced and worldly. On top of that, the fact that Chun Liao was together with him was a huge anomaly too. Putting all of the clues together, she was able to keenly notice that something was amiss. She was not considered to be too powerful among the elders of the Glacier Plain court, and under normal circumstances, even till the day of her death, it was highly unlikely for her to come into contact with someone of Xianxia's level. However, with the fact that Chun Liao was with him and the message that clan head Han Shuilu had sent over, everything seemed to be pointing toward that direction. Elder Bai is indeed a candid person. Knowing that it was impossible to conceal it anymore, Zhang Xian chose to admit to the matter frankly. With a smile, he shot a glance at Han Shuilu and the other elders of the Han clan and said, "Clan head Han, you have my gratitude for relaying the message. Xianxia, there's no need to stand on ceremony. It's the Han clan's honor to be able to work on your behalf." Han Shuilu quickly clasped his fist respectfully. The middle-aged man standing before him was a grand elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Given that even Elder Bai had acknowledged it, his identity could not possibly be fake. If it were to be known that the Han clan had some ties with Yang Xian, even if it was just a brief contact, its standing could be elevated to a whole new level. For one, its enemies would hesitate to challenge them for fear of retribution from Yang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded before he retracted his smile, looked away, and fell silent. Seeing the look on his face, Han Lushui swiftly understood what was going on and quickly clasped his fist. "There are still a couple of matters that we have to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave now." After saying those words, he left together with the elders. Clearly, the words of thanks that Xianxia had said earlier were an indirect way of dismissing them. If they did not leave soon, they could very well incur his rage. Soon, only Elder Bai and Chun Liao were left in the room. Turning away, Zhang Xian walked over to the main seat and sat down before turning his gaze back to Elder Bai. "Since Elder Bai has already guessed it, I shan't beat around the bush anymore. Zhao Ye is my grand student." There was still no discernible change in his expression, but for some reason, the air around him suddenly grew pressurizing. The young court chief, is Xiangshi's grand student? Elder Bai was alarmed. Clearly, this was the first time that she had heard of this matter. "Indeed, how has she been doing?" "I wish to hear nothing but the truth," Zhang Xian said. "This?" Elder Bai's face paled. She was at a loss as to how she should respond to Zhang Xian's question. "I received a message saying that she's in danger. Since she's the young court chief of the Glacier Plain court, I believe you should know the truth very well." As Zhang Xian spoke, one could hear his voice growing more and more wintry. He tapped his finger on the table periodically, but as time went by, this seemingly simple gesture seemed to carry a tinge of impatience and even fury to it. "You know my identity. Every move I make represents the will of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. I don't want to cause too much trouble, which is why I chose to come to the Han clan to invite you over. Otherwise, if I were to go straight to your first elder and question her on the matter, I believe there is anyone in this world who would dare snub me. Elder Bai quivered in fear. The very fact that the other party had not taken out his identity token nor marched straight into the Glacier Plain court was a sign that he intended to resolve this matter discreetly without alarming too many master teachers. Otherwise, given his identity, a single command would be all it took for the Glacier Plain court to cease to exist. "I'll give you some time to think it over, but know that my patience has its limits. If you can't give me the answer I want, the Glacier Plain court will be my next destination. Someone as intelligent as you should understand what kind of implications will arise from that without having me to explain it." "I understand." Elder Bai felt a cold shudder running through her spine upon hearing those words. She hesitated for a brief moment before gritting her teeth in determination. Something did happen to the young court chief. Earlier in the afternoon, the first elder passed a decree commanding the fourth elder, fifth elder, and 7th Elder to make a move together in order to suppress and imprison her in the Chanting Serenity Hall 1, not allowing her to leave the area or even communicate with anyone. This matter is the highest secret of our Glacier Plain Court, and not even elders are allowed to speak of the matter or else they will be killed without fail. Chanting Serenity Hall? But that's a place where prisoners are locked in. Just what kind of mistake did the young court chief make to deserve such treatment? Chun Liao exclaimed in astonishment. While she had guessed that something might have happened within the Glacier Plain Court, she could still hardly believe her ears when hearing of it from Elder Bai. The Chanting Serenity Hall was a place used by the Glacier Plain Court to imprison sinners, and most of those who were placed in there were those who had committed unpardonable crimes. Before she left the place, the young court chief had still been the hope and future of the Glacier Plain Court. So why would she be imprisoned all of a sudden? Liao, you also know that my identity is rather awkward in the Glacier Plain Court, so I don't really know much about what's happening among the upper echelon within the court. I don't know what kind of mistake the young court chief has made, but it's a fact that the 3 elders have apprehended the young court chief and bound her in the heaven-sealing lock. Elder Bai replied. Heaven-sealing lock? Xianxia's body tensed up upon hearing those 3 words. He had read a brief introduction about the artifact in a book back in the Sanctum of Sages. The heaven-sealing lock was a kind of torture tool used only on the most contemptible of sinners. Not only would the individual's meridians be sealed, preventing them from exerting any strength, they would also have to suffer grievous pain each and every day. Never had he imagined that Xianxia would one day be subjected to such a vile torture tool. This was truly intolerable. Feeling the icy cold aura that the middle-aged man before her was emanating, Elder Bai instinctively cowered backward in fear before quickly adding, Xianxia, despite what has happened, I ask you to rest assured that there's no threat to the young court chief's life. Just earlier on, the first elder instructed me to prepare some fine dishes to deliver them to the young court chief periodically, so as to ensure that she doesn't starve. She had no idea why the first elder would make such a move on the young court chief, but judging from the first elder's attitude, it did not seem like she truly intended to harm the young court chief. Thus, there should not be any threat to the young court chief's life at all. Most likely it was just some kind of punishment. Bring me to meet her, Xianxia ordered with a wintry voice. Meet her? A look of hesitation surfaced on Elder Bai's face. The first elder is supervising her imprisonment personally at the moment, and only during mealtimes am I able to get close to her. Otherwise, not even I'll be able to get past the security the first elder has set up. I understand. You just have to bring me to the Glacier Plain Court and direct me to the Chanting Serenity Hall, that's all. You don't have to bother about what happens afterward. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently. As long as he could uncover where Xianxia was with his ability, he should be able to figure out a way to save her. Of course, he would have to clarify what had happened with Xianxia in person first before proceeding with any further action. If it turned out to be some kind of training to temper Xiaoya's mind and body, no matter how much he doted on her, he would not get in the way. A look of deliberation appeared on Elder Bai's face as she lowered her gaze in uncertainty. Knowing that Elder Bai was worried of the consequences of her action, Xianxia coldly added, If you are reluctant to do it, it's fine by me as well. I'll just have to walk into the Glacier Plain Court through the main gates and demand Xiaoya's release. However, I'm sure you understand the differences between the 2 courses of action. Elder Bai had truly been put in a tough position. If she brought the other party in, that would be equivalent to betraying the first elder. But if she refused, the other party was a grand elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. If he blew his top, it could bring endless calamity to the Glacier Plain Court. The Glacier Plain Court might even be destroyed. The other party was simply too strong. Even as a lone individual, it was questionable whether the entire Glacier Plain Court would be a match for him. Rest assured, I only want to pay a visit to my grandstudent so as to clarify the situation. If she has indeed erred, I have no intentions of covering up for her. However, if I find out that the fault lies in the Glacier Plain Court, I might have to pay that so-called first elder of yours a visit and have a good talk with her about revising the rules, Xianxia said with narrowed eyes. It was still the same nonchalant voice that he was speaking in, but amid the nonchalance was an unconcealable air of dominance. It felt like the other party would teach the Glacier Plain court an unforgettable lesson if they had wronged Xiaoya in the slightest. Hearing those words, Elder Bai could tell that the other party had already made up his mind. Very well. Xianxia, I'll bring you in. You have my gratitude, Elder Bai. Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, Zhang Xian stood up calmly as he discreetly sent a telepathic message to the young lady behind him. Chun Liao, you are an inner member of the Glacier Plain court, so it's best for you not to follow me anymore. Also, after I leave, don't linger around in the Han clan. Leave the city first and wait for my notice. Due to Chun Liao's identity, she would be put in a tough position if something happened between him and the Glacier Plain court afterward. As for getting her to leave the city for the time being, that was on the off chance that his identity was exposed. This way, she would be in a much safer position. I understand. Chun Liao nodded. After issuing those instructions, Zhang Xian had the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and the Inferno Qilin move back into the Myriad Anthive Nest before following Elder Bai out of the Han clan, heading straight toward the Glacier Plain court. He had already fed the two saint beasts the medicinal herbs that the Han clan and Elder Bai had prepared, and using his Heaven's Path Xianxia in unison with the treatment, they were recovering fast. Nevertheless, it seemed like they would still need 2 to 3 days before they were able to make a full recovery. I should avoid bringing them out unless when I'm truly cornered. In the fight with the first elder of the Zhang clan, the two saint beasts had already sustained considerable injuries, after which they had clashed with Xianxia and the others, and the Inferno Qilin had even suffered the might of the formation of the sages directly. If not for their formidable physical resilience, they would have lost their lives by now. While the Heaven's Path Xianxia could heal all injuries, it was a pity that his cultivation was only at Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, so the effectiveness of his Xianxia on the wounds of Saint Nindan cultivators was severely limited. Not to mention, the two saint beasts also possessed hulking physiques, so even if he expended all of his Xianxia on them, he still would not be able to nurse them back to full health. This meant that he should avoid bringing the two of them out unless the situation was truly dire. After flying for a moment, the two for them arrived before a huge cluster of buildings. At this point, Elder Bai turned her gaze over and said, Xianxia, we have arrived at the Glacier Plain court. It has limited access to outsiders, so I'll have to beg for your pardon in advance. It's fine. Zhang Xian waved his hand as he examined his surroundings quietly. Most of the buildings ahead of him seemed to be made of a crystalline material, and they emanated a faint, forlorn light beneath the starry night sky. White snow drifted amid these crystal buildings, and there were some beautiful ice sculptures that could be seen here and there. It felt as if one had stepped into a world created of snow and ice. That's a relief. Hearing that the middle-aged man did not mind, Elder Bai heaved a sigh of relief. She walked over to the gates, where 2 disciples of the Glacier Plain court were stationed. Greetings, Elder Bai. May I know who the person beside you is? Recognizing Elder Bai, the 2 disciples quickly greeted her before directing doubtful gazes at the unfamiliar face beside. He is Han Chu of the Han clan. He's here to deliver resources, and we happen to have some important matters to discuss too. Elder Bai replied. I see. Hearing that the other party was from the Han clan, the 2 disciples swiftly opened up the pathway for the both of them to enter. Zhang Xian followed closely behind Elder Bai while advancing forward. An air of serene silence drifted within the Glacier Plain court. There were not too many people around. After walking for some time, they finally arrived at an independent residence. This is where I live. Given my current authorization, I'm afraid that I can only bring Xianxia up to this point. Even I don't have access to places beyond here. Elder Bai said as she pushed open the door and headed in. It's fine. Zhang Xian nodded. You just have to tell me where the Chanting Serenity Hall is. As for the rest, I'll deal with it myself. He had never intended to have Elder Bai lead him straight in. Firstly, that would be putting the ladder on the spot, and secondly, the more people there were, the easier they would be spotted. The Chanting Serenity Hall is southwest from here, roughly 10 li away. Elder Bai quickly explained the rough location and the appearance of the building. Carefully remembering everything that Elder Bai had said, He headed into a room in the residence and set up a formation around him, so as to prevent any outsiders from getting in before drawing his primordial spirit out. The glacier plain court was filled with experts. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to get to Xiaoya discreetly without alarming anyone, so he could only depend on his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was formless and intangible, which would allow him to bypass most formations and sentries, thus giving him a better chance of reaching the chanting Serenity Hall safely. However, his primordial spirit was still a little too big at the moment, so he would have to be careful. After leaving the formation that he had constructed, Xianxia made sure to stick close to the surface as he discreetly left the residence. Through his deep understanding of formations and the utilization of his Eye of Insight, he was able to bypass the surrounding formations without much problem. He advanced roughly 10 li before a tall building came into his sight. This should be the chanting Serenity Hall. The building before him fitted the description that Elder Bai had given him, so it should be where Xiaoya was imprisoned. What a formidable formation! Examining the building closely, Xianxia swiftly realized that there was an active formation shrouding the building, and if he just looked at it in terms of prowess, it was only slightly beneath that of the Sanctum of Sage's Guardian formation. As formidable as it is, it has far more flaws than the Sanctum of Sage's Guardian formation. It won't be difficult for me to slip past it. In the eyes of others, the powerful formation cast over the chanting Serenity Hall might appear to be unbreachable, but in Xianxia's eyes, it was riddled with loopholes. As powerful as it was, there were simply too many ways he could use to circumvent it. He began making his way toward the formation, preparing to slip in, but just as he was about to make a move, he heard footsteps crunching on snow from afar. He quickly dove into the pile of snow not too far away to hide himself. Just a moment after he was fully concealed, he immediately saw two figures appearing before him. They were both female, and from their backs it was difficult to gauge their age. Nevertheless, from their revealed skin, it was apparent that they were not too young. They are strong. Even though the two of them were not intentionally showcasing their strength, Xianxia could still feel imposing might harnessed within their bodies. This was especially so for the lady standing on the left. Her strength could not compete directly with the first elder of the Zhang clan, but at the very least, she was around Zhang Wuchen's level, which meant that she was an expert who had surpassed Saint Nine Dan. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Could she be the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court? He had intended to find Xiaoya discreetly without anyone noticing, but he had ended up meeting this fellow first. If she truly was the first elder, he would be in deep trouble if he was noticed by her. At the very least, he did not wield the power to oppose her yet. How is it? What did she say? While Xianxia's mind was still wandering, he suddenly heard the first elder speaking in a hushed voice. She isn't giving in yet, the other figure replied. The first elder harumphed coldly. Humph, she has no choice in this matter. It is because I was too lenient the previous time around that her mother managed to get away. It won't happen again. But if she doesn't cave in, we can't just continue keeping her imprisoned like this either, the other figure said. Don't worry, I have my own ways. For the time being, we should first lock her up for 2 days and make her suffer a bit. The first elder waved her hand and said, Right, doesn't she have a teacher? It seems like she does respect him quite a bit. Try to find a way to capture him here and use him as a hostage to force her to comply. Her teacher? You mean Xianxia? But he's the benefactor of our Glacier Plain Court. What about that? You also know how important this matter is. As long as we succeed, the Glacier Plain Court will be able to be brought to a whole new level. I won't allow anyone to stand in the way at this point in time. The first elder flung her hand backward majestically. Hidden in the snow, Xianxia's face darkened upon hearing those words. They intend to capture me? The fluctuations in Xianxia's emotions swiftly caught the first elder's attention. She immediately turned her head around and stared intently at the pile of snow where Xianxia was hiding in. Who is it? What? Under the first elder's gaze, Xianxia's primordial spirit stiffened. He quickly curled up and drove his soul depth to enter the state of heart of tranquil water, concealing every last hint of emotion and aura he was emanating. Despite the massive size of his primordial spirit, after cultivating the heaven's path divine art and undergoing the tempering of multiple lightning ordeals, it had already grown as wholesome as a crystal. As long as he did not intentionally release any trace of himself, it would be difficult for Saint Nindan cultivators or even experts stronger than that to notice his presence. What's wrong, First Elder? Surprised by the abrupt actions of the First Elder, the other figure quickly turned her head around to examine the surroundings as well. With her keen eyes, the First Elder examined the pile of snow closely and even scanned the area using her spiritual perception. But in the end, she could not find anything at all. Thus, she could only rub her glabella and say, "It's nothing much. It might be due to my lack of sleep recently that I've gotten a little too sensitive." She was certain that she had felt some fluctuations in the surroundings earlier, but when she tried to check it, the presence had vanished altogether. However, she did not think that there was anyone in this world who was capable of escaping her detection, so since she was unable to find anything, it could very well just have been her imagination. Seeing that the First Elder had not found anything, the other party replied with a chuckle. While the security of the Glacier Plain Court can't be compared to that of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, it still isn't a place that just anyone can enter. First Elder, you need not think too much about it. The First Elder nodded slowly before continuing to advance toward the chanting Serenity Hall. She really is the First Elder. When the duo was finally some distance away, Xianxia rose from the pile of snow and gazed at the two distant figures with narrowed eyes. From their conversation, it seemed like they were trying to force Xiaoya to do something, but she was unwilling to carry it out, thus resulting in a conflict. Given Xiaoya's personality, if she's willing to go so far as to oppose the First Elder, the matter that they want her to carry out is probably nothing good. To T&K that the Glacier Plain Court, one of the top powers of the Master Teacher continent, would actually stoop so low as to coerce its own young court chief into doing something that she was unwilling to do. Not only so, they actually had no qualms about holding him hostage so as to threaten her. Were they not being a little too despicable? Let me head over and take a look, Xianxia thought as he proceeded forward silently. Very soon, the gates of the chanting Serenity Hall came into Xianxia's sight. He saw the First Elder and the other figure walk up to the gates, and the First Elder tapped her finger lightly in the air. A token materialized right in front of her, and following which a rift swiftly opened up in the formation, creating a passageway for them to pass through. The duo made their way through the rift, and as soon as they stepped in, it started closing. Alarmed, Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward, and fortunately, before the rift could fully close, he managed to slip in. As soon as he entered, he abruptly felt his connection with the external world being severed, as if he had entered a folded space. It was actually a decoy? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had thought that the chanting Serenity Hall was just a building with a powerful defensive formation around it, but who could have thought that the formation was actually just a distraction? Even if he had breached the defensive formation, he still would not have found anything in it at all. Rather, the true chanting Serenity Hall was located in a folded space. Furthermore, this folded space was extremely stable, similar to the place where he had discovered the Dongshu gourd back then. Even if he used his eye of insight, if he did not know the exact location of the folded space beforehand, it would have been nigh impossible for him to find it. Calming his astonishment, Xianxia swiftly assessed his surroundings. The folded space that he had entered was not too big. In essence, it was actually not much different from entering a larger room. Were it not for the fact that he had comprehended the three-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, he would have thought that he had walked through a doorway into a building instead of being transported into another dimension. While scanning his surroundings, he slowly advanced forward. As he was within a folded space, he dared not make any big movements for fear that it would cause a spatial disturbance. Otherwise, once the First Elder noticed his presence, he would not be able to escape. As such, it took him 5 whole minutes just to advance 10 meters. As soon as he arrived by the doorway to the main hall, he could hear the infuriated voice of the First Elder. "I have told you many times, this is the only way to fully awaken the pure in body. Why are you so obstinate about this? A bell-like voice yelled back, There's no way I'll do it. Even if I'll never awaken my purine body, I still won't do it. Hearing the bell-like voice, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. I'm really at the right place. He could tell that the owner of the voice was none other than Xiaoya. Even though it had been half a year since they had last met, her voice was still fresh in his mind. There was no way that he would recognize it incorrectly. Xianxia sneaked in the main hall and carefully moved behind a particularly thick pillar before warily taking a glance forward. He saw Xiaoya sitting on the ground. Unlike what he had expected, there were no shackles on her body. It seems like Elder Bai isn't aware of the exact situation either. Previously, Elder Bai had said that she was bound by the heaven-sealing lock, but that was nowhere to be seen at all. Perhaps there might be some error in the information that she had received. I'll give you some time to think it through. However, you should know that I have already failed once, and I'll never allow it to occur again. You may refuse if you want to, but I have plenty of ways to change your mind. I would prefer it to not come to that, but if you push me, I will have no choice, the first elder said as she flung her sleeve. There's no need for that. Give me all the time you want, and I'll still make the same choice, Xiaoya replied obstinately. Very well. Let me see how long you can hold out for then. Harumphing coldly in anger, the first elder turned around and stomped away. The other elder in the main hall glanced at the departing first elder and shook her head. You are also well aware of the first elder's temperament. So why do you still choose to go head on against her? Second elder, you need not say anything else. There's no way I'll compromise on this matter, Xiaoya said resolutely. Since she's able to awaken your unique constitution, naturally, she wields the ability to destroy it too. That person is an example of that. Are you really going to walk down the same path as her? The second elder exclaimed anxiously. Even if I am crippled, I will have no regrets at all, Xiaoya replied with an air of valiance. This was simply how she was. Once she had set her mind on something, no amount of persuasion would make her change her decision. In fact, thinking back on it, it was precisely due to that attitude of hers that initiated the series of events that eventually led to her becoming Xianxia's student. Geez, you, forget it. Just give the matter some good thought, all right? Seeing how adamant the young lady was on her stance, the second elder shook her head before heading out. Seeing that the two elders were walking over, Xianxia quickly went into the wall and remained completely motionless, not even daring to look at all. Experts of the first elder's caliber possessed a keen sensitivity that allowed them to perceive the presence of others just by sheer instinct. Even if he remained perfectly calm, the first elder might still be able to sense his gaze. Just as Xianxia had managed to seal his aura completely, the first elder arrived before the pillar, which he was hidden in, and shot a perplexed look at it. First elder? The second elder called out from behind. The first elder shook her head and said, It's nothing. It's just that I have been getting a rather weird vibe today, as if someone is following me. Following you? How could that be? Even that Zhang Wuheng wouldn't be able to follow you without getting noticed. The second elder chuckled away the first elder's concerns. That's true. The first elder nodded. Still feeling a little uneasy from the feeling that she had been getting, she instructed, Just to be safe, I want you to help me conduct a quick survey of the surrounding area. If you were to notice anything, report to me immediately. The intuition of an expert of her caliber was rarely wrong. Since she had felt something had to be going on. Perhaps someone might really be observing every single one of their actions. Very well. Understanding her concern, the second elder nodded lightly before the two of them left together. Returning to the entrance, they took out their tokens and swiped them lightly. The next moment, they vanished from the spot. Seeing that the two of them had left, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As he slipped out from the pillar that he was hidden in, he saw Xiaoya staring dazedly at a book in front of her. Soft whispers escaped from her mouth. Teacher, I really miss you. This last. Shaking his head, Xianxia flew over and glanced at the book Xiaoya was staring at. To his surprise, it was actually his handwritten manual. That was the cultivation technique that he had prepared for her while they were still in the Tianxian kingdom in order to resolve the afflictions that she was suffering from as a result of her unique constitution. To the current her, this book was of no use anymore. Nevertheless, the book was still in pristine condition. There was not the slightest hint of a crumple on its pages. Clearly, it had been stored and treated with the utmost care. Back then, when he gave this manual to her, he had requested that she destroy it after she had memorized the content. But who would have thought that she would have kept it to this day? As the saying went, a young lady metamorphoses at 18. Over the past half a year, the young lady had grown taller, and her disposition had become more refined and graceful. The awakening for her pure body had also made her much more beautiful than before. In terms of looks, the only person whom Xianxia knew that could triumph over her was Luo Ruoxin. It seems like the Glacier Plain Court had indeed treated her fairly well in the past half a year, or else there was no way that she would have been able to awaken her unique constitution to such an extent. Zhang Xian proceeded on to assess the young lady with his keen eyes. But a moment later, a deep frown emerged between his brows. Even though the young lady was not physically bound, her cultivation seemed to have been restricted by some kind of power. The current her was no different from an ordinary mortal, possessing not the slightest hint of Xinqi. Teacher, are you still doing fine? While Zhang Xian was trying to figure out what was going on with her, he suddenly heard the young lady's voice once more. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian replied, I'm doing perfectly fine. Who is it? Hearing a response to her words, Xiaoya was alarmed. She quickly leaped to her feet and crossed her arms before her chest, taking up a defensive posture. Who else can it be other than me? Zhang Xian replied as he gradually revealed his figure. After being tempered by lightning, his primordial spirit had grown so consolidated that he could materialize it if he wanted to let his presence be known. The only issue with it was that he was more than 20 meters tall, reminiscent of a giant. Teacher? Seeing the familiar face and aura of the young man before her, Xiaoya's eyes reddened in agitation. Day after day, the young man had never left her mind. There were countless words that she had bottled up in her mind, vowing to say to the young man when they were finally reunited. Yet, when the moment came, she found her mind going completely blank, rendering her incapable of constructing her sentences. It's me. Tell me, what's going on over here? Knowing that this was not the time to be catching up on times, Zhang Xian asked grimly, Aren't you the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court? Why would you be imprisoned here? He first had to make sense of what was going on before he could concoct a plan to save her. Teacher, is it really you? Wait, did you hear what I just said then? Instead of answering Zhang Xian's question, Xiaoya's face reddened in embarrassment. What? Zhang Xian asked. It's nothing. Xiaoya swiftly waved her hand as she sneaked a peek at her teacher's face. Seeing that the other party did not take the matter to heart, she heaved a sigh of relief. Falling to her knees, she kowtowed deeply and said, I know that it's unfilial to place you in such grave danger, but I really am unable to think of another way to resolve this problem. So, I could only ask of you to save me. Since I'm here, I'll definitely help you. Tell me, what's going on? Zhang Xian asked. The reason he was willing to go to the extent of offending the Zhang clan and the Sanctum of Sages was to save her, but still, he would first have to understand the situation before making his move. I accidentally discovered a secret of the Glacier Plain Court. Xiaoya bit on her lips tightly. My mother is actually the previous court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Your mother? Zhang Xian was taken aback by the abrupt revelation. How did Xiaoya's mother come into the picture? Xiaoya was the daughter of the city lord Xiaofeng of Baiyu City, and she had a butler called Yao Han. Zhang Xian knew that. But thinking about it, it did seem like he had never heard anything about Xiaoya's mother before. To think that her mother would actually be the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, a power on par with Tier 1 sage clans. How did the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court end up getting together with a minor city lord in somewhere as remote as the Tianxian kingdom and even have a daughter together? In the Glacier Plain Court, every single generation of court chief must possess the pure body, and my mother happens to have it. Looking at her teacher, Xiaoya revealed everything that she knew without any hesitation. Back then, due to some incident, my mother departed from the Glacier Plain Court and sealed her own cultivation, fleeing to an ancient ground where no master teacher exists, Tianxian Kingdom. It was there that she met my father, and the both of them happened to have many common interests. Love eventually blossomed from their relationship, and they married one another. However, while giving birth to me, she failed to rein in her power properly, resulting in a leak in her powers. The Glacier Plain Court swiftly found her, and in order to prevent any harm from coming to me and my father, she willingly surrendered and returned with them. You said that your mother was brought back to the Glacier Plain Court? Zhang Xian frowned. Yes, just like me, she's imprisoned somewhere in the Glacier Plain Court as well. To this day, I have been unable to find her. Xiaoya clenched her fists in indignation. From a very young age, her father had shared many stories about her mother with her, and the bits and pieces of those stories formed an image of a loving and doting mother in her mind. The very idea that her mother was suffering in the Glacier Plain Court left her feeling distressed. But despite her efforts, she had been unable to locate her whereabouts. Is it because of that you were captured here? Zhang Xian frowned. Even if the previous court chief was Xiaoya's mother, that should not have been a reason to imprison Xiaoya as well. After all, the Glacier Plain Court was banking on the rise of a court chief to bring them to greater heights. It had not been easy for them to find a person with the pure Yin body, so surely, they would not be so foolish as to sever their own hopes. That's not it. The reason I was captured is because I found out about the final step to awakening the pure Yin body. As Xiaoya spoke, her face turned livid, and her clenched fists began trembling by her sides. What is it? Zhang Xian asked, slightly bewildered by Xiaoya's response. Considering how Xiaoya would eventually have to fully awaken the pure Yin body before taking over as the court chief, there should not have been any reason for the first elder and the others to imprison her just because she had found out about it prematurely. The pure Yin body is a manifestation of the purest Yin in the world within the body of a female, Xiaoya said. Even across the entire master-teacher continent, it's rarely seen. As of this moment, the only ones who possess such a constitution are most likely my mother and me. Once fully awakened, the pure Yin body will allow one's cultivation to surge straight up. Regardless of whether it's battle techniques or cultivation techniques, one will be able to grasp them swiftly with minimal effort. However, there's always an equalizing power in the world. The world will never allow an individual power to grow beyond a certain point, similar to the saying, a lonesome Yin never grows. An individual Yang never flourishes. The Yin and Yang in this world don't exist as separate entities. They are complementary powers born and destroyed in pairs. Despite the opposing nature of the two forces, they are necessary for the existence of the other. Recalling what she had read, Xiaoya trembled slightly. So, the final step to awakening the pure Yin body is the amalgamation of Yin and Yang to reconcile the two together. Amalgamation of Yin and Yang? Other than female disciples practicing in attribute cultivation techniques, there are also a small handful of male disciples practicing Yang cultivation technique, Xiaoya replied. In order to achieve the full awakening of the pure Yin body, I'll have to regard them as mere cauldrons and harvest the Yang energy in their bodies. Regarding humans as cauldrons? The Glacier Plain Court actually has such vicious practices. Zhang Xian was astonished. Regarding a human as a cauldron meant treating them as a tool to harvest energy. Once the victims had been sapped dry, they would wither and pass away. This was exactly the kind of practice that the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters abhorred and forbade. In fact, the reason the soul oracles had been vanquished back then was due to their malevolent arts that allowed for the possession of other cultivators and the forging of cultivators as soulless metal humanoids. To think that the Glacier Plain Court's final step to awakening the pure Yin body would actually be something like that. It was really too frightening. Indeed, I rejected that course of action, and as a result of that, the first elder ordered for my imprisonment, hoping to force me to change my mind through this. Xiaoya aid. I see. Putting together what he had just heard with the conversation between the first elder and Xiaoya, Xianxia came to a realization. Such an art of harvesting would mean treating living humans as mere tools to further one's cultivation, and it would lead to the deaths of many innocent individuals. For someone as prideful and righteous as Xiaoya, there was no way she could accept such a course of action. My mother was also reluctant back then, which was why she eventually chose to seal her cultivation and flee from the Glacier Plain Court, Xiaoya said. Xianxia nodded in response. As one of the strongest powers in the Master-Teacher continent, the Glacier Plain Court was bound to possess some means to track down their disciples. Not to mention that Xiaoya's mother possessed the pure Yin body. Once she exerted her strength, the Glacier Plain Court would be able to swiftly pick it up and find her. The only way she would be able to really get away was to seal her own cultivation. This was similar to how Luo Ruoxin had to seal her own cultivation in order to get away from the Luo clan. However, due to the dire situation that he had been in back at the Qiuwu Palace, she had chosen to release her seal so as to subdue the Skyleaf King and save him. This had led to the Luo clan finding her whereabouts, and she had been left with no choice but to leave his side. And shortly after, he had met with Luo Qingxin in the Qingyuan Empire. I also think that such a practice is abhorrent. Don't worry, if you are reluctant to do it, no one will be able to force you into it. I'll bring you away right now. Xianxia waved his hand with unquestionable dominance. So what if this is the Glacier Plain Court? If my student is reluctant to learn your damned arts, no one will be able to force her into it. Not even the heavens will be able to make her to do something against her will. Teacher. Feeling the deep concern that her teacher had for her, Zhao Ya's eyes reddened. Her teacher had been several million li away, but as soon as he received her message, he had immediately rushed over and appeared before her within less than 2 hours. Such actions spoke much louder than any words ever could. All right, let's leave the folded space first before deciding on the next course of action, Xianxia said. He reached out to grab Xiaoya, intending to pull her up and take her away, but contrary to his expectations, he found his primordial spirit being dragged down to the ground instead. What's going on? Considering how Xiaoya did not possess any cultivation at the moment, he should have been able to lift her up easily with just a finger. But for some reason, no matter how he tugged and pulled, the young lady remained firmly rooted to the spot, as if she was one with the room. Teacher, my Xianxia has been sealed by the heaven-sealing lock, Xiaoya uttered weakly as her face abruptly paled and her breathing hastened. As if some kind of excruciating pain was assaulting her, her body collapsed weakly to the ground and scrunched up together. Your Xianxia has been sealed by the heaven-sealing lock? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in utter horror, and in that instant, he nearly exploded from rage. You are telling that the first elder fused the heaven-sealing lock with your body in order to seal your meridians? He had already heard from Elder Bai previously that it was very likely that the first elder had used the heaven-sealing lock on Xiaoya, but when he saw that there was nothing binding her body, he had heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the first elder was unwilling to go to that extent in view of their relationship, but who would have thought that the latter would be worse than he thought? That wretched hag actually fused the heaven-sealing lock into Zhao Ya's body. The heaven-sealing lock was a torture tool that even Saint Nindan experts were apprehensive of. It could inflict great pain on a cultivator just by using it to bind their limbs, but to go to the extent of fusing it into the body to seal the meridians, the slightest mistake could have led to the utter destruction of her meridians. Her cultivation would have been completely destroyed, turning her into a cripple. Yes, that's right, Xiaoya replied feebly. Her body twitched uncontrollably on the ground, and her breathing was growing weaker and weaker. It seemed as if the excruciating pain was going to rob her of her consciousness very soon. Damn it! I'll take that seal off you right now. With an awful look on his face, Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward to touch Xiaoya's body, intending to use the Library of Heaven's path in order to uncover the flaws of the heaven-sealing lock. However, when there was no jolt in his head, he realized that he was currently only in his soul form. While he could collect books into the Library of Heaven's path through his primordial spirit's gaze, due to his incorporeal form, he was unable to truly touch an object, so he was unable to compile a book to analyze Zhao Ya's current condition. Unless Zhao Ya could stand up and execute a battle technique. However, given her current circumstances, that was off the table. As infuriated as Xianxia was, he knew that rage would be of no use to him at the moment. He quickly released his grip and instructed, "Don't try to drive your Jinshi, and if possible, don't exert any strength derived from your cultivation at all." Nodding slightly, Xiaoya quickly halted her flow of energy. 5 minutes later, the pain finally receded. By then, her clothes were already soaked with her own sweat. "I'm fine." Xiaoya struggled to her feet weakly. "The Heaven Seal Lock is fused into your body, sealing your meridians. Not only will you be unable to use your strength, there mustn't be another external force acting on you either, or else it will immediately trigger the punishment, plunging you into excruciating pain," Xianxia said. The first elder sure was callous. To disallow her from exerting any energy and preventing anyone from saving her. This was really a dead end. Until the Heaven Seal Lock was removed, there would be nothing he could do. Knowing that the thing he had to do first was to remove the Heaven Seal Lock, Xianxia said, "Try to execute a punching routine for me." "Yes." Xiaoya nodded as she executed a light punch. While she did not use much strength in that punch, it still left cold sweat pouring down from her head, and her face turned pale from exhaustion. Wang. Fortunately, the effort was not wasted. A book materialized in Xianxia's head. He quickly flipped it open. Xiaoya, the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Flaws. 1. The purine body has only been awakened to the 7th level. 2. Her meridians have been sealed by the Heaven Sealing Lock, preventing her from exerting any strength. 3. After browsing through the content of the book, Xianxia's face turned even darker. The book did mention the Heaven Sealing Lock, but it only depicted Xiaoya's current condition, not the flaws of the lock. In other words, the book compiled on Xiaoya only showed him the flaws regarding her cultivation. Even though the Heaven Sealing Lock was mentioned, it was more of a passing remark, containing no useful information as to how it could be removed at all. It seemed like even the Library of Heaven's Path did not possess the ability to fathom something beyond direct contact with him. Unless I'm able to find the exact location of the Heaven Sealing Lock in her body and come into contact with it, or get the First Elder to remove it personally, I won't be able to do anything about it. Xianxia thought as his complexion turned more and more awful. What the First Elder did was no different from planting a bomb in Xiaoya's body. She was the only one who could resolve it, and if anyone else touched it, it would immediately blow up. "Teacher." Xiaoya turned her gaze over. "Don't worry. Since I've said that I'll save you, I'll definitely do it. Follow me," Xianxia said before heading forward, and Xiaoya quickly followed along. As long as she did not utilize the strength derived from her cultivation, she would not come under the punishment of the Heaven Sealing Lock. In other words, while she did not possess any cultivation at the moment, she was at least able to walk around like an ordinary mortal. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, where the First Elder had left from. Xianxia gazed at the formation before him and lightly muttered, "Flaws." A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. While it was difficult to find the folded space from the outside, finding a way out from the inside was much easier. After swiftly browsing through the book, Xianxia found a flaw in the formation and focused his soul energy on that single point. Kacha! A crack swiftly appeared in the previously stable space, and it swiftly grew larger and larger before forming a huge crevice. "It'll mend itself very soon, so we need to leave quickly," Xianxia instructed before leaving the folded space. Xiaoya also quickly followed him. As soon as the two of them walked out of the folded space, they saw the spatial crevice behind them swiftly closing up and vanishing without a trace. Seeing that they were finally out of the Chanting Serenity Hall, Xianxia scanned his surroundings, and seeing that no one was around, he heaved a sigh of relief. "We'll be heading toward Elder Bai's residence." Xianxia sent a telepathic message over. It appeared that the First Elder was extremely confident in her defensive measures, so she did not station too many sentries in the vicinity of the Chanting Serenity Hall, or perhaps, she was afraid that planting sentries in the area would give it away. As such, there were only a couple of normal disciples patrolling the area. With his exceptionally large spiritual perception, Zhang Xian was able to detect the presence of the few sentries stationed in the area and avoid them in advance. Without taking too long, they arrived at Elder Bai's residence very soon. Is teacher's physical body in here? Entering the residence, Xiaoya scanned her surroundings curiously, following which, she heard one of the doors creak open, and a middle-aged man with yellowish skin walked out. Grand teacher! Astonished, Xiaoya quickly bowed deeply to pay her respects. The other party was none other than her teacher's teacher, Yang Xian. Yang Shi nodded. Grand teacher, why, are you here? Where's teacher? Xiaoya asked in bewilderment. She had clearly seen her teacher's primordial spirit entering the room, but why would it be her grand teacher walking out instead? After receiving your message, your teacher came to request for my help, Yang Shi explained with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, your teacher is in a folded space that I have created, so he'll be fine. He's still a little too weak at the moment, so he won't be able to deal with the current situation. Thank you, grand teacher. Seeing that even her grand teacher had chosen to make a move, Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief. What she was the most afraid of was something happening to her teacher while he was trying to save her. With her grand teacher's strength, they should be safe now. After becoming the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, she had swiftly learned about the true identity of her grand teacher. He was one of the 3 grand elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, as well as one of the strongest experts on the Master Teacher continent. Even the first elder would have to bow down to him if she was there. Zhang Xian has already told me about your situation. Follow me. I want to take a look at the heaven sealing lock on you, Yang Shi said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Xiaoya hurriedly nodded before entering a room. The two of them sat down, and Yang Shi placed a finger on Xiaoya's wrist. As time passed, the frown on her forehead grew deeper and deeper. Naturally, this Yang Shi was none other than Zhang Xian. The reason he had chosen to conceal his true identity from Xiaoya was out of fear that she would panic after learning the truth. Given Xiaoya's current standing, she likely knew of the true identity of her grand teacher already. If she learned that her teacher was actually her grand teacher as well, her state of mind could be rattled. This could become an unstable variable that would potentially expose him when he made use of Yang Shi's identity as a chip against the Glacier Plain Court later on. Even if he wanted to tell the truth to Xiaoya, it should only be done after they had escaped from the Glacier Plain Court. Otherwise, the slightest mistake on their part could lead to their descent into the abyss. After all, the man whom he was attempting to impersonate was one of the strongest experts in the world, Yang Xian. He could not afford to make a single mistake. In order to use the Library of Heaven's path through touch, he would have to knock Xiaoya out first. However, from the looks of it, even if he did so, he would likely get the same results as before. If he truly wanted to find the flaws of the heaven-sealing lock and resolve it, he would have to slice apart the Xiaoya's flesh and touch the lock directly. Zhang Xian retracted his hand and asked, "How did the heaven-sealing lock get into your body?" Xiaoya pondered for a moment before speaking. The heaven-sealing lock is slightly different from the one created by the Blacksmith Guild. It's forged out of the threads produced by the icy silkworm. After the elders subdued me, the first elder had the icy silkworm bite my finger and dive into my body. Before I knew it, I was already in my current condition. After suppressing her, the elders had sealed her powers entirely, rendering her completely helpless. Thus, she could only helplessly watch as the icy silkworm crawled its way into her body. Icy silkworm? A deep frown appeared on Zhang Xian's glabella. He contemplated for a moment, but he was still unable to fully make sense of the situation. So he said, "Let's try this then. I'll send a surge of Jinqi through your body, and if I am able to locate the icy silkworm, I'll try to eliminate it." He had never heard of the icy silkworm in his life before, so he could not say for sure what would work. In any case, he had to give it a try. All right. Knowing that her grand teacher would not hurt her, Xiaoya extended her wrist out once more. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian sent a surge of Jinqi into her meridians. Feeling the meridian that had entered her body, Xiaoya could not help but raise her eyebrows in astonishment. The quality of the Jinqi that had just entered her body was extremely familiar to her. It was almost identical to that her teachers, the only differences being that it was even purer, more soothing, and stronger. Well, teacher did come from grand teacher's lineage, so it shouldn't be surprising that the nature of their Jinqi is similar to one another, Xiaoya rationalized with a nod of her head. Those of the same lineage would likely possess similar constitutions, and if they practiced the same cultivation techniques, the nature of their Jinqi would also be similar. Soon, after driving his Jinqi through Xiaoya's body once, Zhang Xian's face turned even more grim. The heaven-sealing lock created by the icy silkworm had turned all of Zhao Ya's meridians and even her dantian into ice. If she attempted to drive her Jinqi, she would be putting herself at risk of shattering her meridians, and the injuries that she would sustain as a result of that could very well claim her life. Even though he had only sent in a small surge of Jinqi in, and he had made sure to move extremely carefully, he still nearly caused her meridians to rupture. If he attempted to remove the heaven-sealing lock forcefully, chances were that Xiaoya would lose her life before the problem could be resolved. What a vicious tool! Zhang Xian could not help but curse the first elder with all of the expletives that he could think of in his mind. Who would have thought that the person in charge of a major power would actually use such ruthless means on her fellow people? This was unforgivable. Suppressing his raging fury, Zhang Xian asked, "Has the first elder ever said how the heaven-sealing lock can be resolved?" With his current means, there was nothing he could do to resolve the heaven-sealing lock. Even with the Heaven's Path Jinqi, there was nothing he could do. If the icy silkworm had still been alive, he could have tried to poison it to death. However, based on what he had found, it had already fused into her meridians and was shrouded with thick ice. If he attempted to break the ice to get to it, that could potentially cause Zhao Ya's already fragile meridians to collapse entirely. In other words, he was completely helpless. "I don't think so. All she said was that she would help me resolve the problem once I took the final step to awaken my purine body," Xiaoya said with a shake of her head. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian was still unable to find a feasible solution. Shaking his head, he said, "It seems like we'll have to ask her in person then." The longer the heaven-sealing lock remained in Xiaoya's body, the greater the damage it would cause to her body. They would have to get rid of it as soon as possible. From the current looks of it, the only one who wielded the ability to resolve Zhao Ya's condition was the first elder. So, the most direct and effective solution would be to question her and have her reveal the cure to her condition. Just that, after what had happened to Zhao Ya's mother, the first elder must have hardened her heart to take such extreme means. It would not be easy to get her to reveal the cure. There's no way she will reveal it if I ask her and Zhang Xian. If things go badly, we might even come to blows. However, it will be different if I confront her as Yang Xian. Zhang Xian thought with narrowed eyes. He was currently assuming the identity of Yang Xian from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Even if the other party was the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court, she would still have to show some respect. "Xiaoya, you should wait in my folded space for the time being. I'll be heading over to meet the first elder of your Glacier Plain Court." Zhang Xian stood up with a fling of his sleeves. Since he was there to save Xiaoya, naturally, he would have to resolve her affliction too before taking her away. Since he could not think of any other solution, he could only take a gamble. If he pulled it off, he might just be able to fool the first elder and obtain the solution to Xiaoya's problem. But if he was discovered, well, he had no qualms with reducing the Glacier Plain Court to ruins. In the conference room of the Glacier Plain Court on the main seat, the first elder was looking at a jade token in her palm. There was another elder who was sitting quietly by her side, seemingly patiently waiting for the first elder to be done. "Who?" Placing down the jade token, the first elder turned her gaze toward the elder sitting beside her. The elder also turned his gaze over and said, "You should understand now, right?" "Yes, I do." The first elder nodded grimly. "Good. The reason I was sent here was to explain this matter to you in detail. It should be obvious even without me saying it, but nothing can go wrong this time around. This matter concerns the survival of mankind, so no mistakes will be tolerated. Otherwise, not just your Glacier Plain Court, None of us will be able to bear the consequences. The elder stood up and placed his hands behind his back. With a slightly uneasy expression on his face, he gazed upward and said, "Success or failure, everything banks on this. I don't wish to see everything falling apart due to the inability of your Glacier Plain court. Don't worry, I have already locked her up in the Chanting Serenity Hall and planted the heaven-sealing lock in her body. Most likely, we should be able to make her give in within 3 days. As long as she awakens her unique constitution, the plan should be able to move on without any problems." The first elder stood up and clasped her fist. "That would best be the case." The elder nodded. "All right, I'll be taking my leave now. I hope to hear good news from you." The elder turned around and headed to the door. However, barely after taking 2 steps, a soft voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. It was not too loud, but it seemed to dive right into one's eardrums, making it impossible not to hear what was being said. Master Teacher Xianxia seeks an audience with the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court. Xianxia. The first elder narrowed her eyes in astonishment. Not too far away, the elder also halted his footsteps upon hearing that voice from astonishment. With a voice carrying a hint of disbelief, he muttered, "Why would Grand Elder Yang appear here? Elder Chu, this?" The first elder hurriedly looked at the elder before her with a look of apprehension. "Grand Elder Yang has always roamed the lands freely, such that even our deputy pavilion master is unaware of his whereabouts. I'm also not too sure why he would suddenly appear here either." "Hurry up and invite him in," Elder Chu urged. "All right." Knowing the other parties standing in the master-teacher continent, the first elder dared not keep him waiting. She quickly walked over to the doorway to the conference room and clasped her fist. "First elder of the Glacier Plain Court, Yu Ruoxin, pays respect to Xianxia." "Who?" A moment after those words were spoken, a figure slowly descended from the sky. The speed of his flight was not too fast, but his movements exquisitely avoided all of the dangers from the defensive formations cast around the area. It was as if his eyes could see all imminent dangers, allowing him to avoid them in advance. Yu Ruoxin anxiously lowered her head subserviently. As the person in charge of the Glacier Plain Court, she knew full well how formidable the formation that was set up around the conference room was. Yet, it seemed as if it was nothing more than child's play to the other party. He could simply walk straight through it without sounding any warning alarms, making it impossible to guard against him. Without a doubt, the man before her had reached a level far beyond her imagination. The figure in the sky landed gently on the ground. The first elder Yu Ruoxin carefully raised her head to assess the person standing before her. He had slightly yellowish skin, and his outward appearance was similar to that of a person in his late 30s or early 40s. He had exceptionally deep eyes that seemed to conceal all of his emotions and thoughts. It was impossible to gauge the extent of his strength just from the aura he emanated, and even when she attempted to weigh him up through discreetly extending her spiritual perception to him, she shockingly found that she could not even perceive his presence at all. Despite so, Yu Ruoxin narrowed her eyes and asked, "You aren't Xianxia? Who in the world are you?" She had never met Xianxia in person before, but she had heard some rumors about him and his appearance. From what she knew, Xianxia should have been in his 50s with a flowing white beard, and that was completely at odds with the person standing before her. "I take on many identities as I roam around the world. Do I have to inform you of every single one of them in advance?" Xianxia's face darkened as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. In this moment, it felt as if the entire conference room would collapse under the pressure of his aura. "I dare not." Yu Ruoxin hurriedly lowered her head fearfully. She quickly turned her gaze toward Elder Chu, only to see the latter slowly walking toward her. Grand Elder Yang does assume many different identities as he roams the world, but when he pays a visit to another in his capacity as a master teacher, he would appear with his real face. "You aren't Xianxia? Who in the world are you? Do you know the crime of impersonating a Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters?" Elder Chu uttered sharply as he looked straight at Xianxia. Yu Ruoxin might not have met Xianxia before, but he had. But the middle-aged man before him, be it in terms of appearance or aura, was completely different from the Xianxia whom he knew, so how could they be the same person? If they were really the same person, he would relinquish his eyes. Hearing the words spoken by Elder Chu, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The person before him was dressed in a master-teacher robe, and pinned on his chest was a master-teacher emblem with 9 stars glistening on it. The word headquarters could be seen at the bottom of his emblem, indicating his identity as a member of the master-teacher pavilion headquarters. Why would there be a 9-star master-teacher from the master-teacher pavilion headquarters in the Glacier Plain Court? Of course, this Xianxia was still Xianxian. After moving Xiaoya into the myriad anthive nest, he quickly asked Elder Bai for the first elder's location, and without bothering to hide his tracks, he had flown right over. He had thought that with the unique properties of his Heaven's Path Xinqi and his deep experience in disguising, he would be able to scare the first elder right from the get-go and convince her that he was Yang Xian. Who could have thought that there would actually be a master teacher from the master teacher pavilion headquarters around? Just what kind of bad luck was this? He had barely started his act, but the tables had already turned against him. Coming from the master teacher pavilion headquarters, the person before him was bound to have met the real Yang Xian before. How was he supposed to continue acting? While Zhang Xian's heart was beating in trepidation, he did not allow his emotions to show on his face. With a slight flick of his finger, he sent a surge of sword qi right toward Elder Chu. This surge of sword qi was infused with the essence of the speed sword quintessence. As if slicing right through the fabrics of time, as soon as it escaped the tip of Zhang Xian's finger, it immediately appeared right before the other party's face. Not expecting the impostor to make a move on him right after having his identity exposed, Elder Chu's face darkened. With a swift flick of his hand, a light barrier appeared on the surface of his skin. Elder Chu thought that the sword qi would collide with his light barrier, but contrary to his expectation, it dissipated upon contact with the light barrier, as if it had never been there in the first place. The sword qi carried no offensive power at all. The other party was testing him. Everything had happened so quickly that he had failed to tell that it was just a mere test. Narrowing his eyes, Elder Chu was about to berate the other party when the fake Yang Xian before him suddenly frowned. Gazing down on him coldly, the other party sent a telepathic message to him. Chu Buping, have you resolved the problem of meridian distortion in your streaming river art? Or have you recovered from the trauma you sustained in the battle against Emperor Baiyu? Otherwise, what gives you the guts to doubt my identity? The words that Elder Chu was just about to speak fell back down his throat, and he froze on the spot. The streaming river art was a cultivation technique that he had created. It allowed a cultivator to drive their Xinqi forth relentlessly, as if a flowing river, granting them immense might. Unfortunately, it had a fatal flaw. The streaming river art placed great strain on one's meridians, and if one used it for too long, it could cause one's meridians to become distorted. This was similar to how if a river current was too strong, it would cause its meanders to distort out of shape. The cultivation and physical condition of 9-star master teachers were top-notch secrets, and they would never reveal a word about the cultivation problems they were facing to others. Otherwise, should the otherworldly demons catch wind of it, it could potentially pose a security threat. Yet, the middle-aged man before him actually knew of his past afflictions and even the trauma that he had sustained in his fight against Emperor Baiyu. If that was the case, could he really be Yang Shi? But what about his completely different disposition and appearance then? This did not make sense. While Elder Chu was still trying to make sense of the situation, someone spoke. I have recently made a breakthrough in my cultivation, which resulted in my appearance and disposition being vastly different from what it used to be. I don't blame you for failing to recognize me. You managed to achieve a breakthrough? Elder Chu was stunned for a moment before widening his eyes in disbelief. Ever since Kong Shi and his direct disciples disappeared, something seemed to have vanished from the face of the master-teacher continent. In fact, in the past 10 millenniums, there had not been a single known case of anyone successfully achieving a breakthrough to that realm. It was for that reason that Yang Shi had to roam the world, in search of a fortuitous encounter to take the final step forward. Could it be that his effort had paid off? If that was really the case, it would really be a huge blessing to the Master-Teacher Pavilion and mankind. A Master-Teacher of that caliber was bound to have a far deeper understanding of cultivation than the rest of them, and just a simple pointer from him could benefit one immensely. Under his guidance, the prowess of mankind would be brought to a whole new level. Just that, even if Xianxia had reached the level, he should not have changed to the extent where even he could not recognize him anymore. Indeed, I was unable to solve your distorted meridian and trauma in the past, but those no longer pose a problem to me anymore. Seeing the hesitation in the other party's eyes, Xianxia decisively pressed on. At the current moment, what was truly important was not whether the other party believed in his identity or not, but to scare him into not daring to make a move first. After all, his goal was just to obtain the key to resolving the heaven-sealing lock from the First Elder. Once that was done, he would be able to make his escape right away. And once he was gone, it would not make any difference whether the other party realized that he was a fake or not. After all, once he reverted to his original appearance, the other party would not be able to find him anymore. They don't pose a problem to you anymore? Those words caused a jolt in Elder Chu's heart. Do you mean to say that you have found a way to resolve the issues I am facing? That's right. The streaming river art allows a cultivator to pump their Xianxia through their meridians swiftly, but if a cultivator drives their Xianxia through his meridians with too much force for a prolonged period of time, the impact will injure their foundations and distort their meridians. Once the problem sets in, it is difficult for normal herbs to resolve it. However, if there is a pure surge of Xianxia flowing through one's body to continuously nourish the meridians, the problem will be resolved once and for all, Xianxia said lightly. Due to the limitations in his cultivation and experience, it would be difficult for him to resolve the usual cultivation problems that Elder Chu was facing. However, if it was just regarding the recovery of meridians, that was simply too easy for him. The Heaven's Path Xianxia was capable of recovering all damage sustained by the meridians and reverting them back to their initial condition. The problem that Elder Chu was facing was just a mere distortion of the meridians. With a sufficient infusion of Heaven's Path Xianxia, it should not be too difficult to heal the other party. Hearing Xianxia's proposed solution to the matter, Elder Chu shook his head helplessly. I understand that, but where am I to find purer Xianxia? He had sought out many 9-star physicians for the condition he was in, and there were a couple of them who had proposed such a solution. However, he was already a 9-star master teacher himself, and in terms of the purity of Xianxia, there was barely anyone in the world who could surpass him. Where was he to find someone whose Xianxia was far purer than his? Try this. Xianxia had been waiting for those words. With a flick of his finger, a surge of Xianxia shot over. Perplexed, Elder Chu raised his hand and gathered the surge of Xianxia that Xianxia had shot over on his fingertip. Taking a closer look at the surge of Xianxia, he could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. That surge of Xianxia was rather weak. In terms of prowess, it was only comparable to that of a phantasmal space realm cultivator. However, the purity of the surge of Xianxia was spectacular. Just being in contact with it left Elder Chu feeling as if his cells were pulsating in exhilaration. His instincts told him that if he fused this surge of Xianxia into his cells, he would be able to easily resolve his injuries. Under the nourishment of Xianxia of such purity, his distorted meridians would swiftly revert to normal, and his fighting prowess would soar by leaps and bounds. Elder Chu could not help but ask, where did this surge of Xianxia come from? I refined it. However, I have only figured it out up to phantasmal space realm so far. With time, I should be able to further raise its realm, but for the time being, you will just have to make do with it. I still have a few more surges here. You should test the effects first to see if it works on your injuries, Xianxia said as he flicked a few more surges of Xianxia over. Much thanks. Elder Chu swiftly caught the surges of Xianxia that Xianxia had shot over. Extending his spiritual perception to study the surges of Xianxia closely, he was astounded to realize that he could not find the slightest impurity in the Xianxia. Taking in a deep breath, he tapped his finger on the surges of Xianxia gathered on his fingertip and allowed them to flow freely into his body. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as those surges of Xianxia entered Elder Chu's body and fused together with his distorted meridians, those dried-up meridians swiftly puffed back up as if a sponge taking in water. In just a few moments, the distortions were straightened back up, allowing Xianxia to flow through his meridians unhindered once more. This, Elder Chu's body trembled in agitation. If the appearance of the surges of Xianxia had reignited the hope of the recovery of his distorted Xianxia, the confirmation that the surges of Xianxia were indeed able to repair the damage sustained by his body brought him indescribable ecstasy. While the distortions of the meridians would not affect his strength too much at the start, if the condition persisted, it would gradually cause his cultivation to decline. However, if he could resolve the problem, he would be able to remain in his peak state at all times. Perhaps, he might even have a chance to make a breakthrough in the future. Clenching his fists tightly, he could not help but reassess the middle-aged man before him once more warily. In the depths of his heart, he still did not think that the other party was Xianxia. However, given how the other party was able to see through the underlying traumas that he was suffering from and even resolve them, there was little doubt that the other party was one of the top powerhouses of the master-teacher continent. Even at the very least, the other party had to be an expert of the same caliber as him, if not higher. Watching as Elder Chu took his Xianxia into his body, Xianxia chuckled softly and said, "Elder Chu, you should be able to trust my words now, right?" Everything that he had said with Elder Chu earlier was through Xianxia telepathy. Even if Yu Ruoxin was the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court, she still was not qualified to learn of the condition of a 9-star master teacher from the master teacher pavilion headquarters. After seeing that he had managed to deal with Elder Chu for the time being, he turned his gaze to Yu Ruoxin and said, "The reason I have paid your Glacier Plain Court a visit this time around is to ask you for a favor. I ask of you to let my grand student off the hook." "Grand student?" "Xianxia, please feel to speak of any request that you have." Seeing that Elder Chu had fallen silent after trading some telepathic messages with the middle-aged man standing before her, Yu Ruoxin could not help but feel a little nervous on the inside. She had never met Xianxia before, but as an elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, there was no way Elder Chu could not possibly fail to recognize Xianxia. So, for the latter to fall silent after trading a few telepathic messages, it was likely that they had touched on some confidential secrets concerning the Master Teacher Pavilion that she was not privy to. In other words, there was a very good chance that the middle-aged man standing before her was truly Xianxia, a grand elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Even if someone were to inflate her guts 10 times over, she would not dare offend someone of that standing. Seeing that Elder Chu was not interfering anymore, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a nonchalant but imposing voice, he said, "My grand student Xiaoya was once recognized as the young court chief of your Glacier Plain Court. But earlier today, I received a message saying that you have imprisoned her and used the heaven-sealing lock to seal her meridians. Thus, I came over intending to plead on her behalf. I ask of the first elder to free her shackles and return her freedom." "Xiaoya? She's Yangxi's grand student." Yu Ruoxin nearly leaped up in fright. Was Xiaoya not the student of the unaffiliated cultivator Xianxia? If Xiaoya was Yangxi's grand student, did that not mean that Xianxia was Yangxi's direct disciple? First elder. In Yu Ruoxin's moment of astonishment, a panicked cry sounded. The second elder rushed over, and upon seeing that there were 2 foreign faces in the conference room, a hint of hesitation flickered across her face. Nevertheless, she still quickly rushed over to the first elder's side. "What's wrong?" Seeing the fluster that the second elder was in, Yu Ruoxin could not help but frown deeply. "Bad news. The Chanting Serenity Hall's formation is still completely intact, but young court chief Xiaoya has gone missing," the second elder exclaimed with a pale face. "You said that Xiaoya has gone missing?" Yu Ruoxin narrowed her eyes in horror. Her first thought was to rush over to check on the formation at the Chanting Serenity Hall when a thought came to her mind, and she slowly turned her head toward the middle-aged man in the conference room. "Xianxia." Xianxia flung his sleeves back and said impassively, "Indeed, I have brought her away." Hearing the words from the middle-aged man before her, the second elder was astounded. "You said that you brought her away? That's impossible." The chanting Serenity Hall is shrouded by a 9-star pinnacle formation set up painstakingly by the ancestors of the Glacier Plain Court. Without the token, it's impossible to enter its premises. Not even the guild leader of the Formation Master Guild headquarters would be able to take her away discreetly. She did not believe something like this could be true nor even possible. The chanting Serenity Hall was the place where criminals were housed, and its security was so tight that it was impossible for anyone to sneak in discreetly without alarming them. Putting aside the head of the Formation Master Guild headquarters, even the head of the Luo clan, who could be considered the leading expert in the field of spatial manipulation, was not capable of achieving this feat. But the impossible had indeed happened. Xiaoya had disappeared, and the middle-aged man before her claimed that he had taken her away. If so, just who could this middle-aged man be? And how powerful could he be? While Yu Ruoxin could not help but hold some skepticism toward this matter, she still swiftly composed herself and clasped her fist. Xianxia, I was unaware that Zhao Ye is your grand student, so I ask of you to forgive me if I have offended you in any way. However, I would like to clarify that it wasn't my intention to make things hard for her by placing the heaven-sealing lock on her. While Zhao Ye was a member of their Glacier Plain Court, now that Xianxia was involved, the entire nature of the matter had changed. Lineage was of the utmost importance on the master-teacher continent. If a student was humiliated, it was normal for the teacher to step forward and stand up on their behalf. In fact, as long as the teacher did not go too overboard, the master-teacher pavilion would not restrict such behavior. Humph! You used the heaven-sealing lock to seal her meridians, placing her through great suffering. Do you honestly believe that I'll let this matter go just because it wasn't your intention to do so? Zhang Xian spat as his voice gradually turned wintry. Yu Ruoxin bit her lips nervously. To tell you the truth, Xianxia, Zhao Ye's purine body must be awakened as soon as possible because it involves the major affair of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. So I had no other choice. The major affair of the Master-Teacher Pavilion? Zhang Xian repeated questioningly. Indeed. Hearing Zhang Xian's doubtful voice, Elder Chu asked with a hint of wariness in his voice, Xianxia, are you not aware of the matter? Aren't you from the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters? While he still did not think that the other party was Grand Elder Xianxian, considering that the other party had been able to point out the root of his ailment and treat it swiftly, he felt that it was still very likely that the other party was someone from the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Perhaps, he might be one of the more senior elders who had long gone into seclusion. Harboring such doubts in his mind, he had decided to take a step back and simply watch things progress by the side so as to figure out the intentions of the middle-aged man before him, especially since the other party had not really shown any breach of respect or caused any trouble so far. Furthermore, he had come in order to save his grand student, which was a perfectly valid reason. Just that matter was something that had resulted in the mobilization of the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, yet the person before him actually knew nothing about it at all. Could he be not from the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters after all? If he was not a master-teacher and yet possessed the ability to cure his affliction and save his grand student from the Glacier Plain Court silently, this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. Of course I am. I am just not too sure about some matters. Zhang Xian's heart jolted in alarm, but he did not allow it to surface on his face. Maintaining his ever-nonchalant face, he waved his hands casually. What did Zhao Ye's unique constitution being awakened have to do with the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters? What was going on? Serving as the role model for the whole of mankind, the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters had its reputation to uphold and would not do or allow anything that was too immoral. It was hard to believe that they would condone the First Elder's act of forcing Zhao Ye to use the art of harvesting to awaken her unique constitution. You aren't too sure? That's impossible. That matter was decided by Xianxia himself, and he entrusted it to the Deputy Pavilion Master to carry out. There's number 9-star Master Teacher in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters who doesn't know of this matter. So how could you be unsure of it? You? Who in the world are you? Elder Chu said as he took a step toward Zhang Xian. Even if the other party had treated his injuries and was his benefactor, as long as the other party was not from the Master Teacher Pavilion, he would have to take the other party down. That matter was simply too important to allow anything to go wrong. He could not afford to compromise on it, and he could not take responsibility for the consequences if anything went wrong. You aren't Xianxia? Then who are you? What do you mean by coming over to the Glacier Plain Court and kidnapping our young court chief? Seeing that Elder Chu had turned on the middle-aged man, Yu Ruoxin's heart jolted in astonishment as she began assessing the middle-aged man before her with narrowed eyes. The auras of the two experts pressed down on Zhang Xian heavily, leaving him short on breath. Elder Chu, I'll explain this matter to you when we return. I need you to remain silent for the time being. Not expecting to give himself away in such a manner, Zhang Xian snapped his fingers. Pada! Elder Chu suddenly felt the Xianxia that he had just assimilated coming to life. It dived into the most remote corners of his body and began tearing apart everything. Ah! The sudden assault of pain nearly left his knees crumbling to the floor. Cold sweat rained down his cheeks. He tried to open his mouth, but he found himself unable to say a word at all. Even his Xianxia telepathy was being interrupted. In an instant, he understood that he had fallen for the other party's scheme. Could he be the newly appointed hall master of the poison hall? Elder Chu thought in alarm. He tried to move, but as if he was trapped within quicksand, his stiffened body simply would not budge. Not too long ago, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had received news that the Poison Hall headquarters, hidden in the deep mountains, had ushered in a new hall master. It was said that she was the reincarnation of their founder, and despite her young age, she possessed unparalleled affinity with poison, making her a force to behold. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had sent a 9-star Master Teacher skilled in the art of concealment to sneak into the heart of their base and scout the matter. But before he could even reach the Hall Master's residence, he had already been afflicted with lethal poison and nearly lost his life. Unexpectedly, not only did the Hall Master cure the 9-star Master Teacher of his poison, she even told him that her teacher was a Master Teacher, and she had no intention of going against the Master Teacher Pavilion, so there was no need for them to be so tense. Further investigations on the matter had shown that the Poison Hall had truly toned down significantly after the inauguration of the new Hall Master, and only then did the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters' heart finally rest easy. Could all of that actually have been a facade? They had toned down on the surface, but in truth, they were moving in the shadows, preparing to launch a devastating blow on the Master Teacher Pavilion, starting with the Glacier Plain Court. Was that it? Otherwise, who else in the world could be capable of planting poison into a 9-star Master Teacher like him without incurring his notice? Possessing such formidable means, if that fellow truly intended the Glacier Plain Court harm, he could easily start a massacre. Alarmed, Elder Chu drove his Xianxia anxiously in hopes of gathering the strength required to move his body. However, the more he tried to drive his Xianxia, the stiffer his body became. The pain engulfing his body intensified, and he felt as if he would be torn to pieces. How can this be? How did he manage to get the poison into me? The poison had originated from the surges of Xianxia that the middle-aged man had given him previously. However, he had checked on the surges of Xianxia beforehand and ensured that there was nothing wrong with them. Had the Poison Hall really grown so powerful? Damn it! Knowing that it was futile to get anxious, Elder Chu took a deep breath and forcefully calmed himself. He began driving his Xianxia with greater intensity, hoping to suppress those surges of Xianxia that he had just taken in. While that would not resolve the poison, with his strength, it should not be too much of a problem for him to suppress it temporarily. Elder Chu, on the other hand, seeing that her pillar of support had fallen silent, Yu Ruoxin's heart leaped in trepidation. She knew just how powerful Elder Chu was, and yet, by some kind of sorcery, he had really fallen silent with just a few words from the middle-aged man before her. Was the middle-aged man before her really that powerful? There's no need to turn to him for support. Chu Buping has been suppressed by my will, and he can't even fend for himself anymore. Since it has already come to the point, I don't think there's any need for me to maintain my act. Indeed, I'm not Xianxia. However, not even the Xianxia whom all of you look up to so much will be able to hold a candle to me. Raising his eyelids to look at Yu Ruoxin directly, Xianxia took a step forward, and an indomitable aura flowed forth from his body. It was almost as if he was a deity from the heavens. Every single move that he made represented the will of the heavens, and at that very moment, the will of the heavens bore malevolent intent, seeking to bring divine retribution to the world. Just because I haven't made a move yet doesn't mean that I won't. Tell me how the heaven sealing lock can be resolved, and I'll spare you and your Glacier Plain Court. Otherwise, I don't mind letting the Glacier Plain Court vanish hereafter. Vanish! The first elder's face paled as she staggered backward fearfully. Given how the other party was able to render Elder Chu completely silent and immobile with a word, as well as enter the depths of the Glacier Plain Court without drawing anyone's attention and take Xiaoya away, in terms of strength, there was indeed no one in the world whom she could think of that would stand a chance against the middle-aged man before her. If a fight broke out, would the Glacier Plain Court stand a chance against him? As this notion came into the first elder's mind, she felt as if her heart had been plunged into icy water. This was meaningless postulation. There was no way that they stood a chance. In terms of strength, she was beneath that of Elder Chu. Given how the other party was able to subdue Elder Chu with ease, killing her would pose even less of a problem. Indeed, placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia took another step forward. Doubt my strength if you want to, but just be prepared to face the consequences if so. The only reason I haven't made a move yet is to avoid meaningless bloodshed. My motive here is to save, not to kill. Even though it was impossible to see the depths of his cultivation, the pressure he exerted was more than enough to sink anyone into the abyss of despair. He flicked his wrist, and Xiaoya appeared beside him. Gazing intently at Yu Ruoxin, Xianxia said, "All you have to do is free her from the heaven-sealing lock. As for the final awakening of her unique constitution, I'll handle it myself. You don't need to interfere in this matter anymore." Zhao Ya's unique constitution would definitely have to be awakened, but there was plenty of time in the future to figure out a solution. The important matter at hand was to remove the heaven-sealing lock and free her from pain. You are able to help her accomplish a full awakening? Yu Ruoxin was stunned. Indeed. Xianxia tilted his head upward confidently. If there's something in this world I can't accomplish, no one else will be able to. It was a bold claim, but Xianxia meant every last word he said. With the Library of Heaven's Path in his possession, his existence embodied the possibilities of the world. If there was something in this world that he was incapable of, no one else would be able to accomplish it, and this was including the legendary Yang Shi. But Yu Ruoxin's face paled further upon hearing those words, and her body began trembling slightly. The heaven-sealing lock of the Glacier Plain Court is created by the icy silkworm. Once it enters a host's body, it will swiftly freeze all of its host's meridians. There's only one known way to resolve the issue, and that is to absorb the pure yang energy. Other than that, there's no other solution. What did you say? A furious bellow escaped from Xianxia's lips. At the same time, cracks swiftly crawled through the surrounding ground, covering the entire conference room in an instant. Xiaoya's body also stiffened upon hearing those words. She had thought that with her grand teacher making a move on her behalf, the problem that she was facing would be resolved easily. Yet, after all was said and done, they were still back to square one. After what happened with her mother, I had no other choice but to make this move. I thought that after undergoing a few days of suffering, she would give in and cultivate in accordance to our cultivation technique. The past generations of court chiefs have all undergone this process, so I didn't think much about it, Yu Ruoxin explained fearfully. In fact, the very reason our Glacier Plain Court bred the icy silkworm as the heaven-sealing lock is to force the court chiefs to cultivate the final level of the cultivation technique and fully awaken their pure yin body. It's not meant to be curable. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he glared at Yu Ruoxin with an inferno burning in his eyes. As someone who possessed the eye of insight, he could tell that Yu Ruoxin was not lying to him. In other words, other than harvesting the pure yang energy of young men, there was no other way to resolve the heaven-sealing lock. This was really the worst-case scenario. All of a sudden, Elder Chu's face reddened, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. Due to the massive fluctuations in Xianxia's emotions, he was unable to control his Xianxia as finely as he usually could. Making use of this opening, Elder Chu used a secret art to fuse the other party's Xianxia into his blood and forced it out of his body. "How dare you try to poison me? Even if I'm not a match for you, I'm going to drag you down to hell with me." With a furious bellow, Elder Chu flicked his palm up and thrust it toward the middle-aged man before him. A furious tempest whipped up in the area, and in that moment, it felt as if the world was spinning around them. The full might of a 9-star Master Teacher was more than enough to rip apart the spatial fabric of the Master Teacher continent. Under Elder Chu's raging might, the formations in the conference hall groaned in protest before being torn apart, raising up a massive dust storm. "Elder Chu, don't!" Not expecting Elder Chu to suddenly go on a rampage when she had barely placated the supreme expert before her, Yu Ruoxin cried in horror. If they provoked the other party and the other party decided to start a massacre, would the Glacier Plain Court not vanish from the face of the world? Hong Long. However, there was already no stopping Elder Chu. His poisoning and the other party's impersonation of Xianxia had already gone beyond what he could tolerate. "Who do you think you are making a move on?" Despite the bravado that he was putting on, Xianxia really had not expected Elder Chu to be so hot-tempered as to make a move all of a sudden. Knowing that he would not stand a chance in a direct encounter, he hurriedly flicked his wrist and placed the Sanctum Head token before him as a shield. Pong! The might of Elder Chu's palm strike rippled through the Sanctum Head token and gushed right toward Xianxia like an unstoppable storm. Pooh! Blood spewed frenziedly from Xianxia's mouth as he felt the bones throughout his body shattering. The sheer might of the force nearly struck the final breath out of his body. Elder Chu had thought that Xianxia was an unparalleled expert, so when he made his move, he had been prepared to meet his end. As such, he drew all the strength that he could muster in his attack, and the might behind his offense far surpassed what Xianxia could withstand in his current state. If not for the Sanctum Head token cushioning most of the blow, he would have turned into meat paste. Nevertheless, just the shock wave from the palm strike was enough to incapacitate him. Following which, Elder Chu's shocked exclamation sounded in the air. How could he be so weak? He had already resolved himself for death when he made the move. He had thought that even if he lost his life, the least he could do was inflict an irrecoverable wound on the other party. But never in his wildest dreams had he expected the middle-aged man before him to be so weak. Preposterous! Preposterous! How dare a weakling like you threaten me? Disciples of the Glacier Plain Court, take him down. Yu Ruoxin clearly had not expected the middle-aged man before her to be so weak. He had appeared before her as a formidable expert wielding peerless strength, but his true strength turned out to be so meager that it was not even worth her batting an eyelid over. Her face flushed crimson as she bellowed furiously for the disciples of the Glacier Plain Court to apprehend him. As the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court, she could also be considered a distinguished figure of the Master Teacher continent. Yet, a phantasmal space realm cultivator actually managed to scare her into submission. If others learnt of this matter, how was she to uphold the Glacier Plain Court's dignity before the world? While the first elder was barking out orders, Xiaoya was staring in horror at the helpless young man twirling in the air from the shockwave of Elder Chu's attack. Her body trembled in shock as tears trickled down her pale cheeks. He isn't Grand Teacher but... Teacher! Elder Chu's attack had only been directed toward Xianxia, so despite Xiaoya being so close to Xianxia, she was not affected by the shockwave at all. Otherwise, given the frail state that she was in, she would have lost her life in a breath. However, watching as the retreating middle-aged man's disguise faded due to his severe injuries, she swiftly understood what was going on. The abrupt appearance of her Grand Teacher and the striking similarity between their Xianxia. All of a sudden, the minuscule doubts that had surfaced at the back of her mind were answered. So, it had really been her teacher all along. Of course, it could not have been anyone else. Only her teacher would rush over regardless of the cost after receiving her message. Only her teacher would risk his life regardless of how hopeless the situation seemed just to clutch onto the faint ray of hope for her. Only her teacher would dote her so much as to put his life on the line just so that she would not have to do something against her will. Teacher, you have done far too much for me. How can I let anything happen to you? Feeling an irrepressible pain tearing her heart apart, Xiaoya clenched her teeth tightly together and drove her Jinshi furiously. Yu Ruoxin narrowed her eyes at the sight and bellowed anxiously, "Don't move your Jinshi, you'll really die." The heaven-sealing lock formed out of the icy silkworm had already frozen her meridians into ice. Just the very attempt to move her Jinshi would cause unbearable pain to engulf her body, causing strength to swiftly recede from her body. If she forcefully continued after that, her meridians would swiftly collapse, and the damage that she sustained would really be irrecoverable. In the worst-case scenario, she might even lose her life. The reason Yu Ruoxin had planted something so vile in Xiaoya in the first place was to strip her of her choices. As long as she refused to succumb and awaken her unique constitution, she would be constantly placed in a state of suffering. On the other hand, as long as she chose to submit, she would be able to become a top expert in an instant. Which the better option was, surely any rational person would be able to tell. But this lass would rather take the suffering than choose what would have been better for her and the entire Glacier Plain court. This had left her feeling extremely enraged. She had intended to lock her up for just a few days to make her change her mind, but she never would have thought that someone would actually break her out. Who in the world is that person? Is he so important to you that you would even give up even your life for him? At this point, Yu Ruoxin did not pay any attention to the person impersonating Xianxia. She quickly rushed forward to strike down on Xiaoya with her palm. "Stop it!" A powerful surge of energy swiftly covered Xiaoya's body, suppressing her flow of Jinshi entirely. Hong Long. However, Xiaoya had already resolved herself for death, such that even Yu Ruoxin found herself unable to suppress her Jinshi. The latter swiftly suffered a rebound, causing blood to trickle down the corner of her lips. "Are you insane?" Yu Ruoxin's head nearly exploded. She had known this young lady for half a year now, and the latter had always treated her earnestly and respectfully. No matter what she demanded of the young lady would always follow her instructions without any hesitation. Just what in the world happened for the young lady to defy her even at the expense of her life? She raised her head to the sky, and when she saw Zhang Xian's true face, she could not help but jolt in astonishment. He's actually this young. Could he be? Yu Ruoxin narrowed her eyes as something clutched her heart tightly. Could he be Zhang Xian? Over the past half a year, she had managed to understand Xiaoya's character, and she knew that the young lady's teacher was her breaking point. She would allow no harm to come to her teacher, and she would make anyone who dared touch him pay dearly. Considering the current situation, there was no doubt that the young man was indeed her teacher. Scram! While Yu Ruoxin's mind was wandering, she heard the young lady's furious shriek exploding in her ears. The next moment, her chest caved in, and a powerful might sent her flying. She tumbled in the air as fresh blood spurted forth from her lips. Suppressing the jolted Jinshi, Yu Ruoxin forcefully stabilized her body as she howled at the young lady from a distance away. "Your meridians will shatter. Don't." To use her strength in her current state was no different from suicide. Pooh! As expected, as soon as the first elder was sent flying, Xiaoya seemed to have reached the limits of her body as well. Her face reddened, and blood spewed out from her mouth. Her body trembled weakly, and it seemed as if she would collapse to the ground at any moment. Yet, she remained firmly standing. She walked over toward Zhang Xian's body, placed her palm on his body, and sent her Jinshi into his body to help him recover. Gazing at the young man lying in front of her with gentle eyes, she muttered with a voice filled with worry, "Teacher, nothing can happen to you. I'll protect you, so you have to be fine. Why you? Do you want to die?" Yu Ruoxin roared as she rushed forward to stop her, only to be impeded by the powerful bursts of energy that the young lady was emanating. Finding that she was unable to get close, she could not help but feel even more anxious. In the first place, the young lady's act of forcefully using her Xianxia had already caused her meridians to collapse. But despite that, she was still expending her Xianxia to help another. This was tantamount to suicide. She's planning on burning herself dry to save her teacher. Elder Chu walked to Yu Ruoxin's side as he looked at the sight with clenched fists. He had thought that the other party was the head of the poison hall or perhaps even an otherworldly demon pretending to be a human. However, contrary to his expectations, the other party was only a weak cultivator putting on a disguise. If he had known that the other party was that weak, he never would have launched such a powerful attack. In his semi-conscious state, Xianxia could vaguely feel Xiaoya pumping her strength into his body. Shocked, he was jolted awake. He opened his eyes and saw the pale-faced Xiaoya looking down on him with a satisfied smile on her lips. "Teacher, you have finally awakened. I'm relieved." After saying those words, her drooping eyelids finally shut as she fell to the ground. She had always stood tall and valiant, but at that moment, she appeared so frail and helpless. "Xiaoya!" Understanding what was going on, Xianxia screamed in horror. He hurriedly got up and placed his palm on her hands. Hong Long, without any reservation, he furiously drove all of the Heaven's Path Xianxia that he could muster into her body. But the moment his Xianxia entered her body, his body stiffened as if someone had poured a pail of cold water over him. The young lady's previously frozen meridians had all shattered into nothingness. In other words, even if she could be treated, she would remain a cripple for life. She would no longer be a cultivator anymore. "Nu!" Xianxia roared. She had spent her entire life cultivating, taking a step at a time toward the top. If she really became a cripple, her reason for living would be completely destroyed. There was no way that she would be able to accept such an outcome. Without Xiaoya's Xianxia forcing them back anymore, Yu Ruoxin stepped forward, and upon seeing the state Xiaoya was in, she shouted furiously, "Let go of Xiaoya! You are the culprit. The entire Glacier Plain Court is the culprit." Hugging the young lady's body tightly in his embrace, Xianxia slowly got to his feet as he stared at Yu Ruoxin and Elder Chu with crimson eyes filled with hatred. The reason he had sent Xiaoya to the Glacier Plain Court was so that she could awaken her unique bloodline swiftly and come to be independent. If he had known that the Glacier Plain Court would treat his beloved student in such a manner, resorting to such callous means to force her to do something against her will, he never would have agreed to it, even at the expense of his life. When he first saw Xiaoya's frozen meridians and the suffering that she was in, he should have just toughened his heart and taught the Glacier Plain Court a lesson. It was his hesitation that had led to this tragedy. "I have always said that if anything happened to my student, I would eradicate the Glacier Plain Court," Xianxia said with an utterly cold voice, almost as if a demon that had walked out of the depths of hell. Back then, when Lu Xian took Xiaoya away, he had said that if he ever found that Xiaoya had suffered any grievances due to them, he would eradicate the entire Glacier Plain Court. Since you view Xiaoya as nothing more than a tool to further your Glacier Plain Court, not hesitating in the least to put her through great suffering so as to achieve your own goals, what else do I have to hesitate over? Seeing the deranged state that the young man before him was in, Elder Chu howled out a threat. "You are Xianxia, right? As a talented master teacher who has successfully overcome the Tower of Master Teachers, you have a bright future ahead of you. You'd better not act recklessly. Since the Master Teacher Pavilion is able to bestow you with prestige and honor, it's also able to take it away and turn you into a sinner wanted throughout the Master Teacher continent." He had a rough idea about the situation concerning Xiaoya, and since Yu Ruoxin was able to figure out the identity of the young man, there was no reason he would not be able to do so. Xianxia was indeed tremendously talented. Master teachers of his caliber were rarely seen even in the entire history of the Sanctum of Sages. Was he really going to give up on the bright future ahead of him just like that? Master teacher? Ha! Ha ha ha! Well said. Chu Buping. A master teacher should follow rules. Isn't that so? Very well then. Today, I am not a master teacher but her teacher. I'm going to redress her grievances and avenge her. Xianxia grabbed the master teacher robe on him and ripped it apart as he sneered maniacally. All along, He had tried his best to remain in line due to the many rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. But from that day, that would not be the case anymore. Regardless of what happened, he would avenge Xianxia. You, audacious! Seeing the young man before him ripping his master-teacher robe apart and saying that he was not a master-teacher, Elder Chu nearly exploded on the spot. Do you think that you are able to choose when you want to be a master-teacher, as if it is just a robe you wear? If everyone took it so lightly, what would become of the dignity of the Master-Teacher Pavilion? How could the #1 occupation of the world possibly be so ruleless? Me, audacious? My audacity can't even begin to compare to the likes of yours. The Master-Teacher Pavilion should be the most concerned about the rules, but just to fulfill your own interests, you turned a blind eye to the Glacier Plain Court using depraved means to awaken a unique constitution. Why? Do the lives of those young men mean nothing to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters? Not only so, the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court even shackled a disciple of the Glacier Plain Court with the heaven-sealing lock in order to force her to commit atrocities. I must have been blind to have handed my student over to you. Hugging the young lady tightly in his embrace, Xianxia slowly flew into the air as his voice grew louder and louder. Such a filthy organization. I don't think there's any reason the Glacier Plain Court should exist in this world. Hearing how the young man was getting more and more overboard with his words, Yu Ruoxin sneered coldly as she raised her palm, prepared to make a move. A mere phantasmal space realm brat like you doesn't have any right to determine whether or not the Glacier Plain Court has the right to exist in the world. The next moment, however, her face suddenly distorted in horror. What is going on? The clear sky, filled with innumerable stars a moment ago, was suddenly filled with ominous clouds. Lightning crackled furiously within them, seemingly ready to bring devastation down upon the world at any moment. This is the dimension-sundering ordeal? That fellow is going to push for a breakthrough to dimension-sundering realm now. Elder Chu was taken aback. The fellow in the sky claimed that he wanted to exact vengeance for Xianxia by reducing the Glacier Plain Court to ruins. But why would he end up summoning his dimension-sundering ordeal instead? During an ordeal, he would not even be able to guarantee his own safety, let alone deal with them. Seeing how that fellow was not showing the slightest hint of remorse, even attempting to push for a breakthrough to dimension-sundering realm in order to deal with them, Yu Ruoxin sneered coldly. It's too late to be sharpening your edge at this moment. So what if you achieve a breakthrough to dimension-sundering realm right now? As one of the top powers on the Master-Teacher continent, the Glacier Plain Court won't stand for a brat like you besmirching our reputation. Raising her palm, she bellowed with a voice that jolted even the storm clouds. Disciples of the Glacier Plain Court, heed my words. Someone dared humiliate the Glacier Plain Court. It's time for you to stand up for your home. Yes, First Elder. Voila. Shortly after those words were spoken, the disciples and elders of the Glacier Plain Court flew into the sky, swiftly filling the area. They positioned themselves in a certain pattern, seemingly forming a massive formation. As a Tier 1 organization on the Master-Teacher continent, second only to premier clans like the Zhang clan and Luo clan, the sheer number of experts they had among their ranks would leave any ordinary powers trembling in fear. Just the number of Saint 8 Dan experts that they had numbered a few thousand. To spout arrogant words when you haven't even reached the dimension-sundering realm, it seems like you are really oblivious to the strength that the Glacier Plain Court wields. Yu Ruoxin scoffed as she stood above the massive formation formed by the army of elders and disciples. So what if Xianxia wielded strength far beyond his realm? Before absolute strength, he was nothing at all. Just as Yu Ruoxin was just about to issue the command for the elders and disciples to apprehend that audacious young man, Elder Chu's anxious voice suddenly sounded in her ears. No, something is wrong. First Elder. There's something abnormal about that dimension-sundering ordeal. Yu Ruoxin glanced at Elder Chu doubtfully. An event that would be able to make even a 9-star Master-Teacher panic was bound to be something major. Thus, she quickly looked upward to uncover what was wrong with the summoned dimension-sundering ordeal, and with just a glance, her eyes had already widened in horror. The congregation of storm clouds above had reached a density that she had never seen before, And not only so, it was still swelling up at a frightening rate. In just a few moments, it had already covered tens of thousands of mu, and it still was not showing any signs of calming down. It was almost as if it would only rest when it had brought down the entire city of Glacier. A lightning tribulation that's tens of thousands of mu large? Not even the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal can begin to compare to this. Yu Ruoxin shuddered in fear. Even the strongest macrocosm ascendancy realm that she had seen was several thousand mu large. Yet the young man's dimension-sundering realm actually formed a lightning tribulation at least 10 times larger. Just what was going on? To draw in such a powerful lightning tribulation. Surely even Zhang Xian would lose his life. Holding Xiaoya tightly in his embrace, Zhang Xian coldly bellowed, "Lightning tribulation, heed my order. Lay waste to everything beneath." A deafening roar sounded from the storm clouds, as if responding to his command. The next moment, countless lightning bolts descended from the storm clouds, ravaging the surroundings. Hong long, hong long, hong long. It was an absolute cataclysm. Wherever the eyes could see, buildings were being torn down, collapsing onto the ground as rubble. A massive storm of dust swirled around the area. Protect the Glacier Plain Court. Protect the Glacier Plain Court. Yu Ruoxin never could have imagined that the dimension-sundering ordeal summoned by that fellow would actually follow his orders. Completely thrown off guard by the abrupt situation, her face paled in fright as she desperately barked out orders. So. The elders and disciples quickly flew to the key buildings of the Glacier Plain Court, intending to use their strength to protect its long lineage and history. Kacha! Kacha! However, the lightning tribulation was the very manifestation of the rage of the heavens. How could mere mortals like them possibly be able to withstand it? Perhaps it was due to Zhang Xian's command, but the lightning strikes did not land a fatal blow on any of the disciples or elders. Nevertheless, the lightning strikes still paralyzed their bodies, incapacitating them for the time being. No. Yu Ruoxin shook her head in disbelief as she staggered backward weakly. She could not accept what she was seeing. Standing beside her, Elder Chu was looking at the sight of absolute devastation with narrowed eyes. The sheer scale of the lightning tribulation was already more than enough to leave their eyes widened in shock. And yet, to actually follow the young man's orders to attack the Glacier Plain Court. How in the world did he do it? It was no wonder he dared to make the bold claim of eradicating the Glacier Plain Court. Who could possibly stand against the wrath of the heavens? Watching as the majestic buildings that had once towered being reduced to rubble and the formations that had protected the Glacier Plain Court dissipating, leaving nothing behind at all, Yu Ruoxin fell into a state of frenzy. "I'll kill you!" Roaring furiously, she charged right toward Zhang Xian. This was her sect, her home. How could she accept its destruction? There was no way she could. Return to the dirt. That's where you belong. Zhang Xian sneered as he waved his hand. Hong long. A thick bolt of lightning streaked down toward Yu Ruoxin, and before she could do anything, she had already been struck. Just like the disciples and elders of the Glacier Plain Court, her charred body plummeted back to the dust-covered ground. Hong long. Hong long. Hong long. 100 more lightning bolts fell down one after another, striking down on Yu Ruoxin's body. Before long, the awe-inspiring first elder of the Glacier Plain Court was convulsing helplessly on the ground. With each strike of lightning, a spurt of blood would escape from her mouth. Even at the end of the lightning strikes, her body was still twitching non-stop, making it impossible to tell whether she was still alive or not. Even the phantasmal space ordeal that he had summoned was enough to render the Zhang clan's first elder, Zhang Wuheng, completely helpless. Naturally, the dimension-sundering ordeal that he summoned was bound to be far beyond what even someone of Yu Ruoxin's caliber was able to deal with. As a 9-star master teacher, you condone the evil deed committed by the Glacier Plain Court for your own interests. You should be punished as well. After striking Yu Ruoxin, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Elder Chu and waved his hand. Kacha! Kacha! The next moment, countless bolts of lightning descended from the storm clouds, drowning Elder Chu in devastating lightning energy. Soon, there was no one left standing in the Glacier Plain Court. Zhang Xian took a look at the storm clouds and noted that the lightning energy harnessed within them was about to run dry as well. He gazed down at the young lady in his embrace, and a pained look appeared on his face. He muttered softly beneath his breath, "Xiaoya, don't worry. I'll heal you back to how you were and return your strength to you. I'll awaken your purine body and make you one of the strongest experts on the master-teacher continent, so that you'll never have to suffer such injustice ever again." Holding Xiaoya tightly, he headed into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, their silhouettes vanished into the darkness of the night. Time ticked by. A crack of light appeared over the eastern horizon, and the brilliant sun slowly rose into the sky. Gradually, Yu Ruoxin regained consciousness. She struggled to her feet, and when she saw the endless waste that extended as far as she could see, her body staggered a little. The Glacier Plain Court had existed on the Master-Teacher continent for many millenniums, and it had been through its fair share of tragedies. There were even a few battles that had resulted in more than half of their disciples dying. But despite all those crises, the city of Glacier had always survived and continued standing firm. While some buildings might be destroyed by the enemies from time to time, it would only be a small portion of the entire city. Yet, at that moment, everything had been torn to the ground, reduced to debris. While none of the disciples and elders had lost their lives, they were all severely wounded. From the looks of it, it seemed like none of them would be able to recover without at least half a month of recuperation. For an individual to be able to summon lightning and wield such immense strength, Yu Ruoxin could not help but shudder when she recalled the sight that she had seen the previous night. In all honesty, she had never really thought of Zhang Xian as a threat. After all, a phantasmal space realm cultivator should have been nothing more than an ant compared to her. With her strength, she could crush dozens of them with just a flick of her finger. But the other party turned out to possess a trump card far stronger than her wildest imagination. With just a dimension-sundering ordeal, he had reduced the Glacier Plain Court to such a state. If he underwent his macrocosm ascendancy ordeal, would the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters be torn down as well? First Elder. The Glacier Plain Court has been completely destroyed. Struggling to Yu Ruoxin's side, the second elder shook her head with a look of desolation. "Indeed, it's all destroyed," Yu Ruoxin replied in a daze. Having served as the de facto leader of the Glacier Plain Court for so many years, she had thought that she would be able to bring it to greater heights under her leadership. Yet, as if fate was playing tricks on her, her attempts to achieve her ambition had ended up reducing it to ruins instead. "As long as our disciples remain, we'll have a chance to rise back up. From this day onward, Zhang Xian shall be the greatest enemy of our Glacier Plain Court. Any disciple who spots him is to kill him on sight." Yu Ruoxin spat with gritted teeth. "Yes." The elders and disciples who had just awoken replied resoundingly. Yu Ruoxin turned to the awoken Elder Chu and said, "Elder Chu, you witnessed what happened with your own eyes. That Zhang Xian has kidnapped our young court chief and destroyed the entire Glacier Plain Court. I hope that you can report his heinous sins to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, so as to put a bounty on his head. Rest assured, I'll report this matter as I have seen and have him brought to justice." Elder Chu nodded as he rubbed his glabella. Despite being a master teacher, Zhang Xian had disregarded the rules and acted as he pleased. A person like him had to be punished severely. Otherwise, if everyone wreaked havoc just because they possessed a bit of strength, the entire master-teacher continent would swiftly be reduced to chaos. Pang! After flying for some time, Zhang Xian finally reached the limits of his strength and plummeted to the ground. While the Sanctum Head token had blocked off some of Elder Chu's desperate attack, a portion of the shockwave had seeped into his body, and even at that moment it was still tearing apart the vitality in his body, worsening his injuries. If not for the energy that Xiaoya had infused into his body, putting aside summoning the dimension-sundering ordeal, he might have simply died on the spot. Even so, he still found himself coming to the limits of his body after just flying for a night. Of course, he could have chosen to ride on the Inferno Chilan as well, but the problem with that was that the latter's fire aura was simply too conspicuous. While it did fly fast, it would also make it easier for them to be tracked down. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was different. possessing the heaven's path Xianxia. He was to perfectly conceal his aura. On top of that, through the eye of insight, he was able to check if he had accidentally left behind any tracks and erase them in advance, thus making it difficult for even real 9-star master teachers to find him. Struggling to his feet once more, he found that he was standing in the midst of a primitive jungle. Seeing that there was no one in sight, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia lowered his head to gaze at the young lady in his embrace. Her eyes were still tightly shut, and even though she was breathing, it was extremely frail, almost as if she would stop breathing at the slightest trauma. Xiaoya, since I have said that I'll save you, I'll definitely do it. If not for Xianxia holding her throughout the entire journey, sustaining her vitals with his heaven's path Xianxia, she might have already departed from the world. Placing her lightly on the ground, Xianxia placed his finger on her meridians and willed, "Flaws! Wang!" A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path, and Xianxia quickly browsed through it. Her injuries are too severe. Every last one of her meridians had crumbled. Xianxia shook his head hopelessly. Xiaoya's condition was worse than he had thought. Due to her forcefully driving her Xianxia, her frozen meridians had ended up shattering into countless fragments. If there was anything fortunate about the situation, it would be that the effects of the heaven sealing lock had vanished as well. In other words, while shattering her meridians, she had succeeded in shattering the heaven sealing lock with her strength, resolving its threat. If it's a cut or a tear, the heaven's path Xianxia would still be able to repair it, but her meridians have shattered completely, ceasing to exist. Xianxia murmured with an awful complexion. The heaven's path Xianxia's restorative property far surpassed that of any medicinal herbs or pills, but despite its seemingly miraculous effects, it did not have the ability to recreate meridians out of nothing. Even the most skilled of blacksmiths would be unable to forge a weapon without tools and ores. This was exactly what was going on with Xiaoya. Given that her meridians had been completely destroyed, how could the heaven's path Xianxia heal something that was no longer there? Without meridians, I won't be able to drive my Xianxia through her body effectively, and that'll make it much more difficult to treat her. In a sense, meridians were like the capillaries of the body. They could be found everywhere so that the bloodstream could transport oxygen to every cell in the body. The destruction of the meridians was somewhat similar to the collapse of the roads. The heaven's path Xianxia would not be able to get around her body easily, thus slowing down the treatment significantly. Let's try using the silver needles. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a couple of silver needles and infused a surge of his Xianxia on each of them before flicking them away. Wang 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 wang. Several hundred silver needles immediately pierced into the acupoints of the young lady. Cough cough. Xianxia swayed on the spot before falling back down onto the ground. His injuries were not light, and he was in no state to expend too much energy. While attempting to save Xiaoya, he had also nearly depleted himself dry. Knowing that he could not afford to collapse at this moment, he swiftly took out a pill and swallowed it. A while later, when he felt that some strength had returned to his body, he quickly turned his sight to the young lady once more. After infusing several hundred surges of Xianxia into Xiaoya's body via the silver needles, her complexion alleviated significantly. However, due to the severity of her injuries, she was still a long way off from regaining consciousness. The trauma to her body as a result of the collapse of her meridians is simply too great. If she ever wants to recover her strength as a cultivator, her meridians will have to be reconstructed. A deep frown surfaced between Xianxia's brows. As formidable as his medical skills were, this was his first time meeting with such a situation. There was nothing like this detailed in the medical books, so he was also at a complete loss as to what he could do. At this point, it was not a matter of whether he knew how to reconstruct meridians or not. Such a matter was completely unheard of in the master-teacher continent in the very first place. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. But just because it's unheard of doesn't mean that it's impossible. All I have to do is be the first one to achieve it. So what if no one had achieved it in the past? If no one had done it before, he would just have to be the one to break new grounds then. But what can I use to replace her meridians? The material must allow Xianxia to pass through it without any obstruction, be sufficiently flexible and resilient, and be able to store energy. Meridians were similar to expressways tailored for Xianxia. In order to reconstruct them, the first thing that Xianxia had to do was find a material suitable to replace it. But what in the world had the properties necessary to replace meridians and yet not harm a person's body? After some contemplation, Xianxia was unable to come up with anything good, so he could only shake his head helplessly. It seems like I should drop by the blacksmith guild or physician guild to take a look. If it were to come down to it, he might have to try fusing several materials together and forge out a new set of meridians for her. However, the problem was that his forging abilities were simply too unremarkable. Forging a brick was already the limits of his ability, let alone forging something that had to be small, delicate, precise, and allow Xianxia to pass through without any obstruction. That was really asking the impossible of him. Besides, it was not even certain yet if meridians could be replaced by other materials. So, he would have to hit the books to determine his next course of action. After coming up with a rough idea as to how he could treat Xianxia, Xianxia felt the burden in his heart alleviating slightly. He continued his acupuncture treatment, infusing tens of thousands of Xianxia surges into Xiaoya's body before her condition finally stabilized. It had been said time and time again, but Xiaoya was truly in a horrible condition. Had it been any other physician in Xianxia's place, even if the person was a 9-star pinnacle physician, they would still have found themselves utterly lost as to how to help Xiaoya. Pills would not work as there were no meridians to diffuse the medicinal energy, and the usual Xianxia circulation methods would not work for the same reason. Even with the miraculous Heaven's Path Xianxia, Xianxia could only infuse it bit by bit through the silver needles into the injured parts of her body to slowly induce her recovery. By the time he was done, a day had already passed. Other than occasionally going around to find some wild fruits, mashing them up, and feeding them to Xiaoya to alleviate her hunger, he spent most of his time treating Xiaoya and himself and recovering his cultivation. Fortunately, his hard work paid off. He finally managed to expel the ravaging might from Elder Chu's attack that had seeped into his body and successfully healed his injuries. At the same time, he also managed to accustom himself to his Saint 8-Dan Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage cultivation as well. The last round of acupuncture. As long as I succeed, Xiaoya should be able to regain consciousness. Seeing that the sun was rising once more, Xianxia quickly conditioned his own state before taking his silver needles out. Gazing down on the peaceful face of the young lady lying not too far away, he flicked his wrist. Voila! Several hundred silver needles immediately floated before him, and he stroked each of them lightly as if playing the zither. As Xiaoya's meridians had been completely destroyed, making it impossible for her body to transport Xianxia around, Xianxia had no choice but to infuse his Heaven's Path Xianxia directly into the wounded areas of her body. After a day of hard work, she had mostly recovered from her injuries. As long as nothing went wrong, he would be able to stimulate her nerves after this final round of acupuncture and rouse her from her deep slumber. Go! The silver needles infused with unique energy surged forth and pierced into Xiaoya's body. Not daring to loosen up in the slightest, Xianxia raised his hands and clapped them together. Pa pa pa! A series of resounding claps timed impeccably to produce a certain beat sounded in the air. It was a simple but strangely intoxicating melody, reminiscent of demonic tunes. As it echoed in the forest, the fingers of the unconscious young lady twitched a little, following which, her curled eyelashes fluttered a little before her eyes gradually opened. Teacher? Struggling to sit up, Xiaoya looked at the young man before her with a hint of wonder in her eyes. I'm alive! With her meridians completely destroyed, she had thought that she would die without fail. However, it seemed like the merciful heavens had given her another chance to meet with her teacher. Don't worry, I'm around. I won't let death claim you so easily. Xianxia replied with a gentle smile. Wei Ruian's condition had been much worse than this back then, but he had still successfully treated her. With the Library of Heaven's Path to uncover all flaws and the Heaven's Path Xianxia to heal all wounds, given sufficient time, Xianxia would surely be able to bring anyone back from death's embrace. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiaoya managed to wobble up to her feet, but due to the feeble state she was in, she was still unable to maintain her balance too well. Xianxia quickly stretched his hand out to support her before sighing deeply. I have managed to stabilize your condition for the time being, but due to the collapse of your meridians, the Jinqi you have cultivated so far has ended up dissipating. However, you don't have to worry. I'll find a way for you to recover your strength as soon as possible. Thank you, teacher, Xiaoya replied with a faint smile. She was already very thankful to the world for allowing her to remain in this world and see her teacher once more. Whether she could recover her cultivation or not was no longer important to her. She was already satisfied with what she had received. Whatever else fate had in store for her, she would accept it graciously. Xianxia quickly took out the spring water and wild fruits that he had harvested and passed them over for Xiaoya to consume, and only then did the young lady regain some strength. She scanned her surroundings doubtfully and asked, Teacher, where are we? Aren't we in the Glacier Plain Court? How did we get here? She remembered seeing the first elder and Elder Chu closing in on her teacher menacingly. Given how disadvantageous the situation had been for her teacher back then, how did he manage to get away? I'm not too sure where we are at the moment, but as for how we managed to get here, I'll fill you in on the details later. For the time being, we have to move. After saying those words, Xianxia lifted the young lady up and wrapped her amid a layer of Jinqi before flying into the distance. Not too long later, they arrived in a small city. While Xiaoya was unable to tap into her cultivation anymore, after mostly recovering from her injuries, she was still able to move around without much trouble, just like an ordinary human. We are in Longyuan City. After asking some passers-by, they managed to figure out their current location. I have seen Longyuan City on the map before, Xiaoya said. It's roughly 30,000 li away from the Glacier Plain Court and several thousand li away from the Empire Alliance. Oh? So, this city is in close proximity to the Empire Alliance. Xianxia was taken aback. That night, he had fled in a fluster, and he had even changed directions 8 times midway in order to ensure that any trackers sent after him would not be able to find him easily. As a result of that, even he had no idea which direction he had headed in. Perhaps it was due to the breakthrough in his cultivation to the dimension-sundering realm that resulted in a significant boost in his speed, but despite the detours that he had taken, he had still managed to fly 30,000 li away in a single night. That's right. Xiaoya nodded. Xianxia pondered for a brief moment before saying, Since the Empire Alliance is in the vicinity, let's head over there. The problem regarding Xiaoya's collapsed meridians had to be treated as soon as possible, and a city as small as Longyuan City was unlikely to have the necessary resources required for her treatment. On the other hand, the Empire Alliance was the very center of the conferred empires, and in terms of its overall development, be it in terms of military might or economic prowess, it could be said to almost be on par with the current Sanctum of Sages. Perhaps, he might just be able to find the materials and books necessary to reconstruct Zhao Ye's meridians there. Zhao Ye nodded in agreement. She would follow wherever her teacher went. After all that she had been through, she no longer wanted to be apart from her teacher anymore. Knowing that he had gotten into a fair bit of trouble recently, and it would simply be asking for trouble to appear before others in their original appearance, Xianxia proposed. But before we make our way over, we'll have to alter our appearances a bit. Zhao Ye gave a nod of agreement. Xianxia's disguise was relatively easy. Having cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body, he was able to move his muscles freely to alter his appearance. On the other hand, due to Zhao Ye's lack of cultivation, it was slightly more troublesome for her. Nevertheless, by using a couple of unique artifacts, they still managed to conceal her ravishing looks. While the duo was heading toward the Empire Alliance, the teleportation formation in the Sanctum of Sages suddenly shook, and several figures materialized on the spot. They were the group that had taken to detour from the Zhang clan to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters before teleporting over Yang Xian, Sword Saint Xing, Sword Saint Meng, and First Elder Zhang Wuheng. What happened? Why is it so messy around here? Walking out from the portal, Yang Shi assessed his surroundings with a deep furrow on his forehead. The Sanctum of Sages was the #1 academy on the Master Teacher continent, and it was one of the 2 major subsidiaries of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, placed on equal footing with the Combat Master Hall. But at that moment, its buildings had been torn down, and pillars of smoke could be seen here and there. It was almost as if the otherworldly demonic tribe had just been there. Zhan Tiancheng pays respect to Xianxia. Xianxia quickly rushed forward and lowered his head in embarrassment. He had no idea how he should explain this matter to the other party. Regarding this, he had already mostly recovered from his injuries, but the very thought of a mere phantasmal space realm student being able to corner him so far was enough to leave him so stifled that he could have spurted several liters of blood out. More importantly, that fellow was actually Xianxia's direct disciple. How was he supposed to explain this matter to Xianxia? Xianxia, I requested you to hold Zhang Xian here by hook or by crook. May I know where he is at the moment? Zhang Wuheng asked anxiously. Zhang Xian? Upon hearing that name, Xianxia's face twitched. An unquenchable fury surfaced in the depths of his eyes. He slipped past our defenses and fled. He fled. Zhang Wuheng was taken aback. This is the sanctum of sages. How did he manage to get away right beneath your nose? He constructed a teleportation formation and teleported right through our defenses. How was I supposed to stop him? The current state of the sanctum of sages is also all his doing. Xianxia spat through gritted teeth. You said that Zhang Xian constructed a teleportation formation? Tell me more. Xianxia requested with a deep frown. Xianxia, I know that Zhang Xian is your direct disciple, but that man really has no regard for the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion at all. I wouldn't have wanted it to come to this if I had a choice, but this is already far beyond what I can tolerate. I have already reported this matter to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and I seek your understanding for this matter. Xianxia clasped his fist and bowed slightly. Xianxia shook his head and clarified. You have misunderstood. Zhang Xian isn't my student. He isn't your student? Xianxia was taken aback. The other elders in the area were dumbstruck as well. The news that Zhang Xian was Xianxia's direct disciple had caused a huge stir a while back, such that there was probably no one else in the Sanctum of Sages who did not know of the matter. Why would Xianxia deny it? It's been less than a day since I first heard that name. I only have one student, Feng Zi. Xianxia clarified with a shake of his head. It seemed like Zhang Xian's disguise was really impeccable. To think that even a master teacher of Xianxia's caliber had been fooled by his words. This made Xianxia even more curious about the young man. Just what kind of capabilities did that fellow who had barely achieved a breakthrough to the phantasmal space realm possess that he could leave the Zhang clan and the Sanctum of Sages in a state of unrest? Not only so, he had even managed to utterly convince everyone that he was his direct disciple. Seeing that Xianxia was not joking, Xianxia swiftly realized that he had been fooled, and he furiously bellowed, "That would explain everything. Who would have thought that the fellow would actually be so bold as to impersonate as Xianxia's student and go around fooling others? That's another heinous crime that he has committed. He must be severely punished so as to send out a stern warning to the others." All this while, he had been conflicted about Zhang Xian's identity, which had put him at a loss as to how he should deal with that fellow. However, since it had been clarified that the fellow was actually not Xianxia's student, there was no need for him to hesitate anymore. You said that he should be severely punished? Hearing those words, Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a bizarre expression on his face as he asked, "Do you not know who he is?" "Who he is? Who could he possibly be?" Xianxia flung his sleeves furiously. "No matter who he is, as long as he isn't your student, I'll make sure that he pays the price for daring to wreak havoc in the Sanctum of Sages. Whatever pleases you. I just hope that you don't regret your decision later on." Xianxia shook his head before falling silent. He had only heard of the appearance of the token from the first elder's description, so there was no way that he could say for sure whether it was truly the Sanctum head token or not. In other words, everything was still his speculation at that point. He did not think that it would be appropriate for him to make claims that were yet to be verified. "Xianxia, what do you mean by that?" Hearing the words of the other party, Xianxia could not help but look at him doubtfully. "Forget it. There's no point talking about it for now." Not wanting to linger on this topic, Xianxia swiftly scanned the surroundings before asking. You said earlier that Zhang Xian constructed a teleportation formation and fled through it. How did it happen? It's like this. With an embarrassed look on his face, Xianxia swiftly went through the events that had occurred. You say that he borrowed your formation flags and made use of the energy from the attack from your formation of the sages in order to construct and activate a teleportation formation, and he fled through it. Xianxia, the first elder, and the others looked at one another in astonishment. They could understand the words individually, but when those words were strung together, they formed gibberish that they simply could not comprehend. With their level of cultivation and comprehension of the spatial laws, they were well aware of how difficult it was to set up a teleportation formation. It was still a minor matter if one failed to construct it within a short period of time, but more importantly, if one made the slightest error in its construction, one could very well be torn to shreds by the flow of space. The combined might of the elders enhanced by the formation of the sages was already a perilous danger to deal with, and yet, he was still able to turn this threat into a supporting force to help him construct the teleportation formation and flee. Not only so, he even had the leisure to set up a self-destruction sequence in the formation. Was that still humanely possible? Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng turned toward Xianxia, and understanding the intention behind their gazes, Xianxia shook his head and replied, I'm incapable of doing that. He did wield incredible might, worthy as being dubbed the strongest man of the new generation, but despite that, he was still incapable of setting a formation impeccably within a short period of time in the face of danger. Then, do you know where he teleported off to? Sword Saint Meng asked anxiously. The more outstanding Zhang Xian proved himself to be, the more convinced she was that the young man was her child. Hearing that she had missed him once more, she could not help but feel deeply anxious inside. He destroyed the teleportation formation utterly, leaving no trace at all. I have no way of knowing where he went, Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. Bring me to where the teleportation formation was, Xianxia instructed. Yes, this way, please. Xianxia led the way, and very soon, they arrived before a massive pit. The explosion of the formation had left behind charred marks on the walls of the pit. Floating in the air above, Xianxia examined the pit for quite a while before saying, I can only roughly estimate the distance of the formation from the lingering energy in the area. He has teleported several million li away, but as for the direction and destination of where he's heading to, I'm afraid that's beyond my current capabilities to determine. He teleported several million li away? He couldn't have returned back to the Zhang clan, could he? The first elder exclaimed with a face pale in horror. While that fellow was by no means strong, he had too many mysterious means up his sleeves that made him a difficult opponent to deal with. Given that they had come all the way to the Sanctum of Sages, the Zhang clan was somewhat vulnerable at the moment. If that fellow returned to the Zhang clan and wreaked havoc, it would be hard to say whether those remaining in the clan would be able to stop him or not. Since he has left the Zhang clan, I don't think that the possibility of him returning is too high, Xianxia said. Since Zhang Xian had already teleported from the Zhang clan to the Sanctum of Sages, it made little sense for him to teleport right back. After all, that would be too risky. And more important than that, given the state that the Zhang clan was in, was there anything else that he could destroy? Sword Saint Meng pondered for a moment before asking, Does Zhang Xian have any kin, or perhaps, people that he's close with? Judging from what you've all said, it seems likely that he's heading to find someone whom he's close with. He doesn't have any kin as far as I know. Oh right, he does have a subordinate right here in the Sanctum of Sages. I'll have him apprehended right now. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon stumbling across a potential clue, and he hurriedly issued some instructions. He had thought that Sun Chong was Xianxia's butler, so despite the mess that Zhang Xian had caused earlier, he still did not dare apprehend the latter. However, since Xianxia had already clarified that he had no relationship with Zhang Xian, there was no longer any need for him to hold back. Yes, Xianxia. Without any hesitation, Elder Gu and the others swiftly flew into the distance. Since Sun Chong is Zhang Xian's subordinate, can you bring him here? I would like to hear some things from him, Sword Saint Meng said. She wanted to verify whether Xianxia was her son or not, and as Xianxia's butler, that Sun Chang person should know a lot about him. It did not take too long for Elder Gu and the others to bring a rather plump man back with them. The plump man had his strength completely sealed, and his bulging cheeks flew around the place as he struggled to break free of his restraints. As soon as the plump man caught sight of Xianxia, he shouted furiously, "Little Jean, what do you mean by this? Audacious!" Previously, it was because Sun Chang was Xianxia's butler that Xianxia had overlooked the other party addressing him in such a rude manner. However, having learned that it was all a lie, he could not help but feel rage seething through his body when he heard the plump man's words. "Indeed! How dare you so audaciously apprehend me? Let me go right now, and I might still be able to overlook your insolence. Otherwise, once our old master learns of this matter, not even Xianxia will be able to save you anymore." Sun Chang roared in anger. "Are these fellows insane? Don't they know who I am? How dare they make a move on me? Unforgivable. Old master? Ha ha ha." Seeing how the plump man was still sticking to his act, trying to scare them with lies built upon thin air, Xianxia could not help but burst into laughter. He gazed down on Sun Chang with a scornful look and sneered, "Tell me then, who is the old master whom you speak of?" "Our old master is Xianxia, a grand elder of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, as well as one of the strongest experts on the Master-Teacher continent. Just who in the world gave you the guts to lay your filthy hands on me, Xianxia's butler? Do you want your head to roll? Hurry up and let me go." Sun Chang harumphed coldly. "Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Thinking about how he had actually been scared by those ridiculous words in the past, Xianxia could not help but laugh in fury. Xianxia was standing right before him, and yet, that fellow still dared to continue impersonating his butler. Were there no limits to that fellow's arrogance? Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Xianxia finally came to the limits of his tolerance. He walked forward and asked, "You said that you are Xianxia's butler? Do you know what Xianxia looks like? You want to know our old master looks like? Our old master is one of the top experts in the world, and his appearance is the greatest secret of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. You want to know how he looks like?" At that point, Sun Chang's lips curled up into a sneer, and with a voice filled with derision, he continued, "Are you worthy of knowing?" While Sun Chang was not a master teacher, having spent a long period of time with Xianxia, he was still aware of most of the rules concerning master teachers. Their old master, Xianxia, was one of the top experts of the continent, but even the strongest of experts would have their own weaknesses that others could exploit. In order to prevent the otherworldly demonic tribe from designing a trap to deal with them, the appearance, strength, cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and other private information of those experts were made classified secrets that only the top echelon of the Master-Teacher Pavilion was privy to. Yet, an old fogey who came out of nowhere actually had the cheek to ask him for those details. Was he unaware of the rules? "You are asking if I am worthy?" Xianxia could not help but chuckle softly upon hearing those words. He had never thought the day would come when someone would ask him if he was worthy of knowing his own appearance. "What are you laughing at? Now that you know that I'm Xianxia's butler, you should hurry up and release me. Otherwise, if the old master hears of this, none of you will get off the hook easily." Sun Chang bellowed angrily. "I'm afraid it's impossible for what you have said to occur." Xianxia shook his head as he looked at Sun Chang with a pitiful gaze. "There's no point letting this farce run any longer than this. Sun Chang, I am the old master whom you have speaking of all this while, Xianxia." Sun Chang was taken aback for a moment before he finally understood what Xianxia was saying. In an instant, he exploded. "Xianxia? How dare you impersonate the old master in front of me? Don't you know that it's a heinous crime to pretend to be a high-ranked master teacher?" He had been with the old master for almost a year now, so he was familiar with the latter's looks and habits. Yet, this old fogey who had popped out of nowhere actually dared claim to be the old master. "Who?" Barely after Sun Chang stopped roaring, a token appeared right before his face. "This is the master-teacher token that represents my identity. You may have a look at it," Xianxia replied calmly. Usually, he would have gotten angry at seeing another person using his name and acting all self-important, but he did not. This was because he could hear the conviction in the plump man's words. In other words, the plump man was not putting on an act at all. He truly believed in what he was saying, and that meant that he was also a victim of the entire deception. If that was the case, could it be that someone had impersonated him and accepted Xianxia as his student, and the both of them were victims of the lies another person had cooked up? Xianxia suddenly felt more determined than ever to uncover the truth. Sun Chang shot a wary glance at Xianxia before slowly turning his attention to the token. On the token, he saw two huge characters, Xianxia, inscribed on it. These two characters had an imposing aura to them that it seemed to pierce right into one's soul. I am Xianxia, a grand elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Your old master is the one who has impersonated me. This? Sun Chang suddenly fell silent as a frightening realization crept into his mind. Slowly, his body began to shudder uncontrollably. The reason he had dared to throw his weight around was in view of the fact that they were in the sanctum of sages, and the persons in charge were master teachers. As long as they were master teachers, they would have no choice but to defer to his identity as Xianxia's butler. On top of that, even though the young master did cause a huge fuss, he had not made any mistakes. In view of his identity, they would not dare do anything to him. So, the sanctum of sages was paradoxically the safest place for him to be. He had never thought that the foreign-looking old man before him would actually be Xianxia. If that was the case, who was the fellow whom he had met previously? The shock at having been told such a huge lie made his body turn completely cold, and he could not help but doubt everything that he had held faith in. Ever since the old master had chosen him back in the Tianxian kingdom, he had followed him all the way up the ranks. Many things had happened along the journey, but every single time, the old master would appear at the most crucial of moments and save them from the crises that they were in. It did not take long for the old master to take on an indomitable image in his mind, becoming his faith and hope. In fact, when he first heard of Xianxia's title as one of the strongest cultivators on the master-teacher continent, he had never, even for a single moment, doubted that the old master would be a fake. Yet, the old man before him was telling him that the old master was the impersonator. In an instant, it was as if his entire world had collapsed. Impossible! This can't be true. You are lying to me. Sun Chang's face paled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. What is so impossible about this? It's time for you to open your eyes to reality. Someone as esteemed as Xianxia would only take in top-notch experts like Hu Yiwei as his butler. Just think about it, what right does a weakling like you have to become Xianxia's butler? Elder Gu sneered coldly. But Sun Chang tried to refute, but he could not find the words to say. Noticing the traumatized state that Sun Chang was in, Sword Saint Meng swiftly realized that if she did not pose her question now, she might no longer get a chance to do so. So, she quickly interjected and asked, Sun Chang, how old is your young master, Xianxia? This year? Do you know his birthday? Impossible. How could someone as formidable as our old master possibly be an impersonator? However, Sun Chang simply shook his head non-stop, as if he could not hear Sword Saint Meng's words at all. All right, there's no point asking him anymore. He has always believed himself to be my butler, and the revelation that the person whom he has been following all this time is a fake has caused his world to shatter into pieces. Given his current state, he won't be able to respond coherently to any of your questions. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. In the days that he had spent roaming around the master-teacher continent, he had seen many such cases. There were some individuals who had hypnotized themselves into believing that they were something that they were not, to the extent that they had even adjusted their behavior and actions to correspond with their beliefs as well. Clearly, the plump man before him was also one such person. Given that his old master had introduced himself as Xianxia right from the start, it was inevitable that the other party would simply take that for granted. Lies weaved upon a lie, he eventually placed himself into a non-existent identity, playing a character that he believed to be his own calling. As time went by, it became harder and harder for him to jump out of that identity, to the point where the truth was no longer something that he could accept. But, Sword Saint Meng began to protest anxiously. There's no need to panic. I understand how you feel, but no matter how many rumors you hear, there's no way you can be certain whether Xianxia is your son or not. The only effective way for you to verify it is to meet him in person, Xianxia said. No matter how many rumors one heard, the only way to verify if something was true was to check it with one's own eyes. Since that was the case, it did not really matter whether Sword Saint Meng was able to question Sun Chong or not. Eventually, she would still have to meet Xianxia personally in order to confirm his identity. But where did he go? Sword Saint Meng exclaimed anxiously. I don't know either, but as long as we continue looking, I believe that we'll be able to find some traces of him, Xianxia said. It was impossible for anything to appear or vanish without leaving any traces. As long as they investigated carefully, they would be able to find some clues to where Xianxia was heading. All of a sudden, while Xianxia was clarifying some details regarding the incident with Xianxia, his eyebrows shot up. He flicked his wrist, and a communication jade token appeared in his hands. His communication jade token was different from the ones held by other master teachers. It was made out of a crystalline material, giving it a transparent exterior. Vaguely, one could sense a powerful formation harnessing great energy embedded within the token. The communication jade token of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters was a tool that was powerful enough to allow one to communicate with others no matter where one was on the Master Teacher continent. However, it was a pity that an exorbitant price had to be paid to forge even a single one of these tokens, so only the highest-ranking Master Teachers were qualified to hold one. What's wrong? Noticing the anomaly in Xianxia's complexion, the first elder Zhang Wuheng quickly turned his gaze over. There's news on Xianxia. After reading through the information on the communication jade token, Xianxia exhaled deeply before stowing the token back into his storage ring. Where is he? Sword Saint Meng asked anxiously. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters have just received news that he has used my name to wreak havoc in the Glacier Plain Court and kidnapped their young court chief, Xianxia said. Used Xianxia's name? Kidnapped the Glacier Plain Court's young court chief. Everyone was stunned by the scale of what they had just heard. Just what was that fellow up to? Was he unaware of the extent of the influence that the Master Teacher Pavilion had over the Master Teacher continent? To be causing trouble everywhere he went? Was he tired of living? That's right. From the looks of it, it appears that the teleportation formation leads right toward the Glacier Plain Court. I'm going over to take a look personally. Who's going to follow me? I'm afraid that if the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters get ahead of us, we might just lose the chance to meet him, Xianxia said. At this point, his curiosity toward Xianxia was starting to become a little unbearable. To think that that fellow would head to the Glacier Plain Court disguised as him. Just what was his goal? Hearing that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters was likely to make a move, Sword Saint Meng pleaded anxiously, Xianxia, may I ask you get the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters to hold back on this matter for now? Xianxia, he's still young. It might just have been a moment of folly. The Master Teacher Pavilion was not the strongest power on the Master Teacher continent for nothing. Once they made a move, not even the deities would be able to save Xianxia. I'm afraid that even I am helpless before this matter. Unless your Zhang clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court let this matter drop, the Master Teacher Pavilion is compelled to step in and resolve this conflict. Most likely, the news should have reached the top echelons of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters now, and the Deputy Pavilion Master will be the one to make the final call. It's been a long time since I participated in the matters of the Master Teacher Pavilion, so I fear that I no longer possess the authority to overwrite his decision. Xianxia shook his head. But, Sword Saint Meng exclaimed in agitation. If Xianxia was truly their son, would they still be able to protect him now that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had chosen to officially intervene in this matter? Calm down, dear. For the time being, we should try to find Xianxia as quickly as possible. As long as we can get to him before the Master Teacher Pavilion, in deference of our standing, there might still be some room for reconciliation. Sword Saint Xing said as he grabbed his wife's hand and squeezed it to reassure her. You're right. Sword Saint Meng took in a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Reverting back to her usual decisive and valiant self, she nodded. If he's really my son, even if the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters get involved, they will have to step over my dead body to get to him. Of course, Sword Saint Xing replied with a smile. It has been quite some time since the two of us last fought alongside one another. I think it's about time to remind the world of our prowess lest they forget. We shall let them know that anyone who tries to trifle with the son of the Xingming Sword Saints will have hell to pay for. By the side, the first elder Zhang Wuheng and Zhan Shi looked at the spirited couple before them, and their lips could not help but twitch slightly. Was destruction actually a trait that was coded in the genes and could be inherited? There's a teleportation formation in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters that leads straight to the Glacier Plain Court. Let's go. Xianxia waved his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze to Zhan Shi. Spare Sun Chong for the time being. Wait for me to clarify the situation before deciding on how he should be dealt with. No matter what, Sun Chong was also a victim of this incident, and the many uncertainties tied into the matter made Xianxia reluctant to pass judgment for the time being. Besides, there might be some use in keeping Sun Chong alive. I understand. Zhan Shi clasped fist. Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, Xianxia nodded silently. The group returned back to the teleportation formation that they had come from, and with a brilliant flicker of light, they vanished from the spot. Looking at the majestic city in front of him and the towering buildings that rose into the sky, Zhang Xian muttered beneath his breath. This is the Empire Alliance? In the forest just outside of Longyuan City, he had tamed a random aerial saint beast that he had caught and had it fly them to the Empire Alliance. At this moment, the two of them had already altered their appearances, allowing them to bypass the checks along the way. Before long, they had already successfully entered the city. Teacher, where shall we go now? Xiaoya asked. With the nourishment of the heavens path Xinqi, most of her wounds had healed. Her complexion looked a lot better than before, and she no longer appeared as frail as she previously did. It was just that there was still not a shred of power in her body. We'll first head over to the Blacksmith Guild to take a look, Zhang Xian said. After much thought, he felt that there were only two places that would aid him in reconstructing Zhao Ya's meridians: the Blacksmith Guild and the Physician Guild. For the time being, he felt that it would be better for him to head over to the Blacksmith Guild to find the materials required for forging the meridians. It would be best if he could find something useful there. Otherwise, he would just have to go to the Physician Guild to search for another method to reconstruct meridians. The two of them began making their way over to the Blacksmith Guild, but on their journey there, they could not help but notice that the crowd were converging toward a certain location. They shot perplexed glances in that direction, and coincidentally, a resounding voice also echoed at the same moment. Citizens of the Empire Alliance, please gather in the square in front of the Alliance Atrium. Walala. Barely after those words were said, many armored soldiers swiftly emerged from the alleys and sealed the area. They ushered the crowd to move in a single direction, presumably toward the square in front of the Alliance Atrium that the voice had just spoken of. What happened? I don't know either, but I think it's likely that the Alliance head has some important news to announce. I don't think that's the case. While the Alliance head wields the greatest authority in the Empire Alliance, even he doesn't have the right to get the entire city to gather together in a single location. It's more likely that the Master Teacher Pavilion has something to announce. That makes sense. Oh well, we'll know once we get there. Such discussion could be heard in the surroundings. Teacher. Xiaoya glanced at Zhang Xian with a slightly worried expression. We mustn't stand out too much. Let's head there as well, Zhang Xian said. With all of the citizens in the area heading toward the Alliance Atrium, they would surely catch the attention of the guards if they turned around to leave now. While they were confident in their disguises, there was no need to stand out excessively and bring themselves needless risk. In any case, it would be good for them to find out what was going on. Xiaoya also swiftly came to realize the same logic, and nodding her head, she stuck close to Zhang Xian and moved alongside him. One thing that was worth noting was that there were really many experts in the Empire Alliance. As soon as the command was issued, powerful Xinqi pulsations swiftly suffused the area. Mankind is indeed growing stronger collectively by the day under the leadership of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia thought. Most powers carried some level of apprehension toward the Master-Teacher Pavilion, but it had to be said that wherever the Master-Teacher Pavilion existed, the humans in the area would grow stronger and stronger, such that the powerful otherworldly demons would not dare to make a reckless move. While the Empire Alliance was officially viewed as an individual governing entity, everyone was aware that the power that really held the final say was the Master-Teacher Pavilion. A command from the Master-Teacher Pavilion would easily rally millions, such that even the authority and influence of the royal clans paled far in comparison. Master teachers devoted their time and effort to grooming the later generations, passing down invaluable knowledge and lineages without any reservations. It was due to their selfless giving that the later generations were able to build on the knowledge of the previous generation and further the legacy of mankind. At this point, Xianxia suddenly recalled a renowned saying left behind by an ancient historian. Had the heavens not sent Kong Shi, the days would have been as bleak as eternal night. The system of master teachers and the rules and regulations governing it had all been designed by Kong Shi. Had it not been for his leadership, no one could have fathomed the plight that mankind would be in right now. Perhaps, mankind might still have been living under the tyranny of the otherworldly demonic tribe, living from day to day in bleak hopelessness. With his own strength, Kong Shi had managed to alter the course of history and changed the entire fate of mankind. Without a doubt, he had been a true sage through and through. I was still thinking that I would be able to resolve my innate fetal poison once I became a 9-star master teacher, but now, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. Based on the information that he had previously received, the innate fetal poison in his body could be resolved once he became a 9-star master teacher. However, given that he had abandoned his identity as a master teacher, it seemed like he might just be unable to live past his 30s. Even so, he had no regrets. If he could not even protect his own students as a teacher, there was no point even if he could live forever. Teacher. While Xianxia was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a voice in his ears. Turning his head over, he saw Xiaoya looking at him with a deeply worried look. "I'm fine," Xianxia replied with a smile as he turned his gaze forward. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived at the square in front of the Alliance atrium. The square was not supposed to be so big, but it seemed like some kind of expert had set up a spatial formation that expanded the square to be large enough to house the entire city without it being too cramped. Similar to a folded space, but considerably cruder, Xianxia thought as he assessed the spatial formation before him. He could tell that it was likely the work for a 9-star formation master. It would appear to be an incredible feat to any other cultivator. But to Xianxia, the spatial manipulation looked incredibly unrefined. Citizens of the Empire Alliance. A short moment after they found a position within the square, a resounding voice suddenly echoed in the air, traveling into the ears of every single person standing around. The reason I had everyone gather here today is because the Master Teacher Pavilion has an important announcement to make. Now, allow me to invite a Master Teacher from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters up here. Everyone turned to the center of the square, and very soon, they saw an old man wearing a Master Teacher robe floating in midair. There was a deep frown on his face, and he exuded a powerful aura. He was a half 9-star Master Teacher. While he had yet to become a full-fledged 9-star Master Teacher, he was more than enough to be considered one of the top experts in the Empire Alliance. Voila! The old man flicked his wrist and took out a scroll. He unrolled it gently, and a brilliant light immediately burst into the sky, following which a heavy, authoritative aura weighed down on the crowd in the square. That's a Master Teacher decree. What are they planning to do? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He recognized the scroll that the old man had unrolled. It was a Master Teacher decree. It was the most authoritative command from the Master Teacher Pavilion, so it would never be used easily. He had never thought that he would see it just after entering the Empire Alliance city. Furthermore, for it to be personally relayed by a half 9-star Master Teacher. What was going on? Voila! Amid Xianxia's doubt, two massive characters floated up from the open scroll, and they covered the entire sky with an air of valiance. Arrest warrant? Xianxia was taken aback. Those two characters were the words arrest warrant, written in an ancient script. What could that mean? While Xianxia was still in shock, he heard an exclamation from the crowd around him. Could the Master Teacher Pavilion be placing an arrest warrant on someone? Xianxia could not help but ask, "What does that mean?" Based on what I know, if someone who has committed a heinous crime is on the run, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters can release an arrest warrant to have that person apprehended. Usually, once the arrest warrant is released, that person is done for because there's no way to escape from it. Any locations that have a Master Teacher Pavilion will surely receive the arrest warrant, so there's absolutely no way the wanted person could escape arrest. But ever since the founding of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, the arrest warrant has been issued less than 10 times. Hearing the explanation, Xianxia's eyelids twitched a little as an ominous premonition surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Before he could finish formulating his thoughts, a deep voice boomed across the air. 8-star Master Teacher Xianxia has disrespected his seniors by disguising as a high-rank Master Teacher. He has willfully caused great destruction in the Zhang clan, wreaked havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, and kidnapped the young court chief and leveled countless buildings of the Glacier Plain Court. In view of the atrocities that he has committed, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters has decided to place an arrest warrant on him. This is his sole aura and his appearance. Anyone who finds him can report him to the local Master Teacher Pavilion. And once the news is verified, the informant will be awarded 100 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. 100 Pinnacle Spirit Stones? Just how desperate is the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters to capture him? Destroying the Zhang clan, wreaking havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, and kidnapping the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Has he lost his mind? Wait, doesn't that mean that the Zhang clan, Sanctum of Sages, and Glacier Plain Court all failed to capture him? Just who is that Xianxia to wield such formidable capabilities? A huge commotion broke out amid the crowd as looks of belief surfaced all around. Those three powers symbolized the top echelons of the Master Teacher continent, and yet, an 8-star Master Teacher had actually managed to cause trouble in their home turf and get away scot-free, forcing the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters to put out an arrest warrant on him. Just what kind of formidable capabilities did Xianxia wield to be able to pull off something like that? Teacher? Standing beside Xianxia, Xiaoya's face turned ghastly pale upon hearing those words, and she hurriedly turned to look at him with concern. She knew that her teacher had rushed over from afar in order to save her, but she did not think that he would actually cause such a huge commotion for her. Xianxia's lips also twitched a little upon hearing the decree. To be honest, while he did cause quite a bit of destruction, those three powers, the Zhang clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court also held irrefutable blame. The first elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Wuheng, had tried to kill him, which eventually resulted in the ensuing tragedy. Zhan Shi of the Sanctum of Sages had forcefully attempted to stop him and hand him over to the Zhang clan, and it had been in retaliation to their hostility that a huge part of the Sanctum of Sages had ended up being destroyed. As for the Glacier Plain Court, they had actually forced their young court chief to resort to depraved arts. And not to mention, Xiaoya was his student, so how could his actions be considered kidnapping? Yet, to think that they would be so shameless as to report this matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and push for the issuing of such a decree. All he wanted to do was to resolve his innate fetal poison and live a peaceful life as a teacher. Why was this simple wish of his just so difficult to achieve? With the issuing of this decree, the entire Master Teacher continent would swiftly know of him, and he would no longer be able to live quietly. This was something that he absolutely did not wish to see. Teacher, they said that you destroyed the Zhang clan and wreaked havoc in the Sanctum of Sages. What's going on? At this point, Xiaoya could not keep her cool any longer. Ever since she regained consciousness, her teacher had made sure to steer clear from mentioning what had happened earlier. So till now, she had still been unsure of what the exact circumstances were. She had willingly left with her teacher, so how did it become her teacher kidnapping her instead? Furthermore, the leveling of countless buildings of the Glacier Plain Court, considering the limited cultivation of her teacher, Surely there was no way he could have pulled something like that off. Knowing that he could not hide this matter from Xiaoya anymore, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. This isn't the place to speak. I'll tell you everything after we find a quiet place later on. There were experts all around them, so Xinqi telepathy and the sort were not too safe. It would be better for them to find a safe location, where he would set up an isolation barrier, before explaining everything. Otherwise, he would only put this student of his in greater unease if he continued keeping silent about everything. All right. Knowing that they were not in an appropriate place for them to speak as well, Xiaoya nodded. Soon, after the old man was done announcing the master-teacher decree, the crowd in the square dispersed. Suppressing his cultivation, Xianxia brought Xiaoya toward the suburbs of the Empire Alliance city. He had been thinking of entering the blacksmith guild, but from the looks of it, it was fortunate that he had not. Otherwise, he would have been caught as soon as he walked in. The two of them quickly left the Empire Alliance city and entered a relatively peaceful valley. Xianxia set up an isolation barrier around the area and checked once more that there was no one around before he began explaining everything to Xiaoya. From the conflict in the Zhang clan, the teleportation at the Sanctum of Sages, to the lightning tribulation at the Glacier Plain Court, before Xianxia could finish his story, Xiaoya's eyes were already widened to the brim. She was completely dumbfounded by what she had just heard. She had thought that she was already very bold, but compared to her teacher, it seemed like her boldness was only child's play. Those were three major powers on the master-teacher continent. Just getting on the bad side of any one of them was enough to render any cultivator so uneasy that they would not be able to eat well or rest well. Yet, her teacher actually still had the guts to bring her into the Empire Alliance city and even listen to the master-teacher decree in person. Teacher, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have sent that message to you. Xiaoya could not help but bite her lips in regret. It was for her that her teacher had ended up offending so many powers at once. Otherwise, given his capabilities, he surely would have been highly regarded by the master-teacher pavilion, and he would not have ended up in such a position. It's fine. Xianxia waved his hand. He had intended to wreak havoc in the Zhang clan anyway, so he did not mind souring his relationship with them. As for the Sanctum of Sages, that was even less of a problem. He was the Sanctum Head candidate, and he had already unlocked 2 seals on the Sanctum Head token so far. As long as he could find suitable optic art manuals to perfect the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, he would be able to unlock the final seal. By then, he would be able to reveal his identity, and the problem would be resolved by itself. Regarding the Glacier Plain Court, given what they had done to his student, putting aside destroying them once, he would have no qualms with destroying them a second time or even a third. So, the matters that had left the crowd lowering their jaws in shock were actually nothing much to him at all. It was just that with his notoriety spreading far and wide, it would be hard for him to maintain a low profile. Teacher, with the arrest warrant put on you, the master-teacher rank that you have earned with great difficulty will be completely put to waste, Xiaoya exclaimed anxiously. Given that even the master-teacher pavilion headquarters had gotten involved, there was no doubt that her teacher would be stripped of his master-teacher rank. She had seen with her own eyes how her teacher had advanced from an ordinary teacher to a master-teacher and the painstaking effort that he had put in so as to scale the master-teacher ladder. For it all to be ruined just like that, putting aside her teacher, even she felt indignant on his behalf. What's the point of remaining as a master-teacher if I had to abandon what I stand for? As long as I stand by my values as a teacher, what does losing a mere title matter? Xianxia shook his head as he reassured his student. A moment later, he suddenly froze on the spot. The words that he had said to Xiaoya had made him realize something. All along, he had thought that his innate fetal poison would not be resolved if he lost his title as a master-teacher. But back in Kong Shi's earlier years, the master-teacher occupation still had not come into existence. So, how did he resolve the innate fetal poison? What was it that defined one as a master-teacher? If one acted and behaved as a master-teacher but lacked the recognition from the master-teacher pavilion, would that mean that they were not a master-teacher anymore? Ultimately, the master-teacher pavilion was just a formality. As long as one embraced the values of a teacher, why should they care about how others view them? Did it really matter that much whether a master teacher wore a master teacher emblem or not? As long as anyone saw themselves as a teacher and conducted themselves as one, even if they did not don the master teacher robe or have the recognition of the master teacher pavilion, they would still be a true teacher. Hong Long. As soon as this thought emerged in Zhang Xian's mind, his body suddenly stiffened. A unique surge of power descended from the heavens and shrouded his body. The fifth acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher had begun. The Elder Assembly of the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters. The Deputy Pavilion Master, Ren Qingyuan, was sitting at the main seat, browsing through the information that had just been sent over before directing a sweeping gaze over the room. Has the arrest warrant been announced in all of the major cities yet? A 9-star master teacher stood up, clasped his fist, and replied, "Reporting to Pavilion Master Ren, it has all been announced. The news should spread all around the master teacher continent within a single day. As soon as Zhang Xian appears, the headquarters will receive the news immediately, and we will be able to mobilize our men to apprehend him." He was Elder Chu, the same 9-star master teacher whom Zhang Xian had encountered in the Glacier Plain Court. As soon as he returned to the headquarters from the Glacier Plain Court, he had reported everything to Ren Qingyuan. Otherwise, the master teacher decree would not have been issued so quickly. Pavilion Master Ren, the master teacher arrest warrant is no small matter, an elder remarked with a frown. Ever since the founding of the Master Teacher Pavilion, it has only been used 9 times to date. Zhang Xian might be a little willful, but he's still a master teacher. Furthermore, we haven't gotten to the bottom of this matter yet. Isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill to issue an arrest warrant so recklessly? I fear that such a course of action might diminish the authority and prestige of our Master Teacher Pavilion. How is this making a mountain out of a molehill? Upon hearing those words, Elder Chu flung his sleeves furiously and harumphed. Despite being an 8-star master teacher, Zhang Xian has shown no respect for his elders at all. Not only did he cause great destruction at the Zhang clan, Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court, he even had the audacity to attempt to pass off as Grand Elder Yang Xin. On top of that, he has shown no remorse for his actions at all. He knew that I am from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, but he still dared to lay his hands on me. It would truly be diminishing the authority and prestige of our Master Teacher Pavilion if we let a person like him off the hook. Zhang Xian possessed the ability to turn his Jinqi into lethal poison, command the power of lightning to unleash great destruction, and impeccably disguise himself as another person, and more importantly, his eye of discernment far surpassed that of any 9-star master teacher whom he had ever seen. If a person like him strayed from the path and devoted his strength to evil, even the Master Teacher Pavilion would have trouble controlling him. It was necessary for them to deal with him as soon as possible, or else if he was left to his own devices, who knew how many more major powers would fall prey to his tyranny. While Zhang Xian did treat his injuries, for the sake of the greater good, they had to eliminate this unstable factor in the world. I understand where you are coming from, but I have looked into his records and found that he has progressed up from the Tianshan Kingdom to where he is now within just the short span of a year. During this period of time, he has successfully crashed 2 Master Teacher Pavilions and cleared the Tower of Master Teachers. Not only so, he even pulled off an empire building, successfully raising the Shenyuan Kingdom to an unranked empire. When he was in the Qingyuan Empire, he eliminated the Qingtian Emperor, saving the locals from an impending crisis. If we capture him just because of the Zhang clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court reporting him and even issue the most authoritative master teacher arrest warrant after him, isn't that going overboard? The elder from before replied with a deep frown. Zhang Xian's achievements were all recorded within the archive of the Master Teacher Pavilion, so it was not too difficult for the headquarters to look into them. I agree with Elder Wu's viewpoint, another elder added. The Master Teacher Pavilion values young talents, and those who wield great capabilities do have a tendency to be candid and eccentric. While Zhang Xian often contravenes the laws of the Master Teacher Pavilion and causes trouble, it's an undeniable fact that he has contributed greatly to mankind. In fact, he has countless students throughout the world, especially in the Qingyuan Empire. I don't think that it's appropriate to place an arrest warrant on him just like that. Also, we shouldn't forget that he's the teacher of the progeny of combat, Xianxia. I think that such a course of action could cause disharmony within the ranks of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. So what if he's the teacher of the progeny of combat? Elder Chu sneered coldly. The Combat Master Hall has provided him with a vast amount of resources, and the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters even lent him the Hall of Spring and Autumn for his use. Does he intend to turn against us over a mere teacher who brought him around while he was younger? You know that's not what I mean. Xianxia is unlikely to turn against us over that matter. But that doesn't mean that he wouldn't take this matter to heart. The progeny of combat is the greatest fighting prowess of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and this incident could very well come back to bite us in the future. The elder from before replied. Bite us? Humph! Everything that he has was bestowed to him by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. If he's going to take a matter as minor at this to heart, what do we need him for? Elder Chu sneered. We can't allow such a twisted culture to seep into the Master-Teacher Pavilion, or else it could lead to severe consequences in the future. You are distorting the facts to your convenience, Elder Wu argued. As the person who discovered him in the Tianxian kingdom, Zhang Xian surely means a great deal to Xianxia. If he could remain nonchalant after hearing of Zhang Xian's plight, who would dare leave the Combat Master Hall in the hands of a heartless man? Since he can't be trusted, just find another person to replace him then, Elder Chu exclaimed. Elder Wu, you are an elder of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, not the Combat Master Hall. Don't lose sight of your own allegiance. Enough! Frustrated by the squabbling duo, Deputy Pavilion Master Ren Qingyun shook his head and interjected. I have considered both your points of view. It's indeed the blessing of mankind for such a talented individual to emerge from the younger generation. But we can't just ignore the complaints from the Zhang clan, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Xian's actions have clearly breached the bottom line of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. If we don't deal with him sternly, we might set a bad precedent. Other powers might learn from his example and exploit their strength as well to commit undesirable deeds. You should also know of the crisis that we are facing. This is the most perilous era mankind has been in for several dozen millenniums. Humanity must stay united as one in order to face the ordeal ahead of us, or else it could really mean the end of us. Hearing Ren Qingyuan's words, the crowd fell silent. A worried expression surfaced on Elder Wu's face as he asked, Pavilion Master Ran, regarding that news, is it really true? Indubitably so. Ren Qingyuan nodded. Recalling the intelligence that he had received, Elder Wu could not help but shake his head in disbelief. As leaders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, the otherworldly demon emperors wouldn't easily put themselves in a risky position. What does he intend to do by sneaking into the Master-Teacher continent? Is he not afraid of being surrounded and hunted down by us? It isn't just him. There are also a couple others who came here along with him. Is there even a need to guess their intentions? Ren Qingyuan shook his head. I know that there has been some movement from that place recently. There have already been 2 disturbances so far. However, it's still uncertain at this point whether that place will surface or not. Furthermore, we have gone to great lengths to keep the news confidential. But even so, how did they still manage to catch wind of it? Elder Wu asked doubtfully. Ren Qingyuan sighed. At this rate, it's just a matter of time before the Master-Teacher continent is embroiled in bloodshed. During a time like this, it's more important than ever for us to placate the major powers so as to ensure that our forces remain united. I believe all of you should understand what the matrimony between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan represents, so I won't waste your time talking about that. However, you all should be aware that the Sanctum of Sages contains the wills of the old sages, and they would be able to point out a direction for us. Not too long ago, I got into contact with Sage Kuei's will, and he informed me that he has found a new Sanctum head who is incredibly talented, and he assured me that the new Sanctum head will be able to mature and become a strong ally to us before that matter occurs. I have liaised with Xianxia over that matter as well, and he has informed me that the new Sanctum head is likely Xianxia's direct disciple, Fengzi. So, we can't afford to fall into disharmony with those 2 powers at this point in time. As for the Glacier Plain Court, All of you here should know how important the purine body is in establishing connections with the firmament. Given how Xianxia has gotten on the bad side of all three powers at once, if we don't deal with this matter promptly, how can we appease them? In the first place, as a deputy pavilion master, I am already lacking in legitimacy and authority. If something happens at this point, putting aside me, even Xianxia won't be able to resolve the conflict. Unless, at this point, Ren Qingyuan's gaze suddenly became a little distant as admiration rippled in the depths of his eyes. The legendary celestial master teacher, as well as the legitimate head of the master teacher pavilion headquarters, appears. Celestial master teacher? How could it be that easy to receive the acknowledgement of the heavens? For several dozen millenniums, Xianxia has been the only one to be able to do so. Indeed, it doesn't seem too likely for a celestial master teacher to suddenly appear at this point in time. Many of the elders shook their heads wryly. If a celestial master teacher appears right now, I will kneel down and kowtow to him right away, acknowledging him as my teacher. Elder Chu harumphed. Acknowledge him as your teacher? If there's really a celestial master teacher among us right now, I doubt that you are qualified to be his student. Elder Wu shot a disdainful glance at Elder Chu. Humph! Even if I'm unqualified to become his disciple, I will be more than content to serve as his subordinate. Elder Chu replied. Celestial Master Teacher, a person who had received the acknowledgement of the heavens and was qualified to stand on equal grounds as Xianxia. The appearance of such a person would surely be a turning point in history. That person would become the new leader of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and there would be no Master Teacher who would dare disobey their commands. Who would not want to acknowledge such a great figure as their teacher? 9-star Master Teachers might seem to be in an incredibly prestigious position in the eyes of outsiders, but to a Celestial Master Teacher, they would not mean anything at all. Back then, of Xianxia's 3,000 students, which of them had not reached a proficiency of 9-star in their occupation? Even his listening-in students were of 9-star proficiency. Elder Chu might want to become the student of such a person, but whether the other party would be willing to take him in or not was questionable. However, it seems like the Celestial Master Teacher is just a legend. Hearing Elder Chu's remark, Ren Qingyuan shook his head and sighed. If a Celestial Master Teacher could emerge among us now, with their prestige and power, they would surely be able to swiftly unite the entire human race, such that even if the otherworldly demonic tribe rose once more, they would not dare provoke us. The other Master Teachers in the room swiftly nodded in agreement. The ancient era had contained the darkest times of the human race. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe had wielded absolute power, and they had dominated all other races. The powers that they formed had all been as strong as the current Master Teacher Pavilion. And yet, with his strength, Xianxia had been able to vanquish the darkness and bring the light of hope back to mankind. For this reason, the otherworldly demonic tribe was extremely fearful of Xianxia. Just the mention of his name was enough to leave them in a state of unease. If another Xianxia rose among them once more, mankind would surely be able to rise to new heights, reaching an unprecedented altitude. Forget it, that's just wishful thinking. There's no point holding on to such thoughts. The reason I was able to become the Deputy Pavilion Master is just because I am slightly stronger than the rest. I also know that my influence is still far from enough. The Master Teacher Pavilion might be able to tower above the Zhang clan, the Glacier Plain Court, and the other major powers for the time being, but if we fail to deal with this matter appropriately, we could stand to lose their trust. By then, even if they still dare not defy us openly, they could still pull some strings in the shadows to make things hard for us, and that could easily culminate into a tragedy for mankind. Ren Qingyuan swept his gaze across the faces in the room before continuing on. Xianxia once said that a person should make it a habit to reflect on their actions and I have always kept his teachings in mind, not daring to forget them. While Xianxia did achieve quite a number of contributions for mankind, his deeds are nothing compared to what the Zhang clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court have done. In this situation, the only thing that I can do is pick the lesser evil. All right, there's no need to argue over this matter anymore. I have already made up my mind. About the matter concerning Xianxia, Many of you have spoken up on his behalf, and I am also of the view that he should be given a second chance, so if any of you notice him, don't harm him for the time being. We'll try to convince the three powers to lay down their grudges with him and settle the matter peacefully, and if that works out, that will be for the best. Otherwise, we'll just have to see. You're right, Pavilion Master Ren. That's probably the best that we can do for now. Many of the elders in the room nodded in agreement. They had only considered from their perspectives as master teachers, but they had failed to think of the implications that could arise out of the decision. Fortunately, the deputy pavilion master had taken the bigger picture into consideration, thus avoiding a potential tragedy. Otherwise, if the master-teacher pavilion worked as it wished, without caring about the other parties involved, the others might deem their actions to be willful and unjust, and that would cause them to lose the support of the other powers. Given how powerful and influential the master-teacher pavilion was, that would not have mattered much under normal circumstances. However, with the looming crisis, it would be foolish to allow a fallout to occur. It's Xianxia's fortune that Pavilion Master Ren is willing to show such magnanimity to him. However, judging from Zhang Wuheng, Zhan Shi, and Yu Ruoxin's attitude toward him, it doesn't seem like reconciliation is too likely. Elder Chu shook his head. Once Zhang Xian is found, even if we don't make a move, those three powers will surely swallow him whole. Boom! Before Elder Chu could finish his words, a mysterious power suddenly surged into the room, and the entire hall began trembling intensely, as if it would collapse at any moment. What's happening? Alarmed, Pavilion Master Ren jolted to his feet. Wu Shi and the others also swiftly looked in the direction that the surge of power had originated from. A thought arose in Elder Chu's mind, and his face twitched in horror. It can't be that Zhang Xian has managed to make his way over to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Can it? Surely, he could not have the audacity to do something as insolent as that, right? But if it was not him, who else could it be? Due to the great power shrouding the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it had stood firmly for the past several dozen millenniums. It was hard to think of any other culprit. It's coming from the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall. Let's head over to take a look. Ren Qingyuan swiftly determined the direction of the tremor's source and headed out. The other elders followed behind him. As 9-star master teachers, it took them just the blink of an eye to arrive before the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall. They pushed the door open and headed in. Walalala. As soon as they entered, they saw countless ancestral tablets all around the room trembling non-stop, as if they were being attacked by some tremendous force. The energy that had caused the entire master-teacher pavilion to tremble uncontrollably had originated from there. The predecessors are trembling in fear? What's going on? Elder Chu's lips quivered as he nearly fainted in fright from the sight. Wu Shi and the others also hurriedly scanned their surroundings to check if they had been attacked by enemies. It isn't an enemy attack, but as realization of what the trembling ancestral tablets could possibly signify struck Ren Qingyuan. His eyes widened in utter shock as his words trailed to a halt, seemingly unable to continue on anymore. Hearing Ren Qingyuan's words, Wu Shi was the first to realize what the other party was thinking, and his body began trembling in disbelief. If it isn't an enemy attack, the trembling of the ancestral tablets would mean that, see, could it be? Hong long long. Before he could finish his words, the tablets in the room finally reached their limits and collapsed to the ground simultaneously, as if they were bowing earnestly to pay their respects to an esteemed figure. That's the salutation of the sages? Elder Chu also swiftly comprehended what was going on, and his eyebrows began twitching wildly. Those who were honored in the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters were all outstanding predecessors who had wielded great power in their era and contributed immensely to mankind. The fact that even Ren Qingyuan was unqualified to have his tablet erected within the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall after his death was sufficient to show just what kind of legacies those figures had left on the Master-Teacher continent. There was only one type of person in the world who could make master teachers of their standing simultaneously bow respectfully to offer their salutations. Kacha! While the crowd was still trying to come to terms with what was going on, at the very center of the room, Kong Shi's sculpture suddenly floated up and clasped his fist respectfully in a certain direction. A slight smile slowly emerged onto his face, But at the same time, a hint of a crack suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sculpture. It swiftly engulfed the entire sculpture, and eventually, voila, collapsed into rubble. Salutations of the sages, Kong Shi's greeting, that's the mark of a celestial master teacher. At this point, the truth had already become apparent to all of the master teachers in the room. It was hard to tell whether it was out of agitation or shock, but every single one of their faces was ghastly pale. As 9-star master teachers, they were aware of the significance of the various phenomena that would occur in the master teacher pavilion. It was just a moment ago that they had lamented over the lack of a celestial master teacher to lead them through the crisis that they were in, but the next moment, they learned that there was actually a celestial master teacher among them. Could there be a bigger fluctuation of highs and lows than this in the world? Boom! After the collapse of Kong Shi's sculpture, it seemed like the teacher acknowledgement hall had reached the limits of its tolerance, and it swiftly collapsed inward. However, too overwhelmed by shock, the elders simply stood motionless on the spot, allowing the roof to collapse freely on their heads. With their level of cultivation, the bricks falling on their heads felt no different from mere cotton. Ren Qingyuan's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists tightly together. There's hope for mankind. With the emergence of a celestial master teacher, the master teacher pavilion will rise to the top of the world once more. Ren Qingyuan burst into laughter as tears of agitation streamed down his cheeks. As the deputy pavilion master, despite lacking in prestige, he still had the responsibility to unite the world to defend against threats. As such, the stress that he had been put under over the years was truly unimaginable. With the emergence of a celestial master teacher, he would finally be relieved of the pressure that he had been placed under. Ren Qingyuan turned around and commanded, "Master teachers, hear my command. Find the source of the power, locate the whereabouts of the celestial master teacher, and bring him back right away to inherit the position as the head of the master teacher pavilion headquarters." Yes! The 9-star master teachers clasped their fists simultaneously, acknowledging the order. Wait a moment. Right after issuing the previous command, Ren Qingyuan suddenly thought of something, and he hurriedly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Voila! The surrounding space immediately solidified to form an isolation barrier. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters were protected by a powerful formation, making it difficult for any outsiders to listen in on what was happening within. Yet, despite the defensive measures, Ren Qingyuan was still prompted to form an isolation barrier to further ensure the confidentiality of the matter, which went to show how seriously he took this matter. The Celestial Master Teacher concerns the ultimate fate of mankind, so this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. I suspect that the sudden arrival of that person in the Master Teacher continent might be tied to this matter. He might have noticed something which prompted him to make this move. That fellow has always been skilled in disguise, so our scouts haven't been able to find any traces of him yet. If news concerning the emergence of a Celestial Master Teacher reaches his ears, and he manages to find the Celestial Master Teacher ahead of us, things could really get troublesome, Ren Qingyuan said with a grim look on his face. So, I want all of you to head out under the pretext of looking for Xianxia. Make sure to put on a sufficiently convincing act to show the Zhang clan and the Glacier Plain Court that we are determined to bring them justice. At the same time, however, you are to discreetly search for the Celestial Master Teacher, and once you find him, don't rush into acknowledging him. Instead, protect him from the shadows. While he might be the Celestial Master Teacher, it is unlikely for him to have grown to Kong Shi's level yet, or else we would have already heard of him. Celestial Master Teacher only represented an individual who had received the acknowledgement of the heavens. It was a symbol of character and talent rather than a gauge of one's absolute strength. Even Kong Shi had not been born strong. He had advanced a step at a time before maturing to become the great man he had been. If the Celestial Master Teacher had already matured into a formidable expert, he would have already made a name for himself in the world, and there was no way that Ren Qingyuan, as the Deputy Pavilion Master, would not have heard of him. We understand. The Master Teachers nodded in acknowledgement. I'll repeat it once more. The most important thing now is finding the Celestial Master Teacher and protecting him, Ren Qingyuan emphasized with a wave of his hand. Also, regarding the matter concerning the celestial master teacher, I want all of you to maintain a silent restraint on it. Don't even mention it in passing among yourselves. I won't hesitate to strip you of your master-teacher license and banish you to the subterranean gallery for life, should you dare contravene this silent restraint. We understand, Pavilion Master Ren. The master-teachers replied resoundingly. Hula. After the orders had been relayed, the master-teachers swiftly scattered into the surroundings from the teacher acknowledgement hall, leaving only Ren Qingyuan behind. Ren Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before flicking his wrist, and a couple of puppets appeared before him. These puppets were of short stature, and they did not wield too much strength. However, their extraordinary long arms and their 10-fingered hands were particularly eye-catching. As soon as the puppets materialized, without the slightest word of delay, they immediately scattered around the teacher acknowledgement hall and got to work. In less than an hour, the collapsed rubble was restored to its original glory. Even the ancestral tablets had been placed neatly back onto their respective positions, as if nothing had happened at all. After collecting all of his puppets, Ren Qingyuan gazed into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. Some time later, he exhaled deeply and muttered, "Celestial Master Teacher, it seems like the heavens are looking after us." This time, the unique surge of energy lingered around Xianxia for a longer time than before. Xiaoya knew that a sudden epiphany must have struck her teacher, so she chose not to interrupt him. She took a seat not too far away and looked at him silently. During that period, Xianxia remained completely motionless on the spot. Unlike previous times, he did not pass out, and there was not any peculiar phenomenon either. He felt as if he was swimming in the ocean of time, unable to accurately discern the flow of time around him. Under the tempering of the unique aura, his soul depth soared furiously. His advancement this time around was far greater than any of the previous times, surging from the initial 25.1 to 29.1. For master teachers, soul depth was usually separated in intervals of 3. With a soul depth of 29.1, Xianxia was already at the level of the most pinnacle 9-star master teacher. With the rise in his soul depth, his analytical capabilities were further enhanced, allowing him to peer deeper into an issue and look further ahead. Many things that he had been unable to make sense of or unable to draw connections with suddenly cleared up in his mind. At the same time, his analysis of the many cultivation techniques and battle techniques in his mind also became much more thorough, as if he was suddenly able to look right into their crux. Even though I have never cultivated any Saint 8-Dan dimension sundering realm cultivation techniques before, I was still able to roughly figure my way forward from the cultivation techniques I have gathered in the past. Furthermore, Xiaoya is my student, and her energy stems from the same origin as mine, so I was able to gather the momentum required for a breakthrough under her infusion of energy, thus reaching my current level. Previously, Xianxia had still been a little perplexed as to how he was able to abruptly push for a breakthrough back when he was still at the Glacier Plain Court. Back then, he did not think too much into it, and the impetus to breakthrough simply came perfectly naturally to him. However, with the rise in his soul depth, the veil on this mystery was finally removed. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that I'm still unable to think of a feasible way to reconstruct Zhao Yu's meridians. Even though he had managed to form mental connections between the many fields of knowledge that he had learned, he was still completely clueless as to how he could help Zhao Yu reconstruct her meridians. From the looks of it, he only had his current plan to rely on, heading to the Blacksmith Guild and seeing if there was any suitable material that could be used to replace her meridians. Who? Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia opened his eyes. "Teacher, are you done cultivating?" Xiaoya asked with a hint of doubt in her voice. She had thought that her teacher's cultivation would surge after this round of cultivation, but nothing had happened at all. There was not the slightest change in his cultivation that she could perceive. If she had to point out something that was different about him, it would be that he appeared more spirited than before, and his eyes had grown deeper and more unreadable. Yes, Xianxia nodded. "I see." Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief. "We'll be heading back to the Empire Alliance City." This time we're going to resolve the problem concerning your meridians, said Xianxia as he stood up. Teacher, the entire continent is looking to capture you. It's too dangerous, so let's not head there anymore. Xiaoya spoke up worriedly. It had not been easy for them to leave the Empire Alliance city, yet her teacher actually wanted to head back there. Don't worry, even 9-star pinnacle master teachers would have trouble seeing through my disguise. I won't be in any danger, Xianxia reassured with a smile. With his 5th acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher, his soul depth had surged from 25.1 to 29.1, putting him amid the top even among 9-star pinnacle master teachers. Even if an expert of Elder Chu's caliber came over, the other party would still be unable to find the slightest discrepancy in his disguise, let alone figure out his true identity. However, your disguise is still a little lacking at the moment. All right, I'll impart a physical body cultivation technique to you. While Xianxia was able to disguise himself even from the discerning eyes of 9-star master teachers, due to Zhao Ye's lack of cultivation, while her disguise might still be able to fool the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the same could not be said about high-rank master teachers. Due to the awakening of her pure Yin body, her appearance was simply too striking. Once her disguise was seen through, it would not be too difficult for others to figure out their true identity. Physical body cultivation technique? Teacher, my meridians have collapsed completely. Will I still be able to practice it? Xiaoya asked apprehensively. Despite the term, physical body cultivation technique usually required the infusion of Jinqi in order to temper one's body into a state that no ordinary mortal would be able to achieve. Given that Xiaoya had already lost all of her meridians, she did not think that she would be able to practice a physical body cultivation technique. I have altered the cultivation technique so that you will be able to practice it even without using your meridians. However, you'll have to practice it in accompaniment with my silver needles. Here is the cultivation technique manual. Xianxia raised his finger and tapped it lightly on Zhaoya's head, and knowledge swiftly surged into the latter's mind. Xiaoya spent roughly 2 hours looking through the cultivation technique manual before she was finally able to grasp it, and her eyes lit up in excitement. Her teacher's physical body cultivation technique was truly formidable. Compared to that, all of the Glacier Plain Court's physical body cultivation techniques seemed like trash picked right off the street. All right, let's begin. Seeing that Xiaoya was done going through the manual, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and innumerable silver needles flew out from his hands, piercing all over Xiaoya's body. The surges of heaven's path Jinqi infused in each of the silver needles nourished her body, enhancing her strength. While Xianxia was in the midst of helping Xiaoya cultivate the heaven's path golden art, at the entrance of a sealed chamber of the Combat Master Hall, a large group of anxious-looking combat masters were gathered. Today was the very day that the progeny of combat would finally come out of seclusion. The progeny of combat is about to come out. Have you thought about how you are going to report that matter to him? An elder broke the silence in the surroundings. Let's just report it straight to him as it is. What's there to hesitate over? A valiant middle-aged man dressed in a full armor said with a wave of his hand. Report it straight to him as it is? It's not as if you don't know the personality of our progeny of combat. Back then, despite the heavy injuries that he had sustained after clearing the Dragon Gate formation, he still gritted his teeth tenaciously and held on just so that he could issue his first progeny of combat decree to command all of the combat masters to treat his teacher with the utmost respect. The elder replied with a frown. Just think about the mess that has occurred. If we report the matter as it is to him, given how highly he regards his teacher, do you think that he'll be able to remain rational? If he kicks up a fuss, it could end up utter chaos. The Sanctum of Sages is a subsidiary of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, so there's no need for us to worry about them. The problem lies mainly with the Zhang clan and the Glacier Plain Court. Those two might be major powers on the Master-Teacher continent, but our Combat Master Hall hasn't grown so weak that we have to defer and explain our actions to them yet. The armored, middle-aged man harumphed coldly. Those powers have grown too accustomed to the peace, and they are already starting to rot on the inside. If not for the sweat and blood of our combat masters, do you think that they would be able to enjoy the prosperity and peace that they have today? Elder Meng is right. When has our combat master Hall needed to explain our actions to others? Another middle-aged man remarked with a fling of his sleeves. We have always used our strength to speak. Back then, the Soul Oracle Guild commanded countless soulless metal humanoid, but they still ended up being completely eradicated by our forces. If I have to say, the Master Teacher Pavilion has simply been too soft on them. It's because we give them so much leeway that they had the guts to question the judgment of the Master Teacher Pavilion. If it was me, I would have just ordered them to back down. And should they dare to refute my words, I would force them into submission. The elder shook his head and replied, They are master teachers, not punks or tyrants. The reason the Master Teacher Pavilion has remained standing even after several dozen millenniums is by the virtue of its actions and not through forceful subjugation. If we force everyone into submission using brute force, how can we truly gain the respect of others? A middle-aged man standing not too far away sneered coldly. Respect? Do you think we really need to win their respect? The people nowadays are so accustomed to peace that they have already lost their sense of danger and the valiance in their blood. They have already forgotten the wretched suffering of our predecessors under the despotism of the otherworldly demonic tribe. All they are interested in doing now is scrutinizing every last action committed by the master teachers so as to find lapses in their virtues. The moment they dig up the smallest of things, they cook up the largest of storms, as if a small lapse in one's virtue will bring about the end of the world. Similarly, once the Master Teacher Pavilion makes a decision that is unpopular among them, they claim that the Master Teacher Pavilion has lost the virtue that it once embraced and is descending into corruption and nepotism. Just take the matter with Xianxia, for example. It's actually not a big deal at all. However, just because it was committed by a master teacher, people will question the credibility and the principles of the Master Teacher Pavilion if he isn't severely punished. And rumors about how the Master Teacher Pavilion is no longer the noble organization it used to be will start spreading around. But have they forgotten about the contributions that Xianxia has made for mankind? For one, he single-handedly destroyed an entire otherworldly demon emperor's lineage, and that in itself should be more than enough to make up for all of his faults. This was simply how the world worked. The common populace was ignorant and cared not about how much one had contributed to the world. All they were interested in were the faults one had committed, and they would exaggerate it just to fulfill their desire for drama. For example, based on what they knew, despite the huge fuss caused by the three powers, all Xianxia had done was destroy a couple of buildings and formations. In truth, he had not claimed a single person's life yet. However, for some reason, the news that had been announced came across in a very different manner. It was shaped in a way that made it seem as if he had exploited his strength to willfully wreak havoc and destroyed everything in his path. And if the Master Teacher Pavilion could not inflict severe punishment on that black sheep among them, then perhaps they might be unworthy of remaining as the leaders of the Master Teacher continent. The elder cut into the middle-aged man's words and said, I understand what you have said, but the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters have already announced their decision. Whatever decision they choose to make, it's not our place to question it. All we have to think about is how we should report this matter to the progeny of combat. He also knew that much, but what could he do? The purpose of the Master Teacher Pavilion was to protect mankind, so even if they were not understood by the rest of the world, they still could not watch as the entire world was reduced to ruins. That was the inescapable responsibility and burden that they shouldered. The crowd fell silent. Despite the short time that they had spent together, they had come to know of the feelings that the progeny of combat had for his teacher. If he learned that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had issued an arrest warrant on him, he would surely fly into a state of fury. By then, none of them would be able to predict what he would do in response to that. It was not easy for a progeny of combat to emerge from their combat master hall, so they could not bear to allow anything to happen to him. Elder Chang, didn't you say that you have thought of a solution to that? Another middle-aged man asked the elder. The crowd swiftly gathered their eyes upon the elder. The solution that I have isn't perfect either. Since the news concerning Xianxia is already everywhere, there's no way we'll be able to hide the matter from the progeny of combat for too long. Since that's the case, we should take the initiative to report it instead so that we can at least shape his perspective of the issue. Elder Chang said. The master teacher arrest warrant had already made its way to the corners of the master teacher continent. While the progeny of combat was still unaware of the issue because he was in seclusion, it would not take too long for him to find out about the matter once he was out. Instead of having the progeny of combat blame them for hiding such an important issue from him later on, it would be much better for them to take the initiative to report the matter to him. This way, they would at least be able to hold some influence over how he viewed the issue. Understanding this logic, the other combat masters nodded in agreement. Honestly, if they felt that they were able to hide the matter from the progeny of combat, they would have definitely done it so as to spare themselves the headache that they were suffering from. Elder Chang hesitated for a moment before continuing on. While we are relaying the matter to him, we should focus on the conflicts that Xianxia has caused. And as for the arrest warrant and the others, we'll just brush through it swiftly. I believe that the progeny of combat should also understand the severe implications of this matter and not act too rashly. Since they had no choice but to report the matter to the progeny of combat, the only thing that they could change was the manner in which they relayed the information to him. I think that's the best we can do at the moment. The others nodded in agreement. Jia. Barely after deciding on their general strategy, the doors to the chamber ahead of them suddenly creaked open, and a young man holding a spear walked out. Despite his young age, he commanded an aura that felt so sharp that it almost seemed as if he would pierce right through the heavens. One could vaguely feel the overwhelming Xianxia churning within his body, ready to unleash devastating might upon his enemies at any moment. Congratulations on completing your cultivation. The crowd quickly clasped their fists and congratulated the young man. The young man waved his hand and walked up to the crowd. Even without any particular actions, he exuded a natural air of authority that prevented others from daring to speak loudly before him. For all of you to come over at once, what's happened? The young man scanned the huge crowd before him, and his eyebrows shot up. Reporting to the progeny of combat, you instructed us to keep an eye on Xianxia a while back, and just last night, we received news that he wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan and injured dozens of elders. Following which, he headed to the Sanctum of Sages and injured the deputy sanctum head, Xianxia, and many other elders. As if that wasn't enough, he went to the Glacier Plain court right after, destroyed their buildings, and even kidnapped their young court chief. Elder Chang swiftly stepped forward and gave the speech that he had carefully strung together beforehand. He had made sure to first speak of the deeds that Zhang Xian had committed so that the progeny of combat would not get too worked up after hearing the verdict made by the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. However, before he could finish his words, the progeny of combat interrupted his speech with a cold sneer. Did you come up with those words yourself? Or is that the news you have received from the Master Teacher Pavilion? This, Elder Chang was taken aback by the progeny of combat's abrupt question. That is the news I have received from the Master Teacher Pavilion. Pinning false accusations on others. Is this how the Master Teacher Pavilion conducts its business? The young man muttered beneath his breath before directing a cold gaze toward Elder Chang. You said that my teacher kidnapped the young court chief of the Glacier Plain court. But do you know whom the young court chief is to dare spread such falsehood? Please pardon my ignorance. Elder Chang's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. All my teacher has to do is say a word, and the young court chief would willingly abandon her identity and leave with him. Yet, you dare describe his actions with a word as vile as kidnap? Preposterous. The young man waved his hand furiously. Pardon me for asking, but how would the progeny of combat know? Elder Chang asked carefully. That's because the young court chief of the Glacier Plain court, holding his spear with a hand and placing his other hand behind his back, the young man raised his head proudly and said, is my senior. Of course, the progeny of combat was none other than Zhang Xian's student, Zhang Yang. His previous hot-bloodedness had been replaced with composure, and his cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. His face had become more distinct and masculine, and his words and gestures carried a dignified disposition. Within this short period of time, the reckless and naive young man of the past had matured. Senior. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, The elders of the Combat Master Hall widened their eyes in disbelief. If he addressed the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court as his senior, did that not mean that she was Xianxia's student as well? Since that was the case, how did the matter with the Glacier Plain Court blow up so big in the first place? Indeed, Zheng Yang harumphed coldly. He turned to Elder Chang and said, "Bring me the report sent in by the Master Teacher Pavilion. I want to see with my own eyes what they have written." This, Elder Chang never could have imagined that the young chief of the Glacier Plain Court would actually be the progeny of Combat's senior. In an instant, all of the words that he had prepared were rendered meaningless. He hesitated for a moment before fearfully handing a jade token over. The Master Teacher Pavilion didn't send over a report, but a Master Teacher arrest warrant. Arrest warrant? For who? My teacher. Alarmed to hear those words, Zhang Yang hurriedly grabbed the jade token from Elder Cheng's eyes to look through it. Slowly, his face turned as cold as the night of the winter solstice. Ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. Relay my orders. All combat masters are to keep a close eye on the movements of the Zhang clan, the Glacier Plain Court, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Master Teacher Pavilion. As soon as any sign of my teacher is found, they are to report to me right away. How dare they dream of laying their hands on my teacher? Very well, let me see who has the guts to do so. But, hearing the order, Elder Cheng's lips twitched in horror. Progeny of combat, I understand your feelings, but our Combat Master Hall is ultimately still a subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Considering that the Master Teacher Pavilion had released an arrest warrant for Xianxia, issuing such an order could be taken as insubordination and blatant defiance of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Subsidiary? Has our Combat Master Hall fallen so low as to simply watch helplessly as an innocent man is being framed? You don't have to worry about the Master Teacher Pavilion. Just rescue my teacher and bring him safely back here. I'll talk to the Master Teacher Pavilion about this, Zhang Yang said as he swung his spear to the side, producing a sharp and menacing reverberation in the air. For many years, the Combat Master Hall has shed its blood to protecting mankind. It's about time we show the other powers our edge and dampen their arrogance. I'll let the entire Master Teacher continent know that anyone who dares lay their hands on my teacher will have hell to pay. Yes, progeny of combat. The elders clasped their fists, acknowledging Zhang Yang's orders. Some of the faces were marked with bitterness while others were glowing in excitement. But regardless of their own personal views, once the progeny of combat decree was passed, no combat master would dare act in defiance against it. In the Poison Hall, the Master Teacher Pavilion issued an arrest warrant on my teacher? Humph! I was still thinking of existing peacefully with them in view of the fact that my teacher is a master teacher. But it seems like there's no need for that anymore. At the very center of the hall, a young lady abruptly got to her feet as she gazed down at the people standing beneath her with ice-cold eyes. Contrary to what most would think, the young lady's figure was not imposing in the least. Her young age and slightly emaciated figure made her look less authoritative than she would have hoped. However, there was a slight greenish mist drifting around her body that would send any cultivator instinctively trembling in fear. It felt as if even a 9-star master teacher would easily lose their life should they come into the range of the green mist. The master of the Poison Hall, Wei Ruyan. With the help of countless poison masters, she had successfully awoken her innate poison body, bringing her prowess with poison to an unprecedented height. While she might still have been lacking compared to the founder of the Poison Hall, her means were definitely far above any of the current elders of the Poison Hall. If she made a move, not even 9-star master teachers would be a match for her. Lin Zhonghai, one of the 4 eminences of the Poison Hall, clasped his fist and said, "The Master Teacher Pavilion has been on their high horse for too long. I think it's high time for us to tear down their ivory tower. Hall Master, feel free to command us." Due to his contribution in Wei Ruyan's succession as the new Hall Master, he was granted a position second only to Wei Ruyan herself in the Poison Hall. On top of that, Wei Ruyan had also offered him pointers on his poison arts, thus bringing his command of poison to a level where even the 2 guardians of the Poison Hall would not be a match for him anymore. I want all members of the Poison Hall to set out and search for my teacher. As soon as the whereabouts of my teacher are confirmed, you are to report the news to me right away while protecting him from the shadows. If anyone dares make a move on him, eliminate that person right away. It's high time for our Poison Hall made a move lest the continent forgets that we are still alive and kicking. Wei Ruyan harumphed coldly. Despite her young age, she had already gone through numerous life and death situations. Perhaps due to those experiences, authority and power did not hold much significance to her. If there was anything that she truly valued, it would be her teacher. Her teacher had done simply too much for her. Without her teacher, there would not be the current her. So, if anyone dared to lay their filthy hands on her teacher, well, if I don't wipe out your entire clan, I shan't be called Wei Ruyan. The elders excitedly clasped their fist and bowed. We'll listen to the Hall Master's orders. As prosperous as the Poison Hall headquarters was, they were aware that it was a prison that they had created for themselves so as to appease the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Never had a day gone by where they had not dreamed of breaking out of their self-exile, and since there was an opportunity to do so right ahead of them, what did they have to hesitate for? In a faraway, remote corner of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, there was a crepuscular ancient domain where no light existed. A massive figure slowly floated up from the ground as a powerful shockwave raged around the area, tearing the surroundings apart. "Why did you wake me up?" A thunderous voice echoed from the massive figure. Not too far away, a floating soul clasped its fist and reported, "Young Master, the Master-Teacher Pavilion has issued an arrest warrant on Master." Agitated by the news, the figure swiftly rose up and questioned, "The Master-Teacher Pavilion is intending to make a move on my teacher? Why?" As the figure spoke, the earth tremored, and the world seemed to have turned darker than ever. "This is the news that I have gathered from the nearby cities," the soul reported. It flicked its finger, and a jade token flew over. The massive figure took hold of the jade token and swiftly browsed through it. "Ludicrous. The Master-Teacher Pavilion is asking for it. Mo Hunching. Accompany me to the Glacier Plain Court. We'll be finding my teacher." The massive figure dived into a lifeless body, lying motionlessly by the side, and a moment later, the lifeless body got to its feet, revealing the gallant face of a young man. He was none other than Xianxia's direct disciple, Lu Chong. After inheriting the lineage of the soul oracles, Lu Chong's soul had become incomparably powerful. With the slightest movement, he could cause the entire sky to darken. It felt as if he could even split the entire world in two at his will. "Yes," Mo Hunching nodded. Before long, the two of them were already flitting swiftly toward the Glacier Plain Court. "In the Yuan clan, what did you say? An arrest warrant was placed on my teacher. Very well. This is the intention of the first elder of the Zhang clan, right?" Standing before a group of elders, Yuan Tao bellowed with narrowed eyes. He could forgive a person for attacking and injuring him, but anyone who dared to hurt even a single strand of hair of his teacher was unforgivable. An elder stepped forward. "Young Master, the clan head's view is for us to steer clear of this matter. After all, that's a decree issued by the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters." Pong! Before he could finish his words, he was already slapped flying into the distance. "Is there anyone else who has anything to say?" With his hands behind his back, Yuan Tao gazed coldly at the many faces in front of him. "Young Master, before the clan head went into seclusion, he has requested for you not to get into any trouble." Arg! Yet another elder was sent flying with a cry of agony. "Who else?" Yuan Tao continued staring at the crowd in front of him coldly. After a moment of silence, the crowd quickly clasped their fists and declared resoundingly, "We'll heed the young master's orders." "That's more like it." Yuan Tao nodded in approval. "I believe all of you should be well versed in the rules of the Yuan clan, so you should know that I am the legitimate head of the Yuan clan. So, right now I shall issue my first order for you all as the head of the Yuan clan. I command all of you to follow me to the Glacier Plain Court to find the whereabouts of my teacher. If anyone dares to make a move on him, you are to kill that person right away regardless of who they are." Yes, clan head, the crowd replied. Our Yuan clan might not wield strength like the premier clans, but I won't allow even the Master Teacher Pavilion to touch a person under my protection. With narrowed eyes, Yuan Tao bellowed, Set off! Hula! Countless aerial saint beasts soared into the air, heading in the direction of the Glacier Plain Court. In the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters, countless ladies were standing in front of a tall tower, and every single one of them had a nervous look on their face. It has already been 7 days. Will she be able to succeed? A middle-aged lady among the crowd muttered worriedly. If she succeeds, there will be no need for us to hold that selection in 2 months anymore. What would be the point of holding the selection when we have already found our next guild leader? Another lady remarked. Indeed, ever since the founding of the Spirit Awakener Guild, there has been hardly anyone who has succeeded in clearing the Spirit Awakener Tower. She started learning spirit enchantment just a few months ago, and now, she's already challenging the Spirit Awakener Tower, and what's more, she actually managed to reach the 8th floor. This is something that has never happened before. The first middle-aged lady exclaimed in awe. Spirit Awakeners require extreme precision in manipulating their primordial spirit. Given the purity of her soul and Jinchi, it would be hard for her not to improve quickly. With her around, it seems like our Spirit Awakener Guild will be able to climb to new heights. Very soon, we won't have to rely on other powers to protect ourselves anymore. The second lady chirped excitedly. As Spirit Awakener was an occupation that was supportive in nature, it was severely lacking in fighting prowess. As such, it had to ally itself with other powers in order to protect itself. However, the arrival of an unprecedentedly talented young lady just a few months ago could possibly change the current miserable circumstances that they were in. As long as she succeeded, they would not have to live subservient to another power anymore. I never would have thought that such a day would come for our Spirit Awakener Guild. It seems like the heavens haven't forsaken us yet. The crowd in the area nodded in agreement. Hong Long. At that moment, the ground suddenly began trembling, and following which, the tall tower ahead of them began shaking as well. It slowly rose to its feet before racing ahead. She managed to enchant the Spirit Awakener Tower? She actually succeeded. The faces around the area flushed crimson in agitation. Not only so, she even received the recognition of our founder. In the time to come, Wang Ying could very well become the strongest Spirit Awakener aside from our founder. And perhaps, given sufficient time, she might even be able to exceed our founder. The first middle-aged lady said feverishly as her body trembled uncontrollably. The time has finally come for our Spirit Awakener Guild to rise up once more. The excitement in the air was so intense that it was almost palpable. Some time later, the tower finally came to a halt, and young lady slowly drifted down from the top. Dressed in a white robe, she looked as if a fairy descending from the heavens. She was the very first student whom Xianxia had taken in, the adorable and innocent young lady from Hongtian Academy, Wang Ying. She had undergone a transformative change from how she was a year ago. Her previous innocence had been replaced with keen calmness. With just a sweeping gaze, she was able to exert her authority on the surrounding crowd, making them dare not speak against her. Paying respects to the guild leader, the ladies swiftly got to their knees and kowtowed deeply to their new guild leader. The fact that Wang Ying had managed to clear the Spirit Awakener Tower had given her the legitimacy to become the next leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild. After witnessing the movement of the tall tower with their own eyes, no one would dare question her credentials. Rise up. Wang Ying gazed down on the faces below and declared, Now, I'll issue my very first command as the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild. The crowd clasped their fists and replied, We'll listen to the guild leader's commands. From today onward, all members of the Spirit Awakener Guild are to treat my teacher, Xianxia, as they would treat me. His orders are to be carried out with any question, and I won't tolerate anyone disrespecting him in any way. Anyone who contravenes this order shall be permanently stripped of their Spirit Awakener rank and prohibited from entering any Spirit Awakener Guild in the Master Teacher continent. Wang Ying announced. Yes, guild leader. The crowd hurriedly received the order. A moment later, the first middle-aged lady suddenly raised her head and asked, Guild leader? You mentioned that your teacher goes by the name of Xianxia. Could he possibly an 8-star master teacher of the Sanctum of Sages as well? That's right. Wang Ying replied affirmatively. Given how large the master teacher continent was, it was inevitable that there would be some overlaps in names. However, an 8-star master teacher in the Sanctum of Sages who went by the name of Xianxia, that could not possibly be anyone other than her teacher. Guild leader, just a while ago, the Master Teacher Pavilion ordered for the apprehension of Zhang Shi. This is the arrest warrant that they sent. With a flick of her finger, the middle-aged lady passed a jade token over to Wang Ying. Wang Ying lowered her head to take a look, and a moment later, her eyes turned fearfully livid. Someone is trying to pin false accusations on my teacher. Huh? Very well. I would like to see who that insolent fellow is. With a cold harumph, Wang Ying flung her sleeves back and roared, Hear my orders. All 9-star spirit awakeners are to follow me to the Glacier Plain Court. Enchant every single Master Teacher Pavilion within a 30,000 li radius, and wait for further orders. The crowd clasped their fists and replied, Yes, Guild leader. All along, the continent has viewed us spirit awakeners as weaklings whom they can trample on. It's time to prove them wrong. We'll show them that the Spirit Awakener Guild also wields strength that they can't afford to underestimate. Wang Ying harumphed coldly with her hands behind her back. Boom! Exhaling deeply, Xiaoya slowly stood up once more. It was no easy feat for her to cultivate the Heaven's Path golden body when she had lost her meridians. But with the assistance of her teacher, she had still managed to pull it off. With the successful cultivation of the physical body cultivation technique, her skin became even more delicate, reminiscent of a newborn baby. While her strength had not increased by too much, she had gained the ability to alter her appearance freely. Along with her teacher using his Jinqi to help her conceal her soul, once she changed her appearance as well, it would be difficult for even 9-star master teachers to see through her disguise. All right, try changing your appearance. Seeing that Xiaoya had succeeded, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With this, they would not have to worry about being seen through by anyone in the Empire Alliance city. Yes, teacher. Nodding, Xiaoya's facial muscles began shifting around, altering the structure of her face entirely. Very soon, she had assumed a whole new look that would be nigh impossible for anyone to associate with the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Good. Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. Even after altering her appearance, Xiaoya was still very beautiful. However, it was at a level where it was not too uncommon in the Empire Alliance city, so she would not stand out as much. After they were done with their preparations, the duo began making their way over to the Empire Alliance city once more. At the entrance to the city, just as Zhang Xian had expected, the checks had become much more stringent than before, such that there were even 6-star and 7-star master teachers supervising the checking process. However, it was impossible for those master teachers to see through their disguises, so they managed to get into the city with ease. Let's head to the Blacksmith Guild first. I want to see if there's a suitable material that could be used to replace your meridians, Zhang Xian said. After asking around, Zhang Xian led Xiaoya toward the Blacksmith Guild. The Empire Alliance Blacksmith Guild was around the same tier as the one in the Sanctum of Sages. The highest-ranking blacksmith in the guild was at 8-star, but there was still a sizable collection of 9-star blacksmith books there. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Blacksmith Guild and walked in confidently. Teacher, who should we find? Xiaoya asked. In order to look into possible materials to replace meridians, they would have to find someone to inquire. Otherwise, they would not be able to make much progress just by roaming around the area aimlessly. The guild leader, of course, Zhang Xian replied as a matter of fact. The one who would know the Blacksmith Guild the best was definitely none other than the guild leader. There was no one else better to find than him. Guild leader? Will he be willing to meet us given our current identities? Xiaoya asked with a frown. As they had to conceal their identities, Zhang Xian could not take out his emblem and proclaim himself to be a master teacher or a blacksmith. However, without sufficient standing, There was no reason for the busy guild leader to spare some of his time for them. That's simple. Xianxia chuckled. He scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing something, his eyes lit up as he said, "Come, follow me." Seated by the corner of the main hall was a blacksmith, and there were 8 brilliant stars gleaming off the emblem on his chest. An 8-star blacksmith. He was currently in the midst of tutoring his disciple. Without any hesitation, Xianxia walked up to that 8-star blacksmith and exclaimed in agitation, "You really are here? Do you know how difficult it was for me to find you? You are—" The 8-star blacksmith was stunned by the abrupt performance from Xianxia. "Have you forgotten me so quickly? I am your senior uncle," Xianxia remarked with a hint of displeasure in his voice. "Senior uncle?" The 8-star blacksmith was stunned for an instant before a deep frown surfaced on his forehead. With a livid expression, he growled, "Friend, just who in the world are you? Don't you think it's inappropriate to say such a joke?" How could he possibly not recognize his own senior uncle? He was certain that he had never met the person standing in front of him before, so it was obvious that the other party was teasing him. "You said that I'm joking? Do you really not recognize me?" Xianxia shook his head as he raised his hand. Hong Long, a powerful might swiftly shrouded the 8-star blacksmith, threatening to crush him into bits. After his cultivation had advanced to dimension-sundering realm primary stage, his grasp over his strength had become further refined. In fact, he could already deal with most Saint 9 Dan primary stage cultivators with ease. While the person before him was an 8-star blacksmith, his cultivation was only at phantasmal space realm pinnacle. The 8-star blacksmith's body instinctively tensed up in the face of the impending threat, and he hurriedly drove his Jinchi and launched a palm strike to counterattack. But before his palm could strike, the crushing pressure that was pressing down on him abruptly vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Perplexed, he quickly looked at the young man before him once more, only to see that the latter had already placed his hands behind his back at some point in time. The young man was looking at him too, and with a slightly displeased look on his face, he asked, "Since you claim that you don't know me, allow me to ask you then, is your name Chun Mo?" "Yes, I am indeed Chun Mo." The 8-star blacksmith, Chun Mo, replied. There was no one in the blacksmith guild who did not know of his name, so it did not come as a wonder to him that the young man knew his name. "Your teacher is 9-star blacksmith Lu Yang. You inherited the Lu Yang forging art from him, but you specialize in the Hongdian forging art instead. The ring finger of your left hand was once scorched by earth flames while you were in the midst of smithing. I didn't make a mistake, right?" Xianxia asked calmly. To this, "You are right." Chun Mo was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. That information can easily be found by asking around in the blacksmith guild, so it doesn't mean a thing at all. I know that it can be easily uncovered, but the Hongdian forging technique requires precise coordination of all 10 fingers in order to bring out its full prowess. Back when you were studying the technique, due to a small error, you ended up hurting your ring finger. As such, whenever you are tempering a weapon, it will begin curling in uncontrollably. While it doesn't affect the final product that you are creating too much, still, it does prevent you from achieving fine control over your strength. There aren't too many people who are aware of this, right? Xianxia chuckled softly. Why you? Chun Mo's body stiffened straight. He did have such a habit in his smithing. While it was nothing major, there were not too many people in the blacksmith guild who were aware of this little quirk of his. So, for the other party to speak of it so decisively as if he had seen it with his own eyes, could the other party really be from the same lineage as him? Not only so, I also know that there are many flaws in your Hongdian forging art. In fact, Senior Lu Yang instructed me to come here in order to correct your problems in the hope that you can push for a breakthrough soon. However, I'm also aware that I don't have any token or the sort that I can use to prove my identity either. So if you still don't trust me after what I have said, there's nothing I can do about it. Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. You are here to correct my problems? Chun Mo frowned doubtfully. Indeed, there are 3 major flaws in your forging technique. Firstly, you have a tendency to overcomplicate the forging process. You attempt to bring every single phase of the forging process to the level of perfection, refining every or to the extremity, but ironically, your attempts to do so often end up affecting the fusion of the ores. Xianxia pointed out with a light smile. Chun Mo's body jolted upon hearing those words. The other party was right. He did have such a habit. He had tried to get rid of the habit before, but whenever he tried to do so, he would end up missing the ideal fusing time for the ores, thus resulting in a failed product. As time went by, he had eventually given up on it. Smithing was an extremely complicated and delicate process, and even the slightest lapse could cause the greatest difference. Despite being an 8-star blacksmith, he was still unable to ensure perfection in his smithing. Secondly, your Hongdian forging art is focused on searching for the crux of the material you are processing and hammering right on it, so as to create an even more wholesome product. You have no trouble finding the crux of the ores that you are processing, but it's a pity that you are slightly lacking in speed. Xianxia continued. Chun Mo's body jolted once more. It was almost the other party had seen him forging with his own eyes. Astonishingly, every single point that the other party had raised was spot on. Thirdly, Xianxia continued speaking. By the time all 3 flaws were raised, Chun Mo's body was already drenched in cold sweat. Those were indeed the 3 greatest errors in his smithing. He was aware of them and had tried to change them several times, only to have failed. It was precisely due to those issues that his smithing had ended up meeting a bottleneck. Is there any way to resolve my problems? Unable to remain calm any longer, Chun Mo clasped his fist and bowed. He still was not too sure whether the other party was really his senior uncle or not, but one thing was for sure, the other party was far ahead of him in the field of smithing. Like I said, your teacher has sent me over to correct your mistakes. It goes without saying that I have my own ways to resolve your flaws. Xianxia replied with a smile. It was not convenient for him to take out his 8-star blacksmith emblem at the moment, but in terms of his knowledge in smithing, even 9-star primary blacksmiths would struggle to match up to him. All it took him was a slight moment of contemplation after browsing through Chun Mo's flaws in the Library of Heaven's Path for him to come up with a solution to resolve those problems. Xianxia swiftly imparted several methods to Chun Mo that he could use in order to resolve those 3 major flaws in his smithing. I see. After hearing Xianxia's pointers, Chun Mo could not help but widen his eyes in awe. The other party's words had truly enlightened him. Thank you, senior uncle. As he spoke, he kneeled down to the ground and kowtowed to Xianxia earnestly. Xianxia glanced at the kneeling man before him and said, You aren't going to doubt me anymore? No, of course not. Chun Mo replied with an embarrassed chuckle. Just the fact that the other party had pointed out the many flaws in his forging technique and even raised feasible methods to resolve them, even if the other party was not his senior uncle, he was already as good as a half-teacher to him. Good. To tell you the truth, other than to correct your smithing, I also have some business here that I will have to trouble your guild leader with. I'll need you to bring me to him, Xianxia said. You wish to meet our guild leader? That won't be a problem at all. This way, please, Chun Mo said as he quickly led the way forward. Having witnessed the entire scene, Xiaoya was more awestruck than ever by her teacher. She had known all along that her teacher was a very resourceful man, but she did not think that he would actually be able to win an 8-star blacksmith over with just a couple of words and turn the other party into his junior. Even when witnessing the entire process with her own eyes, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. With an 8-star blacksmith leading the way, it did not take too long for them to meet the guild leader. The guild leader appeared to be an elder in his 60s. His hair had already turned snow white, and with a swift examination, Xianxia could tell that the other party was a Saint 8 Dan pinnacle cultivator. Chun Mo stepped forward and said, Guild leader, my senior uncle has come to visit, and he wishes to have a word with you. Your senior uncle? Surprised by Chun Mo's words, the guild leader swiftly got to his feet and clasped his fist. Senior, may I know how I should address you? He was peers with Chun Mo, so that would make Chun Mo's senior uncle his senior as well. I am Wu Xianxia, and this young lass beside me is my student. To be honest with you, my student got injured a while back, so I came over hoping to request your aid. Xianxia clasped his fist. Ah, so it's Blacksmith Wu. May I know what you need my help on? As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely try my best to assist with your student's treatment, the guild leader replied with a kind smile. My student made a mistake in her cultivation, resulting in her meridians sustaining some damage. So, I have come to your blacksmith guild in hopes of finding a material that I could possibly use to substitute her meridians in driving Jinqi, Xianxia said. A substitute for meridians? The guild leader contemplated deeply for a moment before saying, meridians are pathways within a cultivator's body that allows for the movement of spiritual energy and Jinqi. As a cultivator advances their cultivation, they will be able to strengthen and widen their meridians, allowing energy to flow even smoothly through them. I'm afraid that I can't think of any material in our blacksmith guild that has such properties. The meridians of a cultivator were not lifeless objects. They could evolve along with a cultivator's advancing cultivation as well. A stronger cultivator would be able to expand their meridians so as to allow them to harness more power, and vice versa. While there was a huge range of artifacts and materials in the blacksmith guild, none of them had the properties suited for substituting the role of meridians. There isn't any material in your blacksmith guild that can be used to substitute meridians? Xianxia frowned. If I recall correctly, there are some weapons that can extend and contract at will. Is it not possible to use those to substitute as meridians? There were formidable weapons in this world that could alter their sizes freely. For example, while the Sanctum head token in Xianxia's hands was roughly only the size of a palm usually, it could grow to the size of a huge shield at his command. While there are weapons that cultivators can alter the form of at will, those are usually unable to harness Jinqi for too long. Furthermore, the development of the meridians isn't as simple as expanding and reinforcing them. There's a limit to how far one can do that. Eventually, it will come a point where the cultivator has to enhance the effectiveness of their meridians through spatial manipulation. Besides, it won't be easy to achieve delicate control over those materials, and one could easily get hurt as a result of that, the guild leader said with a bitter smile. Darn! Xianxia's face turned livid. He was also aware that it was unlikely that there was any material that could be a perfect substitute for human meridians, but he could not allow himself to give up just like that. He hoped that he might be able to receive a different answer from the mouth of another, but judging from what he had just heard, it seemed like reconstructing Zhao Yu's meridians through smithing did not seem to be something achievable. The guild leader was also able to roughly fathom Xianxia's intentions, so he could not help but shake his head as well. At this moment, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he said, actually, there might still be hope for your student. While it's not too plausible to reconstruct your student's meridians through smithing, I did hear some rumors that someone had managed to pull off the replacement of meridians before. Someone managed to pull off the replacement of meridians? Who is it? Xianxia's eyes lit up. If someone in the world had succeeded in the replacement of meridians, that would mean that it was possible. Even if he could not do it himself, he could still search for the person in question and ask for their help. Before I go on, I would like to first say that these are only rumors that I have heard, and I am unable to verify their authenticity. From what I know, the matter didn't happen too long ago, just roughly 20 years if I recall correctly. An expert of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters went around the Master Teacher continent in search of a way to replace a person's meridians, and it seems like he succeeded in the end, the guild leader said. An expert of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? Who is it? Xianxia asked anxiously. This would determine whether Zhao Yu would be able to recover or not, so he had to clutch at every possible lead that he could find. That person is Grand Elder Xianxia of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, the guild leader replied. Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. For the longest period of time, he had been impersonating Xianxia and claiming to be Xianxia's student. It seemed like fate really had a way of pulling pranks on others. After all that had happened, the clue to resolving Zhao Yu's condition ended up being with a man whom he was so intricately linked with and direly wanted to avoid. Indeed, Xianxia is a highly talented person. Putting aside the tremendous strength he wields, he's also well-versed in all of the occupations. Back then, in order to uncover a way to achieve the replacement of meridians, He even paid a visit to the head of our blacksmith guild headquarters and maintained correspondence with him for several years. Of course, I have no way of verifying those matters, so I'm afraid that you'll have to find the person in question to ask about it, the guild leader said. I see. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. It seems like I'll have to pay Xianxia a visit then. Most likely, Xianxia should still be in the Zhang clan. It would be dangerous, but it seemed like he would have to pay the Zhang clan another visit. Just that, he had impersonated the other party and claimed to be the other party's student, and now he was even wanted by the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. If he met the other party, would the other party be willing to listen to what he had to say? Against First Elder Zhang Wuheng, he might still stand a chance of escape, but against Yang Shi, one of the strongest experts of the Master Teacher continent, if the other party meant him harm, would he be able to get away even if he utilized every method at his disposal? Yang Shi. Hearing those words, Xiaoya felt a little lightheaded. Having seen Yang Shi transforming into her teacher with her own eyes, she knew that grand teacher of hers was actually just a persona that her teacher had created. Yet, to hear the name again, what was going on? Yang Shi often spends his time roaming the world, such that he rarely returns to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters at all. So, I don't think that it'll be too easy for you to catch wind of his whereabouts. If the situation with your student is urgent, Physician Huang of the Physician Guild happens to be a close friend of mine. I could invite him over to have him help diagnose your student. Seeing the young man deep in thought, the guild leader thought that Zhang Xian was worried about his student's condition, so he sincerely offered his help. Guild leader, thank you for your kind intentions, but I think it should be fine for the time being. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. He was just about to continue speaking when a blacksmith abruptly rushed into the room and said, Guild leader, there's a master teacher outside who seeks your presence. The guild leader turned his head over and asked, Master teacher? Who is it? What's his rank? The blacksmith hesitated for a moment before replying. He isn't wearing his emblem, so I'm not too sure what his rank is either. However, I think his surname is Yang. His surname is Yang? The guild leader fell into deep thought, but he could not think of any notable master teachers who went by the surname of Yang in the Empire Alliance. Nevertheless, he still nodded and said, Invite him in. Yes, guild leader. The blacksmith turned around and left the room. Since you have a guest waiting for you, I shan't impose on you any longer and take my leave. Having found what he needed, there was no longer any reason for Zhang Xian to remain in the blacksmith guild any longer. Thus, he clasped his fist before leaving together with Xiaoya. However, before he reached the entrance of the room, footsteps suddenly sounded ahead of him, and following which, the blacksmith from before returned with an elder beside him. As the elder walked into the room, he suddenly turned his head toward Zhang Xian and asked with a smile, This young friend over here, you just arrived, right? Are you leaving so soon? Are you speaking to me? Zhang Xian was taken aback by the abrupt words from the elder. The elder should be here to meet the guild leader, so why was the other party striking up a conversation with him instead? That's right. Rather than saying that I'm here to pay a visit to the guild leader, it would be more exact to say that I am here for you. The elder stroked his beard as he spoke. For me? Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment. The elder before him looked perfectly ordinary. While he was dressed in a master teacher robe, there was not an emblem signifying his rank pinned on his chest. There was an amiable smile on his face, which seemed to suggest that he bore no ill will. However, one thing was for certain. He had never met the elder in front of him before. Have I met you before? Zhang Xian asked. Ha ha ha. Instead of replying to Zhang Xian's question, the elder chuckled softly before turning to the guild leader and blacksmith Chenemo. Pardon me, but there are some private matters that I would like to talk to the young friend over here about. After saying those words, the elder flicked his finger, and an emblem came into the sight of the two blacksmiths. On the emblem were 9 gleaming stars. 9-star blacksmith? Upon seeing the emblem, both the guild leader and Chenemo leaped in shock. They hurriedly clasped their fists and replied, Oh, of course. Feel free to use this room. They had thought that the elder would show them his master teacher emblem, But who could have thought the other party would be a 9-star blacksmith as well? With a clear hierarchy established among them, they could not afford to defy a direct command from the other party. Walala! The duo quickly backed out of the room, leaving just Xianxia, Xiaoya, and the enigmatic elder. Wu Xianxian, Wu, I'm one Xianxian. Isn't the name you have come up for yourself a little too perfunctory? Seeing that there was no one else in the room, the elder chuckled softly as he gazed deeply at Xianxian. Isn't that so, Xianxia? Or perhaps should I address you as Sanctum Head Zhang? You? Not expecting the other party to not only be able to see through his disguise but even be aware of his identity as a Sanctum Head candidate, Zhang Xian's goosebumps immediately rose in alarm. He immediately alerted his clone so that the other party would be ready to make a move at any moment. You are a master teacher, and you go by the surname Yang. Could you possibly be? Well, it seems like you have figured it out. Stroking his beard once more, the elder said with a smile. Indeed, I am the person whom you have been impersonating all this time, Yang Xian. Half a day earlier, through the teleportation formation of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, Xianxia and the others swiftly arrived at the Glacier Plain courts and saw the devastation that had occurred there. All of the buildings had collapsed down to the ground, and beacons of smoke could be seen here and there. There were charred marks everywhere, be it on the collapsed rubble or the ground. And that was how he reduced the Glacier Plain court to its current state. Just thinking about what had just happened, Yu Ruoxin's body could not stop trembling in rage. He had just undergone the phantasmal space ordeal in the Zhang clan and left the entire place in tatters, but you're telling me that he underwent his dimension-sundering ordeal here shortly after. Zhang Wuheng couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had witnessed that fellow's phantasmal space ordeal with his own eyes, and even he had nearly been struck to death by it. Who could have thought that in less than a night, he would run over to the Glacier Plain court and undergo his dimension-sundering ordeal? Did that not mean that he had managed to raise his cultivation by 2 whole realms within the span of a single day? Was it really possible for anyone to be that overpowered? And more importantly, he had actually been able to make the lightning tribulation heed his commands and strike whatever he wanted it to. How in the world did he manage to do that? According to what you have said, he should have been severely wounded in the encounter, so it doesn't seem likely that he would be able to get too far away. Do you know which direction he headed off in? Xianxia asked. I'm not too sure. Yu Ruoxin shook her head. He completely erased all traces of his presence, making it impossible to track him. I have already ordered the members of the Glacier Plain court to comb through the surrounding area, but none of them have been able to find any traces of him. Considering the young man's flight speed, he could not have gotten too far. However, when they finally recovered and started trying to track him down, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. Despite searching for more than a day now, they had not been able to find any traces of him at all. It was almost as if the young man had not been there in the first place. It seems like he's a hidden expert. He must have used some kind of special means to erase his presence, Xianxia remarked. Since there were cultivators who specialized in tracking, naturally, there were also those who were skilled in anti-tracking. There were experts in the world who could sneak from place to place without leaving any traces. If Zhang Xian truly possessed such means, then even someone as powerful as Yang Xian would have trouble tracking him down. That seems to be the case, but considering the injuries that he has sustained, I'm confident that he's still within a radius of 100,000 li around the Glacier Plain court. As long as we comb this area thoroughly, we would be able to dig him out, Yu Ruoxin said confidently. Given how severely wounded Zhang Xian was, it would be impossible for him to get too far away. Furthermore, the Master Teacher Pavilion had also released an arrest warrant for him, and traveling in the open air would make it too easy for others to find and capture him. Building on these assumptions, she felt that Zhang Xian would still be within a radius of 100,000 li from the Glacier Plain court. As long as they dispatched enough manpower to comb through the area, they would surely be able to find that scoundrel. Xianxia turned to the group behind and proposed, Sword Saint Xing, Sword Saint Meng, and First Elder. Since there are no longer any clues on where he is, why don't we split up and search for him separately? It should be easier for us to find him this way, and whoever finds him first can alert the rest through our communication jade tokens. I guess that's the best we can do for now. Sword Saint Meng nodded worriedly. When she heard that the young man who could very well be her son was severely injured, she felt as if a knife had stabbed into her heart. She had considered exacting vengeance for her son on the Glacier Plain court, but seeing the pitiful state that they were already in, she had eventually dropped the idea. All she could think of at that moment was her injured son. Worried sick, she did not want to waste any more precious time dawdling around here. Let's go then. Knowing how his wife felt, Sword Saint Xing swiftly chose a direction, and the two of them left together. On the other hand, Zhang Wuheng hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating over something, before eventually choosing a direction and leaving as well. Elder Yu, I'll take my leave as well. Yang Shi bade his farewell before leaving in a certain direction. In just a few moments, the four of them had already vanished over the horizon. Shaking her head, Yu Ruoxin turned her gaze back to the Glacier Plain court in order to supervise the disciples in its reconstruction. However, barely a moment later, the first elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Wuheng, suddenly flew back over. Yu Ruoxin quickly walked over and asked, Elder Wuheng, could it be that you have managed to find him? That isn't it. Zhang Wuheng shook his head. With an unreadable look on his face, he asked, which direction did Yang Shi leave in earlier? Yang Shi. Yu Ruoxin was taken aback. Indeed, as one of the top experts of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, Yang Shi wields the ability to track down a person from their lingering presence. Even if Zhang Xian has concealed his aura, I find it hard to believe that Yang Shi would be unable to track him. Instead, I believe the reason he has suggested for us to split up is to shake us off and find him himself. I want to see just what he's up to. Zhang Wuheng harumphed. You are saying that Yang Shi knows where Zhang Xian is? So, as long as we follow Yang Shi, we would be able to find Zhang Xian as well. A glint flickered across Yu Ruoxin's eyes. Indeed. However, in view of Yang Shi's strength, we have to make sure to keep a safe distance away from him. It will be hard for us to explain our actions to him if he catches us tracking him, Zhang Wuheng said. I understand. Yu Ruoxin nodded as a wintry gleam surfaced in her eyes. This time, there's no way I'll allow him to slip through my fingers. We have to make that fellow pay the price for his actions. Zhang Wuheng nodded in agreement. A fellow who had appeared out of nowhere actually had the guts to lay waste to the Zhang clan. If they did not teach that fellow a lesson, how would the entire continent view the Zhang clan in the future? They could not allow the humiliation that they had suffered to slide just like that. While the two of them were discreetly discussing their plans, some distance away, Yang Shi stopped on a peak amid a mountain range. He flicked his wrist, and a mirror materialized in his hand. He swiftly formed several hand seals, and light began swirling on the surface of the mirror. Soon, the light converged to form something resembling a map. Ultimately, the Sanctum Head Token is still an artifact forged by the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Yang Shi muttered with a smile. He did wield extraordinary skills in tracking, just as Zhang Wuheng suspected. But Zhang Xian really did not leave the slightest trace at all when he left the Glacier Plain court. Even to someone of his prowess, it appeared as if Zhang Xian had simply vanished into thin air. However, the Sanctum Head Token that Zhang Xian had in his possession was an artifact belonging to the Master Teacher Pavilion. He could simply track the Sanctum Head Token in order to find the young man's whereabouts. Studying the image on the mirror, Yang Shi was able to swiftly determine the location of the Sanctum Head Token. It seems he has headed off to the Empire Alliance city. With a leap, he vanished from the spot. To be honest, he was not too concerned about the fact that Zhang Xian had impersonated him or claimed to be his student. Instead, the dominant feeling that he felt at this moment was pure curiosity. Despite his low cultivation, that young man had been able to impersonate him and fool even 9-star master teachers. How did the young man manage to pull something like that off? Roughly an hour after Yang Shi left the peak, the surrounding space suddenly distorted slightly, and two figures materialized into existence. The first elders of the Zhang clan and the Glacier Plain court, Zhang Wuheng and Yu Ruoxin. Yang Shi had not intentionally concealed his presence, so it was not too difficult for the two of them to track his movements. It seems like he's heading toward the Empire Alliance city. After confirming the direction that Yang Shi had left in, Zhang Wuheng asked with a frown. Could Zhang Xian be in the Empire Alliance city? Very possibly. The closest major city to the Glacier Plain Court is the Empire Alliance city. Given the severe injuries Zhang Xian has sustained, there's no way he would be able to flee too far away. His best bet is to hide within a large crowd, and for that, there's nowhere better than the Empire Alliance city. Yu Ruoxin nodded in agreement. The best way to conceal one's presence from the world was not to dive into some remote mountain valley but an ocean of people. The more people there were, the harder it would be for one to be found. Going by such an analysis, it was indeed very likely for Zhang Xian to be in the Empire Alliance city. It boasted the greatest population count among the cities in the area, and there was a diverse range of people within the city. There was a master-teacher pavilion within the city, which might make such a choice of location appear risky, but sometimes it was the most obvious location that one was likely to overlook. After all, which sane person would dare loiter right beneath the nose of the master-teacher pavilion when an arrest warrant had been issued on him? Thus, the master-teacher pavilion would not devote too much of its manpower searching the Empire Alliance city either. Inform the master-teacher pavilion right away and tell them that we have found some traces of Zhang Xian in the Empire Alliance city. Regardless of whether he's there or not, let's have the master-teacher pavilion first conduct a thorough search throughout the city. Zhang Wuheng harumphed coldly. I'll inform them right away. Yu Ruoxin nodded. While they could conduct the search, they did not have the legitimacy and manpower of the master-teacher pavilion, so their efficiency was bound to be much lower. All that was left to do was bide their time in the Empire Alliance city. Once Zhang Xian was found, they would swoop right in and apprehend him. Yang Xian. Zhang Xian's heart jolted in horror. His first instinct was to escape, but he forced himself to remain calm. From the looks of it, it seemed like the other party had seen through his disguise from the start. The fact that the other party had not made a move yet and instead chose to converse with him calmly showed that he bore no ill will. On top of that, he had been trying to assess the other party's strength, but as if staring into the abyss, he found himself unable to see the bottom of the other party's cultivation. It was questionable whether he would really be able to escape or not even if he tried. Rather than jumping into action, it seemed wiser for him to sound out the other party's aim first. While Zhang Xian was in a state of utter shock, the elder standing opposite of him was also completely astounded. He could tell with his eye of discernment that the person standing opposite to him was only in his early 20s. But the young man's state of mind was so deep that even he was unable to see through him. It was no wonder that no one had been able to see through the young man's impersonation for so long. More importantly, despite knowing who he was, the young man was still able to remain perfectly calm, not showing the slightest hint of fluster at all. Just from that, his state of mind had already surpassed all master teachers that he knew of. There was a short moment of silence before Zhang Xian remarked, I have always taken pride in my disguise ability. If Yang Shi doesn't mind sharing, I am interested to know how you managed to see through me. He would not be so arrogant as to actually think that his disguise was impeccable, but with his soul depth of 29.1, which was on par with top 9-star master teachers, and the extraordinary flexibility of his body, not even Elder Chu and the others had been able to see through him. Just what kind of fatal opening was there in his disguise that made Yang Shi so certain that he was Zhang Xian? Your disguise was remarkable. From your outer appearance down to the aura of your soul, there's no way I could have guessed it was you. The only reason I was so certain is because of the Sanctum Head token in your possession, Yang Shi replied. Sanctum Head token? Zhang Xian was stunned, not expecting to hear such an answer. He quickly flicked his wrist and took out his Sanctum Head token. After using it to defend against the attack from Elder Chu back at the Glacier Plain Court, he had placed it back into his storage ring, and he had not taken it out since then. Who could have thought that it would actually become the crux for Yang Shi to find him? That's right. The Sanctum Head token is an artifact that Sage Kuei, together with a group of powerful master teachers, painstakingly forged. While it isn't the strongest weapon in the world, it harnesses the wills of the predecessors and the scholarly aura of the Sanctum of Sages. Even if you store it in your storage ring, you still can't fully conceal the aura it emanates. It's due to this property of the Sanctum Head token that even with the untimely deaths of the preceding Sanctum Heads, the Sanctum of Sages was still able to eventually retrieve the Sanctum Head token without fail. Xianxia replied with a smile. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. The Sanctum Head token could be considered an insignia of authority and nobility for the Sanctum of Sages. Perhaps in a bid to sustain the legacy of the token, Sage Kuei and the others had devised some method that would allow the top echelons of the Sanctum of Sages and Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters to trace the whereabouts of the Sanctum Head token. And it was using such a method that Xianxia had been able to find his whereabouts and confirm his identity. Since Xianxia has found me, do you intend to apprehend me? Zhang Xian asked. I haven't returned to the Master Teacher Pavilion for a very long time, and the decrees they issue have nothing to do with me. The reason I came looking for you is solely out of curiosity. A person as talented as you couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. I'm interested to find out what lineage you are from, and whom your teacher is. Xianxia replied with a smile. Along the way, he had carefully browsed through Zhang Xian's records. The young man had claimed to be his student, but he knew very well that he had never met the young man before, let alone imparted any knowledge to him. He knew all of the 9-star Master Teacher on the Master Teacher continent, but he did not think that any of them wielded the ability to raise such a formidable student. In fact, even the student whom he had personally groomed, Fengzi, was nothing compared to the young man standing before him. He wanted to find out just whom the person behind Zhang Xian was. This? Zhang Xian shook his head and replied, I'll be frank with you. I have never acknowledged a teacher before. Before others, he could still claim that his teacher was Yang Xian, but with the person in question standing right in front of him, such lies no longer held any meaning. You have never acknowledged any teacher before? Xiangshi's smile collapsed into a look of disbelief. How could that be possible? I have looked through your records, and you were just an ordinary cultivator in the Tianxian kingdom. Within a single year, you have already grasped the strength of the Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm. How could you grow so quickly without the guidance of a teacher? Be it in terms of cultivation or supporting occupations, the young man before him seemed to grasp everything in an instant. Even when it came to his cultivation, everything seemed to bank on his whims. He could achieve breakthroughs as and when he liked, as if the concept of bottlenecks did not apply to him. As unbelievable as it seemed, it might still have been possible if he did have a formidable teacher to guide him along. However, to achieve all of that by himself. This was something that even Xianxia himself was unable to believe. One must know that even the legendary Kong Shi had not grown at this breakneck speed either. I don't know why, but be it cultivation or supporting occupations, I'm able to grasp and master everything in an instant. There's nothing I can do about how talented I am. Zhang Xian replied with a helpless edge to his voice. He could not possibly talk about the Library of Heaven's Path, so he could only attribute everything to his own aptitude. There should have been individuals who were so monstrously talented that they could not be defined using common sense in history, such as the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. Did they not say that he was already a Saint Realm expert at birth? Considering how there were people in the world who were born as saints, surely his talent of mastering everything in an instant was nothing to gawk at. This, Xianxia frowned. In his lifetime he had met plenty of prodigies, and there were indeed those who possessed such talent too. The little princess of the Luo clan was one such example. But none of them were as overpowered as this. Besides, the Luo clan's resources were there for all to see. It was due to the massive influx of resources, and this was including the guidance of 9-star master teachers, that she had been able to grow that quickly. On the other hand, the young man before him was an unaffiliated cultivator. And yet, he was actually growing at a rate faster than the little princess. There was no way that such a thing could be achieved if he did not have a teacher. Furthermore, based on what he had heard, the young man also wielded many extraordinary means as well, such as taming the lightning tribulation into subservience. Even he was incapable of pulling something as ludicrous as that off. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before flicking out a jade token and passing it over. I have a battle technique here. It's a finger art that Feng Zi was unable to achieve major accomplishment in despite having cultivated it for 3 years. Since you possess such talents, may I request that you try learning it so as to convince me that you really don't have a teacher. Since the young man had claimed that he was able to master everything swiftly, there was a very simple method to verify this claim. If the young man was really able to master the finger art swiftly, that would mean that there was some truth to his words. A finger art? Zhang Xian took the jade token and swiftly browsed through it. Severing Yang finger. It was a Saint Pinnacle battle technique that wielded unparalleled might. If used well in a battle, it could easily serve as a trump card in dire situations. Fortunately, I do have quite a few finger arts in the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Knowing that Xianxia was testing him, and he would clear this test as long as he could master the finger art, Zhang Xian did not hesitate to collect the Severing Yang finger into the Library of Heaven's Path. After which, he compiled it together with the finger arts that he had collected back in the Combat Master Hall. The Severing Yang finger was a little similar to the Grand Constellation finger, which he had practiced back then. Its crux lay in focusing one's strength at a single point and releasing it all at once. Soon, a new book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Zhang Xian quickly flipped it open and browsed through it. Just as he had expected, the compiled finger art was devoid of flaws. With a touch, the knowledge regarding the perfected Severing Yang finger flowed into his head. This finger art of mine is a little too heavy on its killing intent, but it's still a formidable weapon when dealing with otherworldly demons, Xianxia said. This finger art allows one to sever the vitality and longevity of one's opponent, but due to its might, it also inflicts a certain degree of damage on the practitioner as well. One must be able to concentrate one's strength, mind, spirit, and will together in order to execute it perfectly. I'll give you 3 days to learn this skill. If you are able to reach minor accomplishment within 3 days without my guidance, I'll believe that you possess the capability to have reached your current altitude without a teacher to guide you along. 3 days? There's no need for that. Zhang Xian opened his eyes and looked at Yang Xian. I am already done learning it.